Yes, yes, yes. It's the Raphael Dawkins, it's the Combat Radio. And let's get this thing. This is a serious one. This is a serious one. The Yankees are going crazy. Without much further ado, let's start this thing properly, the way we know how. Yes, yes, yes. It's the Raphael Dawkins with the Combat Radio. And today we're going to be looking at the craziness of the weekend. The Delphine Persoon robbery. Was it a robbery? Looking at the action from over in the USA. But primarily, we're looking at the craziness that surrounds the Dillian White versus Alexander Povetkin. Okay, un momento. Okay, so people backstage, where is this? What group is this? What group is this? What group is this? Okay, hold on. I've been asked for the link. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, shizzle. That's the wrong thing. One second. One second. Let me close that down and let me get this thing started properly. Who's in the building? Okay, the area's populating nicely. Okay, I like this. Hold on, let's get this thing situated properly. Let people get the chance to actually get up in here. And why is this thing not working properly like I want it to work? What is that? Oh, okay, I get that. So why is this button not working? I have to close that down. Okay, I can close that down. I just want this thing to look the way I want it to look. Let's go. Let's do the sound check. Hold on. Did anybody receive the notification for this shiznix? I can't see the notification. Did I get a notification? Am I even live? Why can't I see this? Okay, one second. Okay. So I am live. All right. Okay, we're good now. Okay, sound check is good. Yep, yes, sound check is good. Okay, people are populating the area nicely. So in order to further facilitate that, yes, I'm live. Okay, sweet as a nut. Okay, excellent. You are live, no notification. Damn. Okay, so to allow people to populate this thing properly, we're going in with the warm-in video, and then I'll be busting out the links. Okay, so let me get the warm-in video lined up nice and sweetly, and then bust out the links. Okay, let's move this over here like so, and what we doing? Stop sharing that and start sharing this. Where are we? Okay. So this is going to be self-explanatory. This is Andy Ruiz getting busted up on Twitter. You're both getting battered like onion rings. What is this? Okay, why can't I see that? Okay, let's go full screen with that. Okay. Okay, enjoy this warming video, and I'll be back on the other side and bust out the links. Yes, yes, yes. It's the morning after, and Americans are acting like it's the 4th of July. OMG. Including none other than Andy Ruiz Jr. Okay, what's Andy been up to? Well, Andy came out with a very interesting post, and it was simply one emoji. One emoji. I liked it so I could find it later. One emoji. And had to respond. So let's go in there and see how Andy Ruiz got battered like onion rings on Twitter. I responded, laughed my ass off. I should have known you'd have had something to say. Why did you not fight him, Andy? OMG, I like my own post. Okay, PC Jacobs came in after that. Buster Ruiz was too busy negotiating with washed Chris Ariola. OMG, of course I had to like that. What's going on here? OMG. You got up and did your thing. Let's not forget you almost got topped up in the 3rd round, fell on your own arm. The funny thing, this guy is not even Mexican. Via Mexico. Via Mexico. David Watley said, I bet you're glad it wasn't you in there with Povetkin. He'd have KO'd you in 2. OMG. Alvin Shillingford writes, Dillian last fought the same time as you in Saudi. His first fight back was against the dangerous Povetkin, who is ex-world and Olympic champion, and is 8-1-1 in his last 10. And you, Chris Ariola, don't be laughing at anyone. It didn't go well for Dillian White tonight, but at least he stepped up. Yes, yes, yes. And if you check my previous video, he's also invoked the rematch clause. I immediate lead, same day, same night. Didn't need time to think about it. And let's not forget Mr. Ruiz. Let's not forget that you had the option to fight Dillian White. Yeah? And you said no, the money wasn't right. He said it was 5 million, but it was only 4. Then Eddie Hearn came back and said, okay, no worries, we'll make it 5. And you went radio silent. Don't forget that, Ruiz. Don't forget that. What would batter you silly? OMG. Okay, what we got here? Sorry, mate, but you fought 2 top-level fighters in AJ and Parker, and you lost 2 of the 3 times. So come back when you have continuous top-level opponents and not bums. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so that's the Andy Ruiz. That's just a little snippet of the Andy Ruiz getting battered like onion rings. And the Americans acting like it's the 4th of July.
Get your ass back to the bus.
Oh dear. Acting like it's the 4th of July. Well, Andy, you might have some problems outside of the ring as well as inside the ring. If you fight anybody, well, you fight an Ariola, so you're cool there. But Andy, I was on social media late last night, you know, and I was doing some editing and I messed up one of my videos, chopped it in half. But don't worry, for the live fight show, there's a link in the video, the live fight show video, which I accidentally chopped in half, so you can still see the first half. Don't worry. There was a mistake. It was late. I was editing it, and I chopped the damn thing in half, and now it's MIA, but I found it again. So go into that video, and you'll find the link, and you'll find that. So don't worry. What else was I going to say? Oh, Andy, I saw I saw you live. You went live only for a couple of minutes, but it was long enough. It was long enough to see you getting liquored up, Andy. Liquored up. I think it's your birthday or something. I don't know. Your friend's birthday. You was getting liquored up, and I don't know. I think something's going on outside of the ring, Andy, because you stuck your tongue down a woman's throat, and she didn't look like your wife, and you were getting battered like onion rings in the comment section. They're asking you, yeah, and this is a father, and this is a family man, and this is a husband, while you were sticking your tongue down a different woman's throat, and you were doing it live, Andy. I don't know what the hell is going on with Andy Ruiz, but it didn't look good, Andy. It didn't look good at all. Didn't look good at all, Andy. What is this? Why can't I move this forward? Oh, there it is.
I shot with my best friend.
I shot with my best friend.
I love it. All right.
Yeah. Andy Ruiz going crazy on social media.
Body snatcher, my
Americans.
Woo!
Americans going on like it's the 4th of July, and Andy Ruiz getting battered like onion rings. Yeah, we know what happened. But let's not escape the fact that these two men, your American champion, Deontay Wilder, didn't want none. He jumped on a plane, got out of there quick, fast, and there was some kind of discrepancy with Povetkin's sample, and he didn't want none, and he has yet to fight him ever since. That was years ago. How many years ago was that? 4 years ago? And he's not yet to fight him, whereas he had the same complaint about Ortiz, but he jumped in the ring with him. Still no Povetkin, and still no Dillian White on Deontay Wilder's resume. So I really don't know why Americans are acting like it's the 4th of July. Don't make no sense to me. Makes no sense whatsoever. And yes, Dillian White got flatlined. But people are asking me, Americans are asking me, Raph, how much money did you lose? Well, check my live shows. Not just the live fight show, but the fight before that. I said, bet on the underdog. The odds are good. Bet on the underdog. It's a 50-50 fight, and somebody is going to get slept. And that's how it went out. But Dillian White has signed up for the rematch. Immediately go check that video. So it ain't the 4th of July, guys. Deontay Wilder still has to fight Tyson Luke Fury. And he's still gonna get another dent in his cheek. I don't care if he comes in his birthday suit. Still ain't gonna be light enough. Legs still gonna be weak. Whereas Dillian White, I believe, made an ill-advised move. Why is he fighting Povetkin? Should have took a page out of Wilder's book. Why is he fighting Povetkin when he's already lined up for the championship? But he insisted on it. Fine. He's going to rematch him. Fine. Seems very confident about the rematch. I would say delay till at least 6 months, but he wants it immediately. Immediately, so be it. We're going to see how that works out. Over here, we're going to hope for the best. But in the meantime, there is no hold up now, hopefully. Undisputed got that little bit easier. Hold up. Let me see if I can find what Bob Arum said. Let me see if I can find that. Americans going on like it's the 4th of July. Dillian White was so busy fighting for his WBC mandatory position that he didn't see Povetkin's uppercut, which knocked him out cold on his ass. Americans celebrating hard. What do you say here? Pulev will KO Joshua next. London bridges are falling down. Americans celebrating like it's the 4th of July. OMG. OMG. It's the Raphael
Get your
Dawkins.
ass back to the bus.
It's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the comment. It's the shares.
Woo!
And it's the hitting that bell icon to stay updated with news and notifications. And don't forget about the live shows. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. We're going live again on Monday. You know, Raph has got a busy schedule since work has started back on Sunday, so it's kind of difficult. I'm going to eat my grub. I'm going to get a little nap, and then I'm out again. I don't know. I'm going live after midnight, like 1 a.m. I don't know. I may do that. 1 a.m. Sunday night, UK time, maybe, but for sure, 9 p.m. UK time on Monday. And then we've got the Rick Glazer in on Wednesday. That's going to be a very heated affair. So it's the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. I'm out. Happy 4th of July, America. Your time will come. It's Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. And I'm out. Okay. So, where are we now? People want the link. People want the link. Of course you're going to get the link. Uno momento. Let me just copy this shiznix and paste. Boom. I don't know what we Americans have to do with Dillian's last Povetkin and Russia are the enemy. Yeah, I'm not saying Americans are the enemy, but it seems like certain Americans are putting themselves in the place of an enemy, some kind of enemy. Where are we? You want another exhibit? Uno momento. The bells just popped. I heard it. Hang tight. Let me just share this. We got the fight doctor in the house. Hang tight, fight doctor. Hang tight. Damn, we got Dan the man in the house. Damn, Americans are coming through thick and strong. Hold tight. I see you. Okay, so that was exhibit A. Let me just tidy this thing up. Uno momento, mommy, slow your tempo. Where is the title? Looking for the title. Okay, I see it. Thick and strong. Let's cut the volume on that. I'm coming to you guys, just tidying up the area. Let me get the title of the piece so people know on entry. What's the haps? Okay, get that out of there. Get this in here. Phil Walker is in the building. We got a full battalion. The link is in the chat. Come on through, people. Come on through. Okay, Annihilation. Americans acting like it's the 4th of July. Okay, so hang tight and let me present you with Exhibit E. And I'm going to welcome everybody in by 9. Okay, so am I sharing this? Uno momento. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. Okay, where are we? Dang, Phil Walker's coming twice. Let's get rid of the other one. Remove that. Let's get rid of the one that's not working. Okay, so we got the one Phil Walker. Okay, let me add to the stream now. Okay, gentlemen, hold on. I just want to give you, mute your mics, please. I just want to give you Exhibit B. I just let everybody in. Where's Phil gone? Okay, he's dropped off. I think he's going to jump back in again. Okay, I just want to let me present you with Exhibit B. Don't go nowhere. Okay, Phil's in now. Okay. So hang tight. Let me just line this baby up. And, I'm sharing. Can you see that? Yeah. Yes, let's alter the size of that. Okay, that looks more respectable. Where are we now? Where did I like that? Okay, so people say that American is not the enemy, but certain Americans appear to have made themselves the enemy of Dillian White.
I'm not in the business of celebrating the loss
of a black man. I put those days behind me. With the times we living in, I'm not with the shit. You know what I mean? So
hold on. Let's bring that back from the beginning. Beginning.
I'm not in the business of celebrating the loss of a black man. I put those days behind me. With the times we living in, I'm not with the shit. You know what I mean? Celebrating the fall of a brother. You know what I'm saying? But luckily for us, Dillian White is a white man. He's a coon ass nigga. So fuck him. We finna cook his ass tonight.
Oh,
I'm not in the business.
OMG. OMG. Did I hear that right? One more time with feeling. One more time with feeling. One more time with feeling.
Not in the business of celebrating the loss of a black man. I put those days behind me. With the times we living in, I'm not with the shit. You know what I mean? Celebrating the fall of a brother. You know what I'm saying? But luckily for us, Dillian White is a white man. He's a coon ass nigga. So fuck him. We finna cook his ass tonight.
OMG. OMG. Okay. So, without much further ado, I kept people waiting. Let's hold on. Why did that shrink in size? Why did that shrink there? Oh, that's because I brought it down in size. Okay, let me get it big again. And yeah, let's get to our distinguished panel. Okay, let me bring him in by order. First was Dan the Man. Second was who was first? Was it Dan the Man? No, first was the Fight Doctor.
Nah, I was first. First.
Okay. My bad. First was Dan the Man. Second was the Fight Doctor. And third was Phil Walker. Okay. So, So as a matter of fact, let's just get straight into it. Let me just acknowledge the chat, and then we go straight to Dan the Man first. Okay, to put some perspective on this shiznix. We got the backstage thing, we got the behind the scenes thing. So behind the scenes, I posed the question. Why are Americans acting like it's the 4th of July at the demise of Dillian White? I welcomed them in. I said, come tonight, come and tell me why. Tell me why. Hold on. I'm going to get to you first. I just want to do the customary thing over here at Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. First and foremost, smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, and hit that bell icon. Hit the bell icon. Share. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Remember the super chat button's down there. It's not every day you get a distinguished panel such as this. So show your appreciation if you so see fit. Okay. So in the building we got the Cal L. We got who else we got? We got Dan the Man, he's right here. We got the Boxing Jedi. Who else we got? We got the Heinrich Schmitz from Germany. I just want to say, you are amazing, Raf, but your prognosis, at least for the heavyweights, are usually wrong. How dare you, Heinrich? Put something in the super chat for being so cheeky. Okay, we got the Rue up in the building. We got that's from the Rues in Mississippi. Mississippi, is it Mississippi or Louisiana? Somewhere around there, you can tell me. We got the Marla from New Zealand. We got the Jedi from Florida. And have I missed anybody? Oh yeah, Boxing Jedi, the Phil Walker, the Philip Carl Roberts. I was notified. Okay, and the Nick Diaz from over there in the Stockton, California area. Okay, so what's this? CCR, the Nick Diaz, the Phil Walker, the T White, better known as the Fight Doctor to you. And I think we've got through pretty much damn near everybody. Is that Eddie Murphy? Is that Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, you're referring to my avatar, but it's all good though. It's all good. I take that as a compliment, but it's
That's a
all good.
compliment. That's a compliment. You can't take that no other way. Coming to America, who don't like that film? Okay.
Yeah, who don't even like the Golden Child, underrated film that people don't talk about. So
the Golden Child, or when he was wearing that flat cap, the flat cap thing, Golden Child.
Yeah, kind of like the cap that I think Wesley Snipes kind of wore that cap in New Jack City.
Yeah. I know.
Or I could be wrong, or a Kango hat, but either or.
No, it was the flat cap. It was the flat cap. I remember that film vaguely. But anyway, okay, everybody's in here, and Dan, the man, is up first. What's going on in America? I'm hearing all kind of madness. I'm hearing that Dillian White was never any good. He ain't even no top 10. What the hell is going on? Why the celebrations? Why the fireworks? What is going on in America? Why the celebrations?
Well, let me say this.
Dillian White's demise is so great. There's got to be a reason. What's going on?
Well, first things first, Rafi, let me just say it's great to be on your show, man. I think this is the first time I've ever been on your platform, or maybe the second.
I don't know what type. It's first time, or maybe is it the second? I don't know.
It could be, but man, it's good to be on here with you, man. But let me just say,
yeah.
Well, let me just say this, okay? Now, Dillian White is a top 10 heavyweight. All right, he's got some skills. He actually looked much better in his last against Povetkin before the stoppage. He was winning all the rounds. He looked better technically. He was using angles. His jab was potent, but the best jab I've ever seen him used in his previous fights. He was even hurt Povetkin with that jab. So and marking him up. So he was looking great in there until he just got caught with that one shot. Is that you just do not exchange and allow Povetkin to fight you in close quarters, because that's the only chance of him winning that fight. You got to fight the fight at long range, like Joshua did when he fought him. So, Joshua knew better, because, he got stunned and got hurt by Povetkin those first 3 or 4 rounds in that fight by fighting in the inside. Thought he could exchange with him. So Joshua was like, okay, I got to keep it from the outside. I can't fight with this guy in the inside. So that was a tactic that Dillian should have employed. Or, given the fact that I also noticed that Dillian was tiring it out a little bit too. So maybe he was trying to take a round off before he got back on his distance. But, it is need to be said. But the point is this, man, I got to say, though. It's not just Americans who are celebrating that Dillian lost now. Let me just explain this a little bit further. You got Tyson Fury fans that are going at Dillian White. You know that. You got AJ. That's true. You got AJ fans going at him. You saw the clip I put in the chat that AJ was trying not to laugh at Dillian when he got knocked out. So he was trying not to laugh at him. So I'm just saying, though, there's criticism in all angles. And let's be fair here. It's called you reap what you sow, because Dillian was clowning everybody that he hated who got knocked out, who suffered a humiliating defeat, like Wilder, for example. Now, I'm going to say this as a Wilder fan. Wilder deserved to get that heat because he was clowning people that suffered knockout losses, like AJ, for example, like Ruiz. He was clowning them. So when he lost in the middleweight, you deserve that heat, because you reap what you sow, bro. It's karma. You deserved it. So same goes to Dillian White when he clowned AJ for get beat by Ruiz. He clowned Wilder for getting knocked out. He was smiling about it. I think he called him a crackhead, or he was an embarrassment or something like that. So I mean, the thing is that to me, my problem is this: it's fine if White does it, but when it happens to him, it's not okay that people criticize White and clown him for losing. So it goes either way, man. So like I said, though, do I think it's unprofessional? Yes, it is. But at the same time, fighters do that all the fucking time. We have our right to opinion why they shouldn't do it or they should do it, but it is what it is. So my point is this, man. It's not just Americans who are celebrating. You got plenty of UK fans celebrating this too, particularly the Fury fans. They're going all in on White. They're going in on him. AJ fans too. I mean, Ruiz fans, I'm not sure about that, but all I know is that White is getting it from all angles, man. It's not just us. He's getting it from everybody. And let's be so. Another thing too, I wanted to add is that I know some people were saying that why did he take this fight? It was a dangerous fight, this, that, and the third. But let's be real. I don't know why people are saying that now after the fact. Many people, including myself, thought Povetkin was at the end of his, was on his last leg right now. He's 41 years old. He hasn't looked very great. He got a draw against Michael Hunter. Some people thought he lost that fight. whatnot. And, he didn't look good against Huey Fury. I mean, of course, that's Huey Fury because, any Huey Fury fight that you get into, it turns out to be like a boring or ugly fight, whatever the case may be. But the fact is that, his reflexes is not the same. His hand speed wasn't the same. His legs a lot slower than it was before. And, and then next, Dillian got caught. The only, they always say about the fact that when you're an aging fighter, the last thing that leaves you is your power. Mm-hmm. And your power is always there until you retire. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But all I gotta say is that, look, am I happy that Dillian lost? No, I'm not, and let me explain why.
Okay.
I have been a heavy critic of Dillian White, but the fact is that I wanted him to get that shot, either Fury or Wilder. I preferably wanted Wilder, and I wanted Wilder to knock him out because I wanted Wilder to get that glory. But they could still fight. Let's be real, because just because you got that L doesn't mean it's over for Dillian White. Doesn't mean it's over for Deontay Wilder, obviously. Doesn't mean it's over for AJ, which is evident. So, you could come back. And, in the heavyweight division, there's a longer longevity as far as lifespan compared to the lower weight classes. So, man, that's all I got to say about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so those are the opening words from Dan, the man. And yes. Good evening to everybody in the chat. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time zone you are in tune to Boxing Talk with Rafi. And what's the title again? I'm going to bring up the title so everyone can see as they come in. Boom. Okay, so next on the mic is none other than the Fight Doctor.
Fight Doctor is in the house on Rick James status as always. What's going on, gentlemen?
Okay, it's all good in the hood. It's all good in the hood. Rafi got twisted up in tennis today. Got his foot caught in the net. Did a twist. All torn up, but the show must go on. Took the painkillers. And we're here. What's going on over there in America with the 4th of July celebrations at Dillian White's demise? The Fight Doctor. Well,
and I hope you a speedy recovery. I hope you feel better soon. Those nets can be killers, so be careful.
For real. Yeah.
And listen, the reason why, two things I want to speak to you real quick. First, the reason why I would celebrate this fight, outcome of this fight, will be because now it frees up the winner of Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, and Joshua Pulev.
Yeah.
It frees up the winners of those two fights. Presumably would be Fury and Joshua. Mm-hmm. This loss makes that fight possible next year.
Yeah. More.
So,
increases the likelihood, increases the possibility of it going down.
Yeah. So, if the politics of boxing that B can, put the machinations in place for this fight to happen, then, now this mandatory has been removed from that equation, as a possible detriment from that fight happening. So, for me as a boxing fan, this is cause to celebrate because now we get to see the fight that we want to see. Now we get to see clarity. We possibly get to see some clarity in the heavyweight division. Who is actually the best? Who's going to be the man? Who's going to be the one man to stand above all? This, opens the door to that fight happening. So for me as a boxing fan, I have cause to celebrate. Now, above and beyond that, I will say this, that I never regarded Dillian White as a worthy mandatory. In my mind, there was never he never had a true mandate for a title shot. I mean, honestly, what is his statement fight? What has he really done in the heavyweight division, honestly, that says, you are mandated a title shot? Like the champion has to fight you because you've proven yourself to be better than everyone else. So prior to Saturday night, looking at Dillian White, that was never my thought. So I never really considered him a worthy contender, yes, but as having a mandate to fight the champion, no, I never considered him, to be that caliber. You know, there's nothing that, in my mind, really separates him from the rest of the pack. Now, in terms of, as far as, you know, the LDBC are concerned, so 78 Shit TV, he's sort of like the Louis Farrakhan of the YouTube boxing community. Okay, only. And I wouldn't even want to insult Louis Farrakhan by making that comparison. Let's say he's like the cheap knockoff version of boxing's Louis Farrakhan. Only he's less intelligent, less what's the word I'm looking for? Less intelligent, less charismatic, less informed, and less articulate. So if you take Louis Farrakhan, make him less informed, less intelligent, less charismatic, okay, and less articulate, and make him a boxing fan, that would be 78 Shits TV. The guy is not to be taken seriously, honestly. So whatever he says, just dismiss it outright.
Is the head of your a very large community, boxing community. He stands at the head. He's the king of a very large boxing community. He speaks for many, many people. He speaks to and for many, many people.
Well, okay, so I mean, I guess, I mean, you know, if you wish to, look, if that's what he does, then that's what he is. That's fine and dandy. I can only give you my perspective, you know,
Okay.
you know, on the guy, and you know, just that situation is crazy. You know, those guys. I mean, you know, some of them are cool, but you know, most of them are just, you know, whatever.
Mm-hmm. 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 And your closing opening statement.
My closing opening statement. Listen, I thought it was that was a spectacular ending to a fight. I mean, wow. You know, one punch. It was a beautiful uppercut. And White was out. Okay. And all this talk about the whole long count. Yeah, no, just stop. Please stop. I mean, look, at the end of the day, had you not got hit by that punch, you would have won the fight. I mean, you were winning the fight easy. You had the guy down. You had the guy down twice. What was that, the fourth round?
Yeah.
You had him down twice.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, yeah, no excuses. You lost. You got beat. You were exposed.
Exposed.
Okay.
Exposed.
You were exposed. Okay. Listen, Dillian White. Listen.
What got exposed?
Well, okay. As my distinguished colleague Dan has already pointed out, that Dillian White has problems with the uppercut, and at this level, an uppercut, that's just not a punch. First of all, that's not a punch you want to get hit with. Okay. And if that is a punch that you get hit with at the upper level of the game, somebody's going to present a problem for you. Okay. And what I noticed from the outset of the fight is that, and I'll be honest, I want to give huge kudos to Alexander Povetkin. Mm-hmm. I never realized that his left hand is as educated as it is. Mm-hmm. But the man has a very educated left hand. And it was the left hand uppercut that closed the show. Beautiful punch. Right on the money. And I'm sorry, but if you're going to be the number one heavyweight in the world and you have a mandate to fight the champion, that's just not the kind of punch you are supposed to get hit with. It's just not. Okay? So
didn't Klitschko get hit with that shot, the uppercut? Almost took his head off.
Anthony Joshua, he did. And the uppercut is not a punch you want to get hit with. It's just not. Okay? You don't want to get hit with that punch. Especially, you know, from a guy who is a big puncher. And don't get it twisted. Povetkin has, you know, pop on his punches. You know, he's got good power.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I think you made your opening statement. And I think you said that Dillian White, I'm going to going to Phil Walker next. I think he said that Dillian White is not championship caliber. He doesn't deserve to be fighting for the championship. Is that correct? Okay, I know it is correct. Okay, so in comes, we haven't seen him in a while, but he's here today. And it's the Phil Walker. We call him Big Texas around here. Big Texas, come on in.
Yo, man, what's up? Can y'all hear me pretty good?
Hearing you clear, loud and clear. You know, we hope you're still here. We're still here, man. Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio for people just coming in. If you have not yet hit the like button, please do so. If you've not hit the subscribe button, please do so. If you've not hit the share button, do so later. And remember, the super chats button in there is there for those who are loving the thing going down right now. Phil Walker, come on in, bro.
All right, man. All right. Look, check this out. let me first of all say this right here, okay? I do think Dillian White is a top 10 heavyweight. I actually think Dillian White is a top 5 heavyweight, but only when Dillian White is in shape and Dillian White is serious about his career, which in my eyes hadn't been for quite some time. His last 3 opponents leading up to Povetkin, he had gained weight in each 3 of those bouts. He came into the Povetkin fight a little bit more slimmed down, which that's a good thing. He looked good on the scale, okay? As Dan mentioned, he was boxing well. But at the end of the day, when you really just look at him, he was starting to gas out during that fight, okay? So was he in shape or did he just look like he was in shape? I would probably say he just looked like he was in better shape than he was in his previous fights. But better shape does not mean you're in shape as a top 5 heavyweight. And that has been my biggest concern about Dillian White. That has been my biggest complaint about Dillian White, because he does have the skill set to be a great fighter. But at the end of the day, skill set doesn't get you anywhere without any hard work and dedication. And as far as I'm concerned, the path that he was going on, this was bound to happen. This was bound to happen. I've been calling it for quite some time. Okay? And this is my deal right here. It's not the fact that we're celebrating that Dillian White lost. It's the fact that when you talk noise as though as Dillian White was talking noise, you know, you're talking about Luis Ortiz is 50 years old when he's the same exact age as Alexander Povetkin, okay? And then you go in there against Alexander Povetkin and you get slept. That's pretty funny. It's a lot of irony in that kind of scenario playing out the way that it did. Okay. And as far as Dillian White's concerned, how he's been complaining about, he's been waiting 1,000 days because he's been the #1 ranked guy in the WBC. #1 rank doesn't mean anything. The mandatory is what matters. And at the end of the day, the WBC offered an eliminator with Dominic Brazil and Dillian White to fight, and Dillian White opted out to fight against Joseph Parker because, of course, it was for more money, and let's be honest, Parker was a better opponent. But that does not change the fact that the WBC did give him a chance to fill that mandatory spot that Dominic Brazil got. So I don't feel sorry for Dillian White. A lot of this stuff that's going on with his career has been his fault and his fault alone. Him not being in shape, him passing up on a chance to solidify that mandatory spot, and also him passing up a chance to fight against Anthony Joshua when Andy Ruiz did. So when you talk about a title shot and you talk about Dillian White, I don't want to hear it, because in that regard, when you talk about a title shot specifically, he screwed himself. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from him for the opponents that he faced, because he did face some quality opponents and he did get the wins, although he did not look very good in them. But at the end of the day, wins and losses is the only thing that counts. But if he claims to be the champion that he says he is, okay? If he claims to be what people believe him to be, because I'm from Texas, you gotta show me who you are. You can't just tell me, okay? You got to show me. If Dillian White can show the world who he says he is, then I would love to see it. But as far as I'm concerned right now, he has done nothing to prove to me that he deserves the praise that he gets. And that just happened. And what happened to him is justification for what I've been thinking this entire time. You cannot be a halfway boxer. You cannot go through this sport not taking it serious, not working out, and not making it a lifestyle. Because stuff that happened, like what just happened, you being knocked out by a 41-year-old Povetkin, that's the kind of things that occur when you don't take your career serious. I want to give a shout out to all the EMTs, the doctor, everybody that helped Dillian White recover real quick when he went to sleep. Okay. They did a very good job. The referee that turned him sideways just to make sure he was okay. I want to give a shout out to everybody. They did what they supposed to do. Okay.
Oh,
hey, and that's pretty much all I have to say about Dillian White at this given time. I hope that he bounces back because he is good for boxing only if he comes into the ring in shape and focused. If not, you can stay at the back of the bus, my brother, as I have already mentioned.
We're coming back to you. Don't worry. This is just the opening arguments. We're just hearing people's opening arguments. So before I go to Wild Soul, I just have to write down the key pertinent point of your argument, which is that Dillian White is not deserving. And just write that down.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't deserving. What I said was he is a habitual procrastinator when it comes to his career and being in shape and being focused.
Dillian White needs to be in shape. Is that fair? Is that fair assessment?
Yes, Dillian White, absolutely. If he wants to compete at the level that people think he can, the only way that he can do it is if he is in tip-top shape and he is focused and he has no outside influences distracting him. If he doesn't come that way, it's going to keep happening. What's going to happen is going to keep happening, period.
Okay. So those are the words of Phil Walker, and his most pertinent point is that Dillian White has habitually not been in shape. Okay, so now we go to Wild Soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to counter. I'm going to come back with my counterpoints to all of these arguments. Okay, and then we go back around the table. Okay, these are just the opening arguments. So over to Wild Soul. Smash that like button, folks. Let's go, Wild Soul.
How you doing, Rafi?
Yo, bro.
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute. You've been avoiding the Raphael Dawkins comeback.
Oh, never that, man. I enjoy your show. I've been catching replays and stuff like that.
I appreciate it.
It's just that I got very busy at work, you know.
I hear you.
Gotta make this money while you can get it. You know?
100%. Good to have you in here. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Good to have you supporting. And now you are live. Why aren't Americans celebrating like it's the 4th of July? Wild Soul, then I go to Hamid.
Well, I don't celebrate the 4th of July, maybe Juneteenth, not the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Right. Well, anyway, you know, your boy had it coming, man. You know, that video he made when he was laughing hysterically at Wilder when Wilder got stopped by Fury. So, I mean, it's the heavyweight division. It's like these guys don't have a certain amount of humility and respect for the heavyweight division when they believe. I mean, how could you possibly believe that it couldn't happen to you? One punch in the heavyweight division is all it takes. I'm sure he knew that. He'd been knocked out before. He was laughing at everybody else, so it was like, hey, it came right back on him. And, you know, he made a good effort. He was looking good for a minute, but that one punch, that's all it takes. I guess he learned his lesson. But I give him credit for coming out and speaking to the media right away and not making any excuses for what happened. So I respect that. You know, he showed that he still got the heart of a prize fighter. But like Phil Walker said, you know, coming in the ring fat, man, with that tie around his belly and all of that.
He was in good shape. He was in good shape.
he was in A shape. I don't know if it was good shape, but he definitely was in a shape, around one, but not. You know what I'm saying? He was in some type of shape. He was more round than anything else. But yeah, I mean, you know, he got to take it serious. He got to be consistent. That's the reason why Povetkin was able to stop him, get him out of there. Because if you notice something about Povetkin, he's usually in shape. He's usually not playing around. He's not taking anybody lightly. It's like he definitely respects his craft more. Just like Phil Walker said, I agree with what he said. He don't respect his craft like he should at that level. And it's not that he don't have the heart or even the talent. He has to be consistent, because those are the mistakes that happen when you're not consistent. And being that, you know, he's relatively still kind of green, as you know, he hasn't been in boxing as long as he's been in combat sports. But at the same time, you know, he don't have that level of respect that he needs to be at that championship level. The level of discipline, rather, that he needs to be in that championship level. And it was proven the other night. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, so opening arguments. Okay, over to Hamed, your opening argument.
Povetkin is a guy. Povetkin is a guy that lived boxing. The guy was a gold medalist. He's been boxing professionally for, I believe, 15 or 16 years since the Olympics. So that's a long time. Dillian Whyte, to my knowledge, didn't turn pro until 2010 or I don't know if 2009 or 10. It was obviously in the last decade, somewhere around there. And he was a kickboxer. He's not a guy who was boxing from a young age. Povetkin is 40 years old. He's in shape, pretty much the same shape he's been in. Is down to discipline, but he's also been living the life, and he's also been through the system, the amateur system. And the guy, I think 5-6 years ago, obviously 10 years ago, if this was the type of fight, if you just look at the guys fundamentally and experience and how they came up through boxing, I don't think that it would have even been competitive. The only thing that was surrounded this fight was Povetkin obviously is closer to now 41 than he is to 31, and Dillian Whyte is basically in his prime. He's much younger than him, so that was the added incentive. And Povetkin hasn't obviously looked as great in the last couple of fights, but I will say he's been active. He fought Hughie Fury, he fought Michael Hunter. Whether we agree these were great fights or not, he was fighting guys who are top 10, maybe Hughie Fury, I don't know if it's top 15, 20, but he was fighting guys and he was in shape with Dillian Whyte. I don't think he was in that great shape against Rivas as well. I rewatched that fight a couple of months ago, and against obviously Wack, he was overweight or whatever's going on mentally, you got to get yourself in shape. So obviously Whyte doesn't live the life, and if he's boxing until his late 30s, he's obviously gonna go spiral down. He's not gonna be keeping himself in shape or at that level like Povetkin is. There's obviously discipline is obviously the major difference as well, but I just think Povetkin was on a different level. Like, the only reason this fight was competitive because of the age difference, and for Povetkin to pull it out the bag after getting dropped twice, I just think that shows that fundamentally he's just a better fighter. And I said that on Twitter a couple of months ago, if you're just going to go by fundamental skills, Povetkin should beat him. My only concern is age, and even that, now we know age is just a number. But I do think Povetkin, if he's in a fight against one of the other top guys, he will obviously have problems if it goes late. A 41-year-old is going to start to tire more, and you could see his timing's off, but I'm not sure about the rematch. Like, once you get knocked out by like that, I don't know. If he gets hit again, Whyte gets hit again, he will get knocked out. I think he's going to have to fight the safety first fight. I just don't think, personally, I don't think he got the dimensions, but I will see a lot of people will still think he's a favorite because he was one shot, but in boxing, you never know.
Okay, so I think your key point there was that Dillian needs to live the life. Okay, so I'm going to come through with my points now. Counter points you can call them. Okay, so Dillian needs to live the life. Well, as a matter of fact, let me start at the top of the list rather than the bottom of the list. Okay, so what's the first point? The first point. Okay, the first point I think was it? Who was it? Was it the fight doctor? I think it was the fight doctor who said that what did Dillian do? What did Dillian do to earn his position as a top ranked fighter? Well, what did he do? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he did. Let's stop sharing that and start sharing this. Let's have a look at his record. Let's have a look at what did he do. Okay, so hopefully you're seeing this. Let me just check that you're seeing this clearly. Okay, I think that's pretty clear. That's pretty clear. Okay, so he fought Joseph Parker. Okay, so he fought Lucas Brown. Okay, even before that, he fought Robert Hellenius, the same guy who sparked out Kawanaki. So he fought Robert Hellenius. He fought Lucas Brown, an ex-champion. Yeah, he got pumped and the championship got taken away. But he fought him and he knocked him out clean. I think to a body shot. Knocked him out with a body shot. He fought Joseph Parker, the New Zealander, who I think, at that point had only lost once, and that was to Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua, who didn't drop it. And he was the first man, either professionally or allegedly amateur in the amateurs, to ever drop Joseph Parker. And he dropped him twice. First one was with the head. The second one was with a punch. Okay, so, dropped him. Right, where are we now? Okay, so Derek Chisora fought him twice, KO'd him the second time around. I don't know if anybody ever KO'd Chisora and put him to sleep. Okay, what else did he do? He fought I think he was undefeated at the time, the highly touted Oscar Rivas, who beat Andy Ruiz in the amateurs and was unbeaten when he fought White. Marius Wack, the huge guy, is he's a worker guy, works all around. And then he got knocked out. Said TKO. That looks like a clean KO to me, but anyway, got knocked out by Alexander Povetkin, obviously. But before that, we're looking at Oscar Rivas, Derek Chisora, Joseph Parker, Lucas Brown, and Robert Hellenius. And so I then have to pass that back and say, well, what did Dillian Whyte did all that? What did Breezel do? Who is Breezel's best win? Who is Ortiz's best win? I put it to you, it is utterly ridiculous and preposterous to suggest that Dillian Whyte didn't do ample. He may have done the most out of any of the WBC challengers. He may have done the most out of anybody who fought the holder. And the holder for the last 5 years was Deontay Wilder. I could argue that he did more than anybody who Deontay Wilder fought. So the fight doctor, I've got to ask you, how could you say that Dillian Whyte didn't do enough?
So my argument is not that he isn't a worthy challenger. That's not my argument. Now, prior to Saturday, would he be a worthy title challenger? Yes. However, my argument is I never thought that he distinguished himself, whereas there was a mandate. Sort of like if we let's turn back the hands of time for a minute. Let's go back to 1987, 1988, right? At the time, Michael Spinks was the lineal heavyweight champion of the world, right? Mm-hmm. However, the best heavyweight at that time was Mike Tyson. Now, Mike Tyson, in my view, had distinguished himself above everyone else. And in my view, Mike Tyson had a mandate to fight then champion Michael Spinks because he had essentially cleaned out the division. He had beaten everyone of consequence outside of the guy who was actually the lineal champion. So Mike Tyson.
Fight Doctor, you've cut out. I can no longer hear you. But Phil Walker, in come Phil Walker, because that was your argument, my friend. Dillian White had not done enough, but he's done far more than Ortiz or Veal.
No, that wasn't my argument that he didn't do nothing. That wasn't my argument.
Okay.
No, that was Fight Doctor. Fight Doctor said that.
Okay, I'm
done
back.
anything. My argument is simply that Dillian White is his own greatest enemy. I mean, this guy has been progressively getting worse and worse to me in every single fight. He's been overweight in every single fight that he's came. These last 3 fights, he's gained weight in each one of them, and he didn't look good against WAP. I mean, this guy really, honestly, he was on his way to the crash course to happen to what just happened to him. He set himself up, man. He done it to himself. And I've been screaming this for the longest. I'm like, man, Dillian White, he better get his mind right, man. You know, at the end of the day, like I said, you can't halfway do it.
Dillian White's been in camp for 5 months. The counter argument to that is Dillian White's been in camp for 5 months over in Portugal.
Well, I can tell you, he might have been in Portugal, but I can tell you what, when that 4th round kind of rolled around, 3rd round, Dillian White did not look like he was in shape. I'm going to just be honest with you. Povetkin looked like he was in better shape than Dillian White. And that's just giving it to you straight, man. You can look like you in shape, but if you're not, it's going to show when you get in there and you get to throwing them punches. And that's the real deal.
Okay, so I got to counter that. He was in camp for 5 months over there in Portugal. You can't get more dedicated than that. That is the epitome of living the life. But I gotta counter that by saying he was living over there in Portugal. What are you saying, Ahmed?
What about this? Would you not agree, though, Povetkin was in better shape? Because that's, I think, a valid argument.
We don't know. How can we assess that? How can we say that?
You got to look at the weight. All right. I'll use the example. Weight. If you look at the weight, Povetkin's weight has always been around there. Dillian White has been blowing up and down in weight. We really don't know what his optimum weight is when a guy is ballooning close to 300 pounds. So just because he comes in lighter doesn't mean he's in better shape than the other guy. He might be in better shape than his previous fight. He might be in better shape than his previous fight, but that don't mean he's in better shape than the other guy. Because if the other guy is, for the last 10 years, walking around the same weight, I think that could be a factor. I don't think it's a be-all and end-all, because like I said, I think Povetkin just fundamentally and has got more experience and has got the fundamental tools. But I do think that could have been a factor, because I also thought White was a knockout waiting to happen. I wasn't sure if it's going to be Povetkin, but I did see him getting knocked out badly by someone.
Every heavyweight is a knockout waiting to happen.
No, but he's been getting dropped. He's been hanging on in the last couple of seconds of the round. I don't know if that's to do with shape or his style or fundamentals.
I mean, look at the two WBC. Look at the WBC champion. He got dropped 2 times in his previous fight. Look at Wilder, the ex-champion. He got dropped how many? 3 times? 3 times in the last fight.
I'm talking the totality.
Every heavyweight's going to get dropped. Totality, I hear you talking about in multiple fights. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, the Fight Doctor. You need to finish off your point that Dillian White is not deserving. When I show the resume, when I show you the resume, it's got Robert Helenius on it, who just knocked out Kawanaki. It's got Joseph Parker on it.
Yeah, I mean, but who said Kawanaki was a great win though, Ralph?
Well, Kawanaki was in line to face Deontay Wilder for the WBC Heavyweight Championship. Kawanaki, so presumably that's top of the line. He was the next guy who was up to fight Deontay Wilder for the WBC Heavyweight Championship, and Robert Helenius knocked that guy out. How many rounds? 5, 6 rounds? And then he went on to fight. He went on to fight Joseph Parker, the guy who beat Andy Ruiz, the WBO champion.
That was a good win. That was a good win. Yeah, I'll give the Joseph Parker.
And then he
No, I mean, but last I checked, I thought that the WBC was going to.
Hold on, though. Then he goes on to KO Derek Chisora, knocking Spark out, something that I don't think anybody had ever done before. And then he went on to beat Oscar Rivas, who was unbeaten at the time, a guy who beat Andy Ruiz in the amateur, a very high decorated amateur. Marius Wack, okay, he's just a journeyman, whatever, big journeyman. Dillian White was out of shape, fine. So those guys, I repeat, Robert Helenius, Joseph Parker, Derek Chisora, Oscar Rivas. Those are all solid top 10 wins. The Fight Doctor.
So my argument isn't that he isn't a worthy challenger. He would be a worthy challenger, but my argument is that I don't think that he has a mandate in terms of he has not separated himself from the pack. I mean, if we were to sit down and have a discussion about who are the top 3 heavyweights in the world, right? I don't think Dillian White would be part of that conversation.
Okay,
That does not mean
he didn't separate himself from the pack. Okay, so how did Luis Ortiz separate himself from the pack?
that's what I was gonna say. Or Dominic Brazil. Like I don't think you need to be
I'm going one at a time. So the Fight Doctor, how did Luis Ortiz separate himself from the pack? And he must have separated himself from the pack somehow because Deontay Wilder fought him twice. How did he?
Okay, so I can answer that question easily. The way that guys like Brazil and Luis Ortiz were able to separate themselves from the pack is that in both instances, they had the politics of boxing working in their favor for getting a fight with Deontay Wilder. Okay, so listen, we have to understand that politics are a part of boxing. You know, again, I go back to my $2 whore analogy. Okay, this is what we're working with. And when you have the politics of boxing working in your favor, then things happen. Okay. Listen, ask a guy like, Canelo Alvarez. Things happen when the politics of boxing are working in your favor, and they're working in his favor like all hell. Okay. So that answers your question, and unfortunately,
it doesn't answer the question because you said that Dillian White didn't separate himself from the pack, but then you go on to say that Luis Ortiz and presumably Brazil didn't separate himself from the pack, and it's not about separating himself from the pack; it's about politics.
Okay, so that's the reality. I mean, we can't sit here and pretend as if there aren't politics in boxing. There are, okay, and we have to acknowledge that. And listen, if the question is, did Luis Ortiz do anything in the ring to sort of separate himself from the pack? Not really. Did Dominic Brazil do anything in the ring to separate himself from the pack? Oh, hell no. However, both guys have had the politics of boxing working in their favor in terms of getting a fight with Deontay Wilder. And that's what we saw happen. So, look, we can't sit here.
I put it to the panel that you first, Fight Doctor. I put it to the panel, and then we go around the table. That Dillian White has done more to separate himself from the pack than any other guy who has fought for the WBC in recent years. The Fight Doctor, please respond.
I think you could probably. I mean, that might be a fair argument. So we look at Wilder's last couple of opponents, prior to Fury and Luis Ortiz and Dominic Brazil. I mean, honestly, so I don't even know what the hell has Dominic Brazil ever done in the whole of his career, really? I mean, that's not even, I don't even think that's worthy of an answer. We don't even need to critique his career because it's a joke, okay? Seriously. As far as Luis Ortiz is concerned, he has gotten more mileage out of knocking out Bryant Jennings than anyone in it. He has gotten more mileage out of knocking out a Bryant Jennings level of opponent than anyone I've ever seen in the heavyweight division recently.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it seems, and an honest assessment of his career, honestly, is that I think he is known more. He's gotten more mileage of having been ducked as opposed to what he's actually done in the ring.
Okay, coming. Okay, we're moving on to the Wild Soul.
Right.
Dillian, no, I'm putting a specific point to you. Dillian White has done more to separate himself from the pack, and therefore is more deserving than anybody that any WBC champion has faced in recent years, in the last 5 years. Question.
Well, I look at it like this. As far as Ortiz is concerned, Ortiz had this aura of fear around him. It's like people was avoiding Ortiz. Every time you heard about him having a possible matchup with somebody, it fell through. Your boy White criticized him out of the fight, saying he was old and he wasn't worthy and all of that, but he wouldn't fight him for whatever reason. So he feared him, or at least it appeared that way. He didn't want no parts of him, and neither did anybody else. Remember what Eddie Hearn did when it came to Ortiz? He signed Ortiz, promised him a title shot that never happened. You don't remember that? So he was clearly avoided. He had this aura of fear around him.
What did
Wilder,
he do? That's the question. The question is
you gotta answer that, because it's your guys that is the guys that you support, Dillian White and Joshua, who clearly avoided Ortiz. And Dillian White was saying how old he was. He's an old man and this and that. And then he go get knocked out by a guy just as old.
So what did he do?
I don't understand that.
Asking who is more deserving for a WB.
And he's a southpaw. It's the reason why a lot of people avoided Ortiz.
What did he do?
Southpaw. You can't act like, well, it's a skill set that people clearly was afraid of.
But we ask him
the power. It's not about what you do. It's about when they looked at the stat sheet, when they looked at what he could possibly do, that was enough for them to avoid him. You got to ask them that question. Why? Ask White, why did he avoid Ortiz?
Who was more deserving than Dillian White to get a title shot? That's the question. Who was more deserving? Who did more?
Well, he's not deserving right now. He waited 1,000 days and got knocked out cold.
Who did more than Dillian White? Who was more deserving for a WBC title shot than Dillian White?
That really doesn't matter at this point, because he was on his back Saturday night.
Okay,
so I'm giving him a new nickname.
We're moving on. That's the question. Who's more deserving? That's the question.
Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury in the rematch.
He got the shot.
No. I thought you just said who deserved it more.
Who was more deserving of a title shot than Dillian White? Who did more than Dillian White? Who did more?
I think Tyson Fury. Out the people that he fought.
Tyson Fury.
All right. There you go, man. That's right.
Tyson Fury do more? Was it Otto Valley?
Wait. One sec. All right. We're talking about the second fight, not the first fight. Because I agree, at the first fight, I don't think Tyson Fury. Well, I think he was rated top 10 after beating that guy Pineda. Anyway, I agree with that. If I'm being objective, he didn't really deserve. But the second fight, the rematch, he did. You could argue deserve it, because Dillian White had a fight with Rivas. He was a lot of people thought should have been banned. There was a PD, all that, and we didn't know until his fight the night before Marius Wack, what the hell was going on. So the WBC, what are they meant to do with that? Like, of course, they were allowed.
The question is who
they're allowed to. All right, I think Fury. Apart from Fury,
Fury's already fighting, so he's got his shot. So who has more?
You gotta rephrase the question, because the way you're saying it, who deserved it more, we could only go by the guys he fought. If you're saying who deserved it,
but Tyson Fury's got his shot, so he's out of the equation. He's got his shot, so
all right,
Tyson
I don't know. Are you saying people who didn't get a title shot, or are you talking about people who didn't fight Wilder? That's a very bland question.
People who got a title shot. Who has done more than Dillian White? He hasn't got a title shot.
People who got title. Fury is the only guy. If you talk about a guy who hasn't got a title shot, I don't know. There's probably not many guys in the top 10 because a lot of those guys have either had title shots or they fought the other champion. And
Okay, let me make the question clearer. So, of the guys who got a title shot, who had done more than Dillian White when they got the title shot?
you don't think Tyson Fury in the rematch did more?
No.
I think he.
Forget about a rematch because the rematch is already at the shot. So when he first got the shot, who had done more?
But those are two different fights. All right.
We're talking about when he got his shot. When he got his shot, that was the first fight. So who had done more than Dillian White, who fought Wilder? Who was done more?
Probably no one, because Wilder fought a lot of guys that went good. So I don't think that's a hard question to ask. The only guy you could say is Tyson Fury, even though I didn't agree, but he still had beaten Klitschko. We got to still factor that.
That was
Even if
3
there's
years
three,
prior, man. That was
yeah, but he still
3
beat
years
him.
prior.
We got that's
Right.
true, but we
He
gotta factor
he
that.
beat the reigning champ 10 years.
3 years
He
prior.
deserved a shot.
3 years prior. Okay, 3 years
He
prior.
deserved. It doesn't matter. He deserved it. He beat the reigning champ, man.
Fine. So Tyson Fury got his shot. Okay. So who out of the guys had done more than Dillian White? Phil Walker.
All right, man. I'm gonna make this easy for you.
Mm.
I mean, at the end of the day, the way the question is asked is I got two different ways I want to answer it. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'll answer it this way to satisfy the means of what I think it is you're really asking, which is, has Dillian White fought the tougher competition when it comes to Deontay Wilder's WBC opponents?
Yes.
So when you say who's done more, then yes, you would absolutely have to say Dillian White has done more, okay, in that regard when it comes to Deontay Wilder's opponents with the WBC, okay? Yeah. So Dillian White, yes, he has done more than Deontay Wilder's opponents, of course, outside of Tyson Fury, which that scenario is just kind of a one-off scenario because he came out of retirement and whatnot, okay? Yeah. Now, with that being said, I will say this right here. Just because you have better opponents doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a better fight or it's a fight that people don't want to see. Because I think that the Luis Ortiz and Deontay Wilder fight was a fight that people absolutely wanted to see. And if I could remember correctly, it was a lot of my buddies from the UK that thought Luis Ortiz was going to beat Deontay Wilder. So when you break it down into perspective, and I'm answering this from I'm answering it my second way because this is the way I perceive it because I'm a Luis Ortiz fan, is the simple fact that I don't think outside of the Brazil fight, I don't think the WBC chose bad opponents for Deontay Wilder to face for the WBC championship. I think Luis Ortiz is a credible fight, a fight that people wanted to see. The first fight was amazing. Okay. I do think Tyson Fury is going to be an opponent that everybody always wants to see because you never know what you're going to get from Fury. And I mean, at the end of the day, Dominique Brazil was mandated. Okay, so it wasn't like, Deontay Wilder could brush that fight off unless he would have did a unification with Joshua. So you got Dominique Brazil, who was mandated, and you got Fury twice, and you got Luis Ortiz twice. Those are not bad opponents for Deontay Wilder. I can make the argument that little stretch has been the best stretch of Deontay Wilder's career as far as his opponents go. So when you say who's done more, Dillian White has done more. Did the WBC screw up by having them face Luis Ortiz and Tyson Fury? Absolutely not. Those were both good opponents for the WBC to put forth for Deontay Wilder to defend his title against.
I want to see
But he fought Ortiz twice. He fought Ortiz twice, and he fought Brazil. And he fought.
Yes, he did. He did fight. He fought Ortiz twice, and he fought Tyson Fury twice. Now, let's be honest about this, okay? Luis Ortiz was beating Deontay Wilder. And when I say beating him, it's not like he fought him twice and it was a bad fight. I mean, that fight between Deontay Wilder and Luis Ortiz was one of the best fights of the year. I mean,
Right.
who
Both of them.
didn't want to see that fight again? Let's be honest about this. Now, if you want to get in your feelings and you want to say, "Oh, well, I think somebody else could get a shot," that's fine. But at the end of the day, people wanted to see that rematch again, unless Deontay Wilder was going to go and fight against Joshua. That's just what it was.
People wanted to see him fight Ortiz the second time before he fought Dillian White once.
Yes, I believe so.
I think I got an answer. Honestly,
Okay.
at the time Ortiz and Waldo were meant to fight the first time, that was meant to be at the end of 2017. At that time, I do think an Ortiz-Wilder fight was better than a Dillian White and Wilder fight, because at that time he didn't beat guys like Joseph Parker or Rivas or these guys. He had a win over, I believe it was Helenius. So I don't know if that was really that great of a win. Helenius did lose several times as well around about that time. I don't know how many losses he had, but I do think when he had the rematch, that was when White, I think, may have deserved it, because even though the Ortiz fight wasn't a bad fight to happen, I don't know if I really wanted to see that fight. But the big thing about that was it was on pay-per-view. I don't think it was the worst fight. I agree with that.
But
I would rather have seen someone else, like Parker.
Hamid, hold up, real quick. Let's not forget, okay? Now let's 1 second. You're saying that White was a better fight, but let's not forget that Dillian White was offered a fight, an eliminator to fight against Dominic Brazil to solidify the mandatory spot. Dillian White would have gotten his shot because I think he would have beat Dominic Brazil. Dillian White took it upon himself to pass on that fight and fight against Joseph Parker. We cannot forget that is a very interesting detail that you guys are leaving out. Like, you cannot leave that out when you talk about Dillian White getting his shot, because he could have gotten his shot and he chose to opt out for a different opportunity. It's just what it is. You can't leave that out.
You got to think about Dillian White and the Rivas fight. After that, the WBC couldn't really have made that fight. So maybe I forgot about that. Yeah, but I would rather have seen someone else than Ortiz. But I wasn't really mad at the Ortiz rematch, because Dillian White was in a tricky situation with the whole PED scandal after the White Rivas fight. But the only thing I would say, the rematch, I don't think Wilder and Ortiz should have been on pay-per-view. But I wasn't mad about that, because...
So anyway, the pay-per-view is not the issue. The pay-per-view is not...
all right. Because Fury was fighting... We got to look at Fury's opposition as well. He was fighting Thomas Schultz and Otto Wallen. I do think Ortiz is a much better opponent, even if it's a rematch, than those two guys. So I have no issue. The only thing I would say with some of Wilder's opponents, guys like Gerald Washington, I know he's unbeaten. I don't really think we needed to see fights like that, or Dominic Brazil. I know some of these were mandated, but Brazil, I don't know how he got 2 title shots.
Well, hold up. He fought Gerald Washington because Alexander Povetkin is a drug
dirty.
That was a different
right.
date. That was no. Povetkin was 2016. Washington was 2017. He fought someone else instead.
Oh no, he fought against
Spilka. I can't remember. He fought someone else.
I think it was Spilka. It was Spilka. Areola, that's who it was. Areola. Yeah.
Okay. So we've established that Dillian White, mute your mics, please. So we've established that Dillian White has the best resume, with the possible exception of Tyson Fury. Has the best resume of all of Wilder's championship opponents. Okay, so that leaves the question: why do the Americans seem happy that Dillian White, that Deontay Wilder did not fight Dillian White, the guy who had the best resume of all of his opponents, with the possible exception of Tyson Fury? Let's go to Wild Soul.
Well, we talked about this before. I wanted to see Wilder and Dillian White fight. I told you that.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm not part of that argument there, that situation. I wanted to see these guys get at it, especially because it's like, well, at least from Dillian White's perspective, is, he feels like Wilder's a real rival. So I wanted to see those guys do it. But it won't happen now. That's for sure. And I don't think the outcome would have been any different, to be honest with you, because Wilder's much more athletic.
Let's not talk about the outcome just yet. Let's just pick
Okay.
that particular point. Okay, let me go to the fight doctor. Why do the Americans appear to be happy that Deontay Wilder didn't fight the guy with the best resume, with a possible exception of Tyson Fury, of anyone that he fought in his championship reign?
In my opinion, it was probably all the bitching and moaning that Dillian White and Eddie Hearn were doing about this whole, I've been mandatory challenger, #1 contender for 600 days. Oh, how come I haven't got my title shot? Oh, this, all that, instead of fighting. Okay? That probably has a lot to do with it. I mean, after listen, after a while, it becomes like a broken record. The violins are playing. It's a sob story. Eddie Hearn, Dillian White didn't get their mandatory. Who the hell cares? Okay, at the end of the day, listen, if the public demands a fight, the fight will happen at the end of the day. And the American public weren't in a hurry to see you. Why? Because we don't care. Especially about people who do a lot of bitching and moaning and crying and whining about nothing. So, in my opinion, the reason why Americans are celebrating is because, well, a guy who's did a lot of bitching and moaning and crying about another guy knocked the fuck out in a fight that he didn't have to take. Why did you take that fight? That's the question I'm asking. I was look, after the knockout happened, I'm sitting there thinking, like, why did you take this fight? You have the title shot on lockdown. The winner of Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, has to come see you next. And you want to go fight Alexander Povetkin. Why? For what? Why? I just don't, listen, it's called stupid. That's what it is. Reason why he never got his title shot, reason why he lost, stupid. Okay? And had you not failed your drug test, guess what? You probably would have had your title shot. So, yeah, nobody to blame but himself. If Americans are celebrating, it's because the guy who supposedly lost did. And now we don't have to see his crybaby ass.
OMG.
And let's be honest, that time in Portugal, that was a fat camp, man. It wasn't a fight camp. He went there to lose weight. He didn't go there to work on his craft. Because that uppercut he got caught with, he leaned into that. You
can't be on a fat camp for 5 months. All you have to, if you're training for 5 months.
Well, if you as fat as he was in that last fight, you do.
Well, if you're training for 5 months, you're gonna lose weight naturally just through the training. So that's not really a fat camp. But Phil Walker, why do Americans, or some Americans, appear, not all, some Americans appear happy that Deontay Wilder did not fight the guy with his best opponent, with the possible exception of Tyson Fury, Phil Walker?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a part of that group that didn't want the fight to happen. I'm a part of the group that wanted the fight to happen, because at the end of the day, I'm a boxing fan and I want to see the, quote unquote best guys fight the best guys. And at that particular time, Dillian White was considered to be a top 5 heavyweight. And Deontay Wilder was considered at that particular time to be either #1 or #2. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, I absolutely wanted Dillian White and Deontay Wilder to get in the ring and square it off. So that would have been a great fight for boxing. That would have been a great fight for the UK fans. That would have been a great fight for the American fans. And I think it would have put a lot of change in both those guys' pockets. I mean, at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that they didn't get in the ring with one another. But just to be honest about it, it's not Deontay Wilder's fault. You understand what I'm saying? It's not his fault at all. It's the WBC.
Fury's a much bigger fish.
Exactly.
Fury.
It's the WBC that skipped over Dillian White to put Tyson Fury into the ring with Deontay Wilder twice. And then, let's be honest, Dillian White didn't do himself any favors by turning down that mandatory fight that the WBC offered him. So with that being said, those guys didn't square off, and that's unfortunate. But Dillian White didn't do himself any favors, and it's not Deontay Wilder's fault. So Hopefully these guys still can fight one another, because I still would hope that Dillian White would humble himself and come back in shape and focused and shake himself off. And Deontay Wilder can, do what he's gonna do against Fury, whether he wins or loses. A loss is not the end of your career. These guys still can fight one another, and I still think it'd be a good fight for the heavyweight division, and I still want to see it.
So what did Breezel do to make himself more a worthy challenger than Dillian White? What did Breezel do?
Well, so at the end of the day, what did Dominic Brazil do?
Yeah.
Well, let's say this right here. Dominic Brazil technically didn't do much at all to put himself in that mandatory spot, but he did come off of two very, very tough wins. Okay, he came off of two tough wins, and the WBC thought about it and said, okay, well, you know what, Dillian White probably does deserve a shot, but at the same time, Dominic Brazil, we could put you in there. Let's have an eliminator. That's why the WBC said let's have an eliminator, because they actually were torn between the two. Now, why they were torn between the two, that's beyond me. I think that's beyond the most of the universe. Okay, because we all know that Dillian White's is a better fight. So why did he deserve it? I don't know, but the WBC thought it was worthy enough. The WBC thought it was worthy enough to have an eliminator to solidify that mandatory spot, and Dillian White made it easy on him by not taking the fight at all, and that's just the facts.
Was it protectionism? Was it protectionism from the WBC towards the Deontay Wilder?
Well, I mean, that's a conspiracy theory. I don't deal in conspiracy theories, but I will deal in the WBC saying let's fight an eliminator to solidify the WBC mandatory, and Dillian White didn't do that. That is absolutely 100% a fact. Conspiracy theory, I'm not gonna feed into that one.
Well, no, we're talking on a logical basis. You had two guys, one who was clearly better than the other, one who had a clear better resume than the other, one who had clearly a better caliber than the other. And the WBC chose the lesser guy instead of the better guy.
Well, Dominic Brazil said he wanted to fight Dillian White. He said, well, the WBC wants to say we need to fight eliminator to solidify this spot. I'm willing to get in there with Dillian White. Dillian White didn't want to get in there with Brazil for whatever reason. I mean, he went and fought Parker, which, don't get me wrong, was a hell of a fight. I mean, I commend him for that because he didn't have to do that. So you have to respect him for taking the ladder on that one. But when you talk about specifically the WBC and him waiting out 1,000 days, he didn't do himself any favors by letting Dominic Brazil sneak into that spot without even him attempting to contend for that mandatory position. And that's just the way I feel.
We didn't really sneak into the shot. The WBC made the fight. I think it was Brazil and Molina. Was it Brazil and Molina? And said it wasn't for a mandatory, wasn't for the next spot. And then after the fight, they said, yeah, that was for the spot. Dominic Beasley, the guy now.
No, it wasn't after the fact. It wasn't after the fact at all.
It was after the fact.
No. With the whole Molina thing, Dominic Brazil needed an opponent to face at that particular time, and Dillian White was the opponent that the WBC said that, hey, look, you guys, they went to both of these guys and they tried to set up a fight to solidify that spot.
No, Dillian White said I'll fight him. Dillian White said I'll fight Breezel. But they said no, and Breezel. Hold on. Dillian White said he would fight Breezel. Well, fight me then. I'll fight you. And then the WBC made the fight between Breezel and I believe it was Molina. And they said it was not for because they were being asked questions. Hold on a second. Let's get this clear. What's going on here? Is this fight here between Brazil and Molina for the mandatory start for Wilder? And they said no. And then after the fact, they still said no. And then eventually leaked out that it was actually yes. And there is an interview. Don't take my word for it. There's an interview out there where there's an interviewer from a smaller channel, and he's saying to Suleiman, he's saying, was that fight between Breezel and Molina for a mandatory shot? And then Suleiman started waffling and talking and skirting around the question, and then he finished his answer. And then the interviewer asked him again, Well, I didn't get anything from the answer. And he asked him the question again. He said, was that fight between Breezel and Molina for the mandatory shot? And then Mauricio Suleiman waffles again. And then at the end of his answer, where he didn't answer the question, the guy said, okay, so you're not going to answer the question, and walks off. Okay, so that was after the event. So still after the event, after the fight, Mauricio Suleiman was still denying that that fight was for a mandated shot. After the fight, that's fact. I haven't got it here with me, but everybody can look for it, and that is a fact. I don't know. Has anybody answered that question before I move on? Okay, everybody. Okay,
I'll put the link in. I'll put the link in the chat. Oh, I'll shoot the link to you, Ralphie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot the link to you, and then we're gonna get to the bottom of it. All right.
Yeah.
Can I chime in for a second on the WBC?
Of course. Yes.
Right. So, like the WBC and the WBA, they have this game of one-upsmanship that they play between each other, and the game is who can be the most corrupt. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. That's, the WBC, the WBA, that's a game that they play. And they're constantly one-upping each other in that category. So, like, when you hear, if the WBC, if they say something, they make a statement, believe the opposite. Okay? Believe the opposite. Because probably you give it 24 hours, you give it a week, that's exactly what they're going to say. The opposite of what they said the week before. So, yeah, I mean, come on, man. I mean, look, we be crooks. We all know who they are. We know what they do. So why are we even sitting here talking about what Mauricio silly man had to say? I mean, we already know it's double talk.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Very good point. Excellent point. Okay, and a great point from the chat. Let's go. What are you guys thought? You're all Americans. What are you guys thought on the text that Deontay Wilder sent to Dillian White saying he was going to make him wait for two years? Let's go to Wild Soul.
The text? I wasn't aware of that. What text was that?
Yeah, it was shown on the Zone. You got guys over there called Barack and something.
Ak and Barack.
And Barack. Okay, so on the Ak and Barack show, they interviewed Dillian White, and he told them that Deontay Wilder had sent him a text, said that he was going to make him wait for 2 years. And I said, what? He said, yeah. He sent me a text. It's on my phone. And I said, he said, you want to see? He said, we want to see that. We want to see that. So he pulls out his phone and shows the text from Deontay Wilder saying, I'm going to make you wait for 2 years. What are your feelings on that? How do you feel about that? Because this plays into the thing of Americans not wanting to see, not all Americans, but some Americans not wanting.
Well,
carry on.
When did he send the text? It had to be when he was the champ, right?
Yeah, it was in the yeah.
Well, I mean, he was trying to collect those M's, man. He was trying to make that money because, to be honest with you, somebody said before on the panel that Ortiz was a bigger draw. People wanted to see Ortiz. Nobody in the States really cared about Dillian White like that. So the fact is that Wilder had a tough fight against Ortiz, and they had a rematch.
Nobody cared about Ortiz. No, Ortiz isn't a draw. Nobody cared about Ortiz.
Well, he was the last time they fought.
White versus Wilder.
They did some good pay-per-view numbers on that last fight they had. So obviously, and the first fight was a very good and exciting fight because, like I had said before,
yeah, it was.
And it seems like that there seems to be some type of memory loss in this situation. I don't understand because I remember a lot of people were saying how tough Ortiz was. Mm-hmm. How many fighters was avoiding Ortiz. Mm-hmm. So Wilder felt he had something to prove by fighting Ortiz. He fought Ortiz. He knocked him out. It was an exciting fight. Ortiz was winning the fight. He was winning both of the fights, actually. Wilder ends up knocking him out the first time, which was an exciting fight. And that created a demand for the second fight. Wilder fought him again
Oh, there wasn't.
And the fight was even bigger the second time.
There was a demand for the second fight. There was a demand for the second fight after seeing the man get starched in the first fight. There was a demand for the second fight.
I believe so because he gave Wilder so much trouble. And it was like, it appeared that he got out of that fight on the skin of his teeth, basically. Because he was hurt. People were saying he was hurt. He was almost stopped. Remember, was that whole controversy in the corner when the referee went to look at him and people were saying he gave him more time to recover. You don't remember that? So that was something that Wilder did to prove to people that he could beat Ortiz the second go round. And it actually did bigger numbers the second time. So that proved that it got more interest.
It did bigger numbers. You can't say that Deontay Wilder versus Dillian White. The guy had been waiting for some time, wouldn't have done more numbers. But anyway, we're moving on quickly. We've done the fight. Dr. Phil Walker. How do you feel about the text from Deontay Wilder to Dillian White saying, "I'm going to make you wait for 2 years"?
All right. So let me say this real quick, right? I didn't know if the text said 2 years or it said some other number.
2 years. 2 years.
Yeah, I don't remember saying 2 years, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't see what significance that text message has to Dillian White getting stretched by Alexander Povetkin. I mean, what does that have to do with Dillian White? What does that have to do with Dillian White taking the fight with Povetkin and losing?
I'll tell you the significance. The significance is that we're talking about the guy with the best resume with the possible exclusion of Tyson Fury, and we're wondering what and Deontay Wilder sending him a text saying, "I'm going to make you wait for 2 years." There didn't seem to be much of a desire to fight.
So let me say this, Ralph. Let me say this real quick, right? So. I mean, at the end of the day, don't get me wrong. Dillian White has some credible opponents on his resume. I'd never take that away from him. But let's be real. Joseph Parker doesn't have anybody that's great on his resume that he's beaten. Andy Ruiz. Yeah, Andy Ruiz. But when Joseph Parker beat Andy Ruiz, nobody even knew who Andy Ruiz was. Let's just be honest. Nobody even knew who Andy Ruiz was until he went in there and stopped Joshua. So. Let's stop. So hold on 1 second. Let me finish. So let's really think about this right here. Okay. I mean, Dillian White does have credible opponents. I do think he has better opponents and better fighters than all the other guys. But if you really want me to be honest about this, none of these guys have, to me, stepped up and just fought somebody that's just the top guy outside of Joshua and Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Those guys are fighting one another. You understand what I'm saying? Joshua took a fight against Parker. He's fought against Dillian. He's fought against some Povetkin. He's fought against some credible guys. I think at the end of the day that this right here, this fight that Dillian White took outside of the Parker fight, that Dillian White took against Povetkin was his toughest fight. Okay? So for me, none of these guys are truly proven to the point to where you can just say, all those guys to me are middle of the pack in a nutshell. You understand what I'm saying? And I do think Dillian White is above those guys. Of course, not Alexander Povetkin, considering what just happened. But, honestly, if I had to rate the division, I say it's Fury and AJ, okay? Then it's a gap. Then it's Deontay Wilder. Then it's another gap. Then it's Dillian White and Povetkin and those guys follow in behind them. And that's just the way I see it right now.
Dillian White was ranked above Deontay Wilder in the Ring magazine.
Yeah, the rank is nothing but the rank, man. The rank is nothing but the rank. And then when Ring comes out next month or the month after that, I can guarantee you that Dillian White is going to be behind a bunch of other cats too. So the rank is nothing. He's been ranked number one with the WBC for quite some time. Where's that got him? That's got him nowhere. Tyson Fury and AJ right now are still the two best fighters in the world. So the rank is obsolete at this point. The rank means nothing.
Yeah, but we were talking about the rankings, and I'm just making the point that Dillian White was ranked above Deontay Wilder prior to the Povetkin fight. So just to get that in perspective. Okay, has everybody had a go on that? Okay, I think everybody has had a go on
I wanted to ask one question.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat, I glanced at it, said that the text said, "I'll make you wait another 100 days, not 2 years."
2 years.
I would like to see that.
It was 2 years.
I'm going to check out that video.
Yeah, I don't remember how long it was, but I don't think it was 2 years. I'm gonna be honest, because at that particular time, because
people who remember in the chat, type it in, please. Can people who remember?
Yeah, but Ralph, at that particular time, hold up. So let's be honest about this. 2 years is 700 something days. When that text got sent, Dillian White wasn't in the mandatory spot for 2 years. So why would he say another 2 years? I don't. That doesn't make sense to me.
He never said another. He never said another. He said 2 years, not another 2 years. He said 2.
Somebody in the chat said another 100 days.
I don't remember I don't remember saying 2 years. I don't remember how long it was, but I don't think it was 2 years. But you could be right. I'm not going to debate you because I don't know.
I wouldn't say it was 2 years if it wasn't 2 years. I'm 100% stone cold certain that it was 2 years. Can some people in the chat who remember that episode state the period of time? I'm saying it was 2 years, and I think I probably did a video on it. I'll post a link up in this thing when it's finished. 100 weeks is 2 years. 100 weeks. Well, he wouldn't have said 100 weeks, would he? He would have just said 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So what did he say? YouTube Dance in 2018. Wilder texting White. Yeah, it's very, very well known. It's a very, very well known thing. I'm pretty sure I did a video and shown the screenshot.
Okay.
We talk. Yeah, so that's not. Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's what they said. 200. Okay. 100 weeks, not 100 days. Okay.
That's factual. Okay. So, where are we now? I don't know. I think we've pretty much wrapped up everybody's point of view. I think we've wrapped up everyone's point of view. Is there anything that anybody missed that they that they wanted to say, that they want to say, that they have not yet said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, the fight doctor.
So you made a point earlier about Deontay Wilder having got on a plane and flown to Russia for the Povetkin fight, and that's right, he did. And the reason why that fight didn't come off is because Povetkin popped for PEDs.
Yeah, there's a whole episode about that. The thing he popped was legal, and then it was made illegal, and then he had some micro dose was found in his system, which could have been from the time when it was legal. But yeah, that did happen.
But didn't Povetkin in fact pop dirty twice leading up to a Deontay Wilder fight?
There was two issues. Yes, there was 2 issues. The timeline on that. You also mentioned that Deontay Wilder got on the plane and flew to Russia as a champion. He flew to Povetkin's backyard. Yeah.
So
they won the bidding. The Russians won the bidding. So
the Russians won the bidding, but that doesn't mean Deontay Wilder has to pack up and go. So the fact that he packed up and went to Russia, I think that pretty much makes it clear what his intentions were. So I honestly don't think Wilder had a problem with taking that fight, because in fact he did.
He had to go. They won the bidding. He had to go. They won the bidding, or relinquish the belt. That was his choice: go to Russia or relinquish the belt. Because Povetkin was his mandate, and they won the bidding, so he had to go.
And in fact, he went. And the reason why the fight didn't come off is, you gotta go talk to your boy about that one. You know, he wasn't taking the right masking agent, I guess, or he wasn't. They caught him in between cycles or whatever it was. Okay, so
the thing that let's be clear. The thing that he busted dirty was it oxarine or maldarine or something like that. It was legal, and then they made it illegal, and then Povetkin was found with micro samples of it, which could have happened, which he could have took when it was legal. Now, remember, let's not forget that they went to court. Deontay Wilder took them to court over the $4 million purse, which he didn't get paid. Their argument was that it could have been resolved if he'd have stayed around, but he just jumped back on the plane and got the hell out of there. His argument was, no, they said he had things in his system, so he had things in his system. Why should I stay around? So Deontay Wilder took him to court, won the case for his $4 million purse, and then Povetkin's people appealed, and then they won. So to this day, as far as we know, Deontay Wilder never got paid his purse for that because he won the case, then he lost the case. So that was that situation. But carry on with your final points. The fight, doctor.
Well, I mean, so context again is important, and you know, we have to look at that that whole court case and everything, you know, against the backdrop of having, you know, Povetkin already have had Pop dirty. I mean, listen, it wasn't a secret that Povetkin was a PED cheat. So he gets caught the second time I'm trying to make the fight with you. You get caught again. Why am I going to hang around for somebody to tell me what's painfully obvious, that you are a PED cheat? Okay, that's just a fact. Look, if one person comes out and say you're a crackhead, well, you don't necessarily have to be a crackhead because one person says you're a crackhead. But if 2-3 people come out and say you're a crackhead, well, guess what? Goddamn it, you're a crackhead. All right. So Povetkin, you are a crackhead. That's what you are. Now you're a crackhead who got lucky Saturday night. Okay, you caught the guy. Well, I won't say it was luck. You caught the guy at the right time. Okay. But you are a crackhead. You are a PED cheat. That's what you are. So I mean, I don't blame Wilder for just breaking out. I mean, what's the point of staying here for a fight that's probably 90% not going to happen because they found something in this guy's system for a second time. He doesn't know how to not cheat. So I mean, if I were Wilder, yeah, I would take the shit to court too, and I would just wash my hands and look to, you know, further my career somewhere else.
So he took him to court, beat the case, he won it, and then they appealed, and then Wilder lost. And the storyline is, this comes from Big Boys Boxing. Yeah, thanks for refreshing. Thanks for the refresher. The storyline was that the second one that got pumped because of because of the protocol breaches. The second one got dropped. The second charge got dropped because of the protocol breaches in the lab. So he didn't get popped dirty twice because the second time that got dropped because of protocol breaches. Okay, so it wasn't safe. Okay, the first one was meldonium, which was illegal earlier on in the year and then made illegal. So when they found those minute doses in his system, the question was, well, hold on. His argument was, hold on, I took that when it was legal. And you got some fragments, some little micro fragments, and you're saying that I popped dirty? No, those micro fractions or whatever came when it was legal. So that was the first one. The second one got dropped because of protocol breaches in the laboratory. So it's not really fair to say he got popped twice. But anyway, that's just the timeline. Thank you to Big Boys Boxing for helping me out with that. And then we have the thing where we always talk about Povetkin. Povetkin's dirty, but isn't Ortiz dirty? Isn't Ortiz dirty? Phil Walker, isn't Ortiz dirty? Pop twice dirty? Pop dirty twice? Phil Walker?
Yeah. Look, so let me let me say this right here. You know, somehow, some way, you know, this conversation has shifted from Dillian White getting stretched to now we're talking about Luis Ortiz popping dirty, Povetkin popping dirty. Look, let me say this right here. At the end of the day, Deontay Wilder was supposed to fight against Alexander Povetkin, and guess what? Povetkin popped dirty or whatever the situations or whatever the thing was. With that being said, people are, for whatever reason, thinking Deontay Wilder didn't want to fight against Povetkin when he clearly did. That's the point. That's why we're talking about it. The only reason why we're talking about PEDs is because Deontay Wilder was supposed to fight him, and there was a lot of controversy two times with Povetkin and being a drugs cheat. Now, whether it's true, whether it's not, still doesn't discount the fact that it was controversy around it, and Deontay Wilder was willing to fight this man. Now, back to Dillian White. Again, shouts out to all the physicians that helped him get back right after the fight. That's what this call is about. I'm not talking about Ortiz. I'm not talking about Klitschko, AJ Fury. I'm talking about Dillian White not taking boxing serious, going into the fights out of shape, and getting beat by a 41-year-old man when you criticize another 40-something-year-old man. And the irony is why I'm on this call today. Not because of Ortiz popping dirty, not because of Povetkin popping dirty. All that stuff is behind those guys. They're clean fighters now, and Dillian White just got stretched, and that's what we're talking about today.
Well, yeah,
Dillian White popped dirty.
that's the title of the piece. But we're talking about the intricacies also. We're talking about the intricacies that stopped Dillian White from fighting. Yeah, Wilder. Hold on, one second. I'm not going to cut anybody out. You got plenty of time. So, yeah. So we're talking about the intricacies, and part of the intricacies were some of the Dillian White's decisions, and that has been raised. You know, it's been said that it's Dillian White's fault because he didn't fight this guy instead of that guy. We're saying that the WBC gifted it. I'm saying it gifted it to Breezel. And I told you why I said that. So we're talking about the intricacies, and one of the intricacies is Deontay Wilder fought a guy who popped dirty twice in the form of Luis Ortiz. You know, we have to bear that in mind. We have to bear that in mind when you know, in the overall scheme of things, in the overall picture. Yes, the counter argument to that could be, well, hold on, Rafi, hold on. Didn't White pop dirty twice? Well, no. The second time, that was some laboratory mishandling. That's the explanation we were giving him the first time. It was for, it's legit. It was a pre-workout drink, which the British Boxing Board of Control acknowledged came from, what is it called? Jacked 3D, which was a pre-workout drink over the counter. Jack 3D, very popular in gym circles. It was a common compound. He bought it over the counter, no problem. But apparently he got popped for that, and he served a 2-year ban. 2-year ban for an over-the-counter supplement. That's part of the story as well when we talk about the intricacies of this thing, of this situation, which meant that Dillian White didn't actually get to face Deontay Wilder in 1,000 days. The Fight Doctor, you want to say something? And then the Wild Soul.
So I wanted to send a shout out to Dillian White and Anthony Joshua for keeping the tradition alive. That tradition being the British horizontal heavyweight. Cheers, mate.
I don't think Joshua was horizontal. He dropped a few times, yes, admittedly. But even Jarrell Miller's promoters, I have the video. Go and search for Sarah Fina, the promoter of Miller, who says that they got word from one of their own fighters that Anthony Joshua had been concussed prior to that fight. So the fact that you got concussed means that you're going to drop. The fact that you go into a fight concussed means that you're going to drop. So, you know, I hear what you say. Well, the Fight Doctor, but you know, we got to put some facts up in there. We can't overlook the concussion, which has been confirmed in one of my videos titled Serafina. Just write Serafina in and it will come up with her saying it with her own mouth. Wild Soul. We're coming close to the end. We're just wrapping things up. Things are popping up and we're addressing them. You had something to say.
So let me. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Also,
So I have to say this. I definitely wanted to see him and Wilder fight.
right.
But at the same time, I'm happy he got knocked out.
Okay.
I really gloated over that.
Okay.
The guy got such a big mouth, man. He had to be humble.
Mm.
You know, he wasn't on top of the game to the point where he could be laughing at other people getting knocked out. So I'm happy the guy got knocked out. And I got a new nickname for him.
Uh-oh.
Dillian Go Night Night White. That's a good one for him.
Uh-oh. And at that, hold on, I'm coming back to you. At that juncture, I have to remind everyone, or rather tell everyone, that at 3 p.m. tomorrow UK time, I have none other than the head coach of Dillian White's, Xavier Miller, is in the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio house, 3 p.m. UK time tomorrow. That's when the interview takes place live. So get in here and ask your questions live. 3 p.m. UK time equals, I think, 10 a.m. East Coast time. And what's that? That's 7 a.m. West Coast time. So if you want to see that interview with my good self and Dillian White's head coach, Xavier Miller, then tune into Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. Catch it live 3 p.m. UK time, 10 a.m. East Coast time, and 7 a.m. West Coast time. Yeah, we're coming close to the end of the show now. We're coming close to the end of the show, and it's the Wild Soul. You were saying.
I was just saying that I'm happy he got knocked out, and his mouth will be closed for a little while. He definitely seemed humble when they interviewed him afterwards. And I think he learned a lesson. Maybe he'll be in better shape next time, because he definitely took his foot off the gas in that round he got knocked out in. So that proved that he wasn't in the best shape.
I don't think
like his previous fights.
I don't think he proved he was in the better. He wasn't in good shape. I think the possibility is that they wanted to take their time. Strategy was take your time, don't do anything crazy, and he didn't want to rush in like fools rush in.
Well, that's what he did. He leaned into that punch. Got KO'd.
He didn't want to rush in. He didn't want to rush in. He wanted to take it slow and methodical and get the job done in a slow and methodical manner. So I think people are personally, my personal feeling is that people are mistaking that for lack of gas. I don't think it's that. I think it's what I just said. But anyway, finish up what you were saying, Wild Soul. I interrupted you.
No, I mean, that was pretty much it. You know, he got knocked out. He leaned into the punch. He probably, you know, if he's going to make a comeback, he has to be more consistent. He can't come in the ring with a big stomach for one fight and then try to drop weight the second fight. He got to stay consistent.
You got to use in good shape this time, but it's a fair point. It's a fair point. I just understand the point that you're making. Okay. I've seen Dan Zebe jump in here once or twice or 3 or 4 times, and you always jump out. I think you got bad reception, Dan Zebe. So I don't want to hear anything later on saying I tried to get on a Rafi wouldn't let me on. No, you're jumping in and you're dropping out. It's your reception. I hope you realize that. Okay. So the fight, doctor. I think these are the final. I think these are the final words. I think these are the final words. The fight, doctor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so the one thing I didn't say anything about, which is important, is, again, Dillian White's conditioning. Now, the first thing I thought when I was watching the fight is that he needs to lose some weight. And he needs to lose some weight. you know, you have to take your craft seriously, and I just don't think him coming to the ring doing a cheap impersonation of the Pillsbury Doughboy is a good look. Lose the weight. And look, listen, Bernard Hopkins broke it down, and he basically told it like it is, which is boxing. Look, this is not a sport that you play. You don't play boxing. You play football. You play basketball. You play baseball. You have to live boxing. That shit has to be part of your daily routine. It has to be something that you live. It has to be a religion. Okay, you have to worship the gods of boxing by doing your penitence or whatever the hell. You're running. Your how you eat. It's every day. It has to be every day. And I just don't think that Dillian White has that type of commitment to the sport, and I think the end result was what you saw Saturday night.
So what? But okay. And in closing, remind people why you're happy that Dillian White never, and Dillian White and Deontay Wilder never faced off in the ring. Remind people why you're happy about that.
No, I'm not happy. I wanted to see Dillian White get sparked by Deontay Wilder. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see him get stretched. I wanted to see that fight. Okay, now.
No. Did you say beforehand you were glad they never fought? Didn't you say that?
No. What I'm saying is I'm celebrating his loss as a fight fan because now I get to see the fight there's one less impediment in the way of me seeing the fight that I really want to see, which is the winner of Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder against the winner of Anthony Joshua and Pulev.
But you don't feel robbed that you never got to see Wilder versus White.
I wanted to see that fight. I wanted to see Wilder knock his crybaby fat ass out. I wanted to see that fight. I wanted to see that because Hearn and White talk way too much nonsense, and his big fat hamburger eating mouth needed to get shut. It just did. Okay. And I wanted to see Wilder do that. And I'll be honest with you. I would have preferred to see Wilder versus White than Wilder versus Brazil. Okay. Nobody wanted to see that fight. That fight was just ridiculous.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah. So I wanted to see that fight. I wanted to see Wilder shut his mouth.
Okay.
Instead of them hamburgers.
Okay, and the final word goes to Phil Walker.
All right, man. First and foremost, man, I want to thank you for allowing me on your show, man. It's always a pleasure to come on here, man. Everybody's respectful. You let everybody give their opinions, and I absolutely, man, I appreciate that. Outside of that, man, this is my deal right here, and I'm gonna say this. Dillian White, okay, is a good fighter, okay? I don't want people to think that we don't think he's a good fighter. When I say we, I'm speaking in general as Americans, right? I don't want people to think that we don't think he's a good fighter. We actually think he's a very talented fighter, and majority of us wish that he would have actually got a chance to fight against Deontay Wilder. Who knows? It's boxing. It may still happen. But with that being said, also, I think Dillian White has a lot of soul searching to do. And Ralph, you can contest to this because I've been screaming this for a very long time, that I think Dillian White has struggled as far as him being a fighter that consistently stay in shape. I've even compared his lack of discipline to Andy Ruiz's lack of discipline as a fighter. And I've been screaming this for several months now, if not years. So for me, I just want people to understand that it's never been a situation where I dislike Dillian White. I feel as though I grade and I rate these fighters based off what these guys do, what they show me each and every night and each and every day when they're training, staying conditioned, and staying disciplined as fighters. Okay? Dillian White, to me personally, has not been showing me the things that a true champion should show you. Okay? And this is why I've been, criticizing him so heavily. Does not discount that he has credible wins on his resume. I give him all respect for his wins. And just imagine what he could do to those guys if he was 110% focused. That's my point. You know, we talk about these guys' potential, but at the same time, these guys hard work has to meet potential. That's how champions are created. And if Dillian White wants to be the champion that some people think he can be, and he can be that top tier guy, he's going to have to take his career very seriously, especially after a loss like this. He does not have time to backslide. He has to be all in, or he has to be all the way out. So I don't want people to think that, you know, I'm personally a Dillian White hater. I want the best for the guy. I don't want the guy to go into a very dangerous sport with a half-cocked pistol. Okay? I want him to have a full-cocked pistol, and I want him to have a loaded magazine in there. Okay? Because at the end of the day, when you do these kind of things, you are not good for boxing. I don't want to see you. You're disgraceful for boxing. Okay? And I don't want to see Dillian White in that particular position. Okay, he's talented enough to bounce back from this. He's young enough to bounce back from this. But only true champions bounce back from defeats like this one right here. Okay, so for me, Dillian White, I hope you recover well, and I hope you decide to take your career very serious and make it a lifestyle so we can see you at your full potential. And that's all I got to say.
Okay. So is anybody anything to add? Or have we wrapped it up? Okay. Everybody's wrapped it up. Everybody's had their say. Okay, gentlemen, thanks for coming over and giving the American perspective, which is what I was looking for. So the Fight Doctor, much appreciation. Wild Soul, much appreciation. And the Phil Walker, much appreciation. And catch you all next time. Thank you. Okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Don ZB, I see you. I'm gonna come to you after my summary, because I know you're gonna wanna come back at me after my summary. So okay. So, what's my summary on all of this? What are my feelings, my thoughts, my observations on all of this? Well, okay. First of all, what am I doing here? Let me just have a quick look. Let me have a quick look in the chat. Don ZB, don't go nowhere, because I know you're gonna wanna come and chip in on my summary. Okay, let me just tidy up the screen. Let me tidy up the screen. What does it say? What does that say? Okay. Oh, boom. There it is. There it is. How's it looking on the screen right now? No, don't want it like that. Don't want it like that. Okay. So let me have a quick look in the chat, see what people are saying. Okay. So let me just answer some people in the chat. Okay, say so. Dillian White rejected a career high payday and 3 belts at Wembley. He wanted to get, and Dillian White's response to that is he wanted to get to Wilder and come into the fight as a champion. So I can't hold that against him. Where are we? Where are we? Great show, Raphael. Much appreciation to the Lisa Bayliss. But it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Raphael Dawkins has got to chew over some of the things he's heard and give you my conclusion. Turned down the Joshua rematch, but like I said, Dillian White's position was that he wants to get the Wilder fight, beat Wilder, and then come back over as a champion and then take that fight. So what else? What else do I see here? What else do I see here? Ortiz. Dude hasn't achieved anything but getting knocked out twice by Windmill. Well, yeah, I mean, really and truly, that's the question I ask. What has Ortiz done that makes him better opposition than Dillian White? And I say nothing. This is Raphael's perspective. I've given the guys plenty of time to talk. And now it's my turn. Although I think you know my position anyway. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, Dillian White turned down some eliminators, but everybody's talking about, he turned down 2 eliminators. One of them was a secondary. One of them was a secondary mandate. WBC said, yeah, sure, you can come on in and you can be a secondary mandate. So you're the mandate after the guy who's a mandate. And I wonder why they turned that down. Okay, where are we? Wilder is terrified of White. That's why Wilder fanboys don't want to see the fight. Same situation with Joshua. Wilder is terrified. So let me address that point. What's my position on that? Well, I think I was trying to get to that. I was trying to get to that when I said, well, which one of Wilder's opponents was better qualified, had a better resume than Dillian White? And the answer was, well, nobody, with the possible exception of Tyson Fury. But Tyson Fury had been retired. Tyson Fury hadn't beat nobody in the top 10 for 3 years. So I don't think that made him better qualified. I repeat, Tyson Fury did not have a better resume in the years preceding his fight with Deontay Wilder. That accolade belonged to Dillian White. Tyson Fury had not beat anybody in the top 10 for like 3 years at the point at which, 3 years, 4 years? Was it 5 years? When did he fight him? 2019, yeah, about 4 years, 3 or 4 years. First time around. And even the second time around, he still hadn't beat anybody. But 5 years later, he still hadn't beat anybody ranked in the top 10 for 5 years, second time around. So I repeat, the best qualified. This is the gospel according to Raphael Dawkins. This is my perspective in response to other perspectives. Dillian White had the best resume in the preceding years. In the years preceding. The first fight, Tyson Fury had not beat anybody in the top 10 for 3 years. In the second fight, 3.5 years. In the second fight, he had not beat, and he still not beat anybody in the top 10 for 5 years. So, once again, Dillian White had the best resume. Yes, much appreciation. Much appreciation. Where are we? Did you see that Alexander Povetkin checked White's gloves before the fight? Yeah, a lot of glove checking going on, only right. It's only right the glove checking goes on. Okay. So, yeah. So what else? What other points? What other points are there I want to make? I'm picking up on points from the chat, live from the chat. Excellente. White was in some of the best shape of his life. Povetkin simply landed the perfect combination, the perfect shot. Let's talk about Povetkin. Let's talk about Povetkin in comparison to Ortiz, because I remember I got laughed at. When was it? Was it a couple of years back now? Before the Wilder Fury fight, the first one. I got laughed at when I said that Povetkin was better than Ortiz. I got laughed at the time, but the same people overseas, same people at a particular channel overseas who laughed at me, who laughed at the Rafi. I know they're singing a different tune now. They're singing a different tune now. It might have taken them a couple of years. But they've come around. They see the light. Okay, and let's address some things let's address some accusations against the Raphael. Let's address some accusations. Some of my American cousins. I said, well, Rafi, how much money did you lose when White lost? Well, regular listeners to Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio will know and will testify that I said bet on the underdog. I don't believe in betting on the front runner. I say bet on the underdog. Bet on the underdog. And I said my money would be going on Povetkin. He's so much of an underdog. That's where the money's going to be. I said I wanted White to win. But as far as betting concerned, I said bet on Povetkin. Okay, so that clears that one up. I haven't seen much of where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We still don't know who's better out of Ortiz and Povetkin. We still don't know. I'd love to see that fight. I say it's Ortiz. I say it's Povetkin. I say it's Povetkin. Povetkin always checks gloves. Well, that's a smart move. That's a smart move. Didn't like how both Xavier and Caldwell both talk. I've heard that, but that don't make sense to me though. That don't make sense to me though. There's always more than one person talking in a corner. They take turns. As long as you take turns, I don't really see that. I don't really see that being a problem. Everybody knows that Povetkin is classes above Ortiz. Only Wilder fans deny that. You still don't know who's better. Well, you can say that, but we know who's got the better resume. We know who's got the better qualifications. So if you're going to hire somebody for a job, you're going to look at their resume, and presumably you're going to opt for the person with the better resume. Yeah, Don DB, I'll finish when I finish. I'll send it to you when I finish my summary because I know you're gonna have some things to say. So I'll send it shortly. Dillian can't see past the money. Well, it's prize fighting. It's prize fighting. And money is involved, but obviously he's been paying a lot of sanctioning fees to the WBC because he wants to be the WBC champion. I think that's pretty obvious and pretty clear, is it not? What does this say? BG London, yes, Pulev was number 2 in the IBF and entitled to 75% of the purse. It's also why Miller turned down that Pulev fight as well. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. A lot of people overlook the fact about the 75% of the purse that would have gone to Pulev had Dillian White signed up for that. He said, nada. No, thank you. No, thank you. Let him come over to the UK and split it better than that. Said, nah, up yours, del yours. No chance. Miller turned that down also. Nobody wants to walk. Nobody wants 25% against Pulev. No way, no how. What else did I say? What else did I see? I saw something. I saw Glenn Avery up in the building. Yeah, we just explained the Pulev situation. BG London. Maximum respect, much appreciation. Where are we here? I saw something I wanted to address. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, he is one that I haven't seen much of. Congratulations, Alexander Povetkin. Yeah, I already said that Alexander Povetkin was a worthy opponent. If you saw the show before the Saturday show, if you saw this Friday show, both John Dealey and I were saying that was a 50-50 fight. A 50-50 fight. So yeah, you can't get more praise than that. That was a 50-50 fight. So he was tight. He was gonna win. We don't know. I hoped White would win, but I was in no way surprised. I would have been in no way surprised if Pulev won. And Pulev won. The only surprising thing was that he'd done it so clinically. That was a beautiful shot. That was a perfect shot. That was a beautiful shot. So yeah. Congratulations to Alexander Pulev. But I always knew it was a tight fight. I had it as a 50-50. I had it as a 50-50. OMG. What other points do I want to clear up? What other points do I want to clear up? Yeah, okay. So I guess we're talking about America's response to Dillian White's loss. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate. Some people can say it's understandable. Some people don't like his personality. They say he talk too much. But wouldn't you talk too much if you'd been in his position? When you talk that much, if you were in his position, I understand. Say talk too much, but we can't. Let's get down to the facts. WBC opted to give Breezel the shot over Dillian White. Is that protectionism? Was that protectionism? Certainly looks like that way to me. That looked like protectionism to me. The WBC chose to have Wilder fight Ortiz. Mind you, one of them was a voluntary, so you can't blame the WBC twice. Deontay Wilder fought Ortiz. I think the second time that was a voluntary. So that's on Deontay Wilder. Instead of choosing Dillian White, chose to fight Ortiz the second time when he didn't have to. So in so doing, not fighting the guy with the best resume available to him, outside of arguably Tyson Fury. So is this an opportunity lost? I think many of us see it as an opportunity lost, but it seemed like Deontay Wilder sent in the text message. Yeah, I'm gonna make you wait for 2 years. I'm gonna make you wait for 2 years. So did Deontay Wilder want it? It doesn't seem so. It don't seem like Deontay Wilder wanted it. It don't seem like Deontay Wilder wanted it. What's this here? Povetkin is better. He has a better resume. Only ever lost to Klitschko. Only ever lost to Klitschko and was only ever starched. Only ever knocked out by Anthony Joshua. Olympic gold medalist and former world champion. Yeah, it's clear to me. Hands down. Hands down. Who's the better betwixt the two? What else do I want to clear up? Yeah, so it's very unfortunate to me that many Americans didn't want to see that fight for fear. I think it's fear. I think it was fear. I think it was fear. Deontay Wilder didn't want it. The WBC were in no rush to make it. They were very slow, putting obstacles. Yes, that's respect. That is respect. You know, every show I like to see somebody throw a little something in the... Where is it? Every show I like to see somebody throw a little something in the kitty jar. You know, even if it's just a pound, even if it's just a euro, even if it's just $1. I just like to see that, you know. I like to see that. It makes one feel appreciated. So while Soul throws in $5, so he didn't write in what he wanted me to read. So write in what you want me to read. While Soul, much appreciation. Just write something, and I'll highlight that too. So yeah, it's much appreciation, and that's coming over. That's coming from over the pond, across the pond, from the USA. Much appreciated. Yeah, so Wilder didn't want it. This is my perspective. Wilder didn't want it. Wilder took Tyson Fury. Thanks, Philip Carl Roberts. He's handing me my Q notes for things I forgot to mention. Much appreciation. Wilder didn't want it. I don't think Wilder wanted nothing to do with Dillian White, because Dillian White is dangerous. People talking about he could be in better shape. Yeah, absolutely, he could be in better shape. And being in better shape is better for your prospects. Yes, I agree with that. But Wilder did not want it, in my view. Wilder wanted nothing to do with Dillian White, because he knew that Dillian White could have put him to sleep the same way he put what's his name? What's that cat's name? What's the Australian guy's name? Lucas Brown to sleep. The same way he put Derek Chisora to sleep. Who else he put to sleep? Yeah. So He knew he had to. He knew that Dillian White had the potential to knock him out. Of course, does Deontay Wilder have the potential to knock Dillian White out? Yes, yes, he does. But that was a fight. That was a 50-50 fight to me. That was a 50-50 fight. And Deontay Wilder wanted no parts of it. No parts of it. Now, if you're going to say to me, Rafi, do you blame him? No, I don't blame him for wanting no part of Dillian White, but it was his damn mandatory. It was his damn mandatory. There is Wild Soul's message. I'm glad that your guy got knocked out. Yeah, I understand that. But I don't understand why you guys didn't want to see the fight. You should have been eager for the fight. I have to ask the question, is it because you knew that that fight was a 50-50 fight? Is that the reason why? Is that the reason why you're glad that Deontay Wilder never faced Dillian White, because you knew that that was a 50-50 fight? Is that the real reason? I think that's the real reason, bro. I think that's the real reason. Remember, this is Raphael's point of view. You guys have had your point of view. I didn't really interrupt you too much, so now I got to have my side. Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why the Americans, remember the title of the piece. What the hell is the title of the piece? Annihilation. You should have a Y there. Americans acting like it's the 4th of July. I should put the Y back in there. Why are Americans acting like it's the 4th of July? And it's because I think it was a 50-50 fight. It was a 50-50 fight and they didn't want it. But as a champion, you're supposed to fight the best. As a champion, when the training wheels come off, you're supposed to be good enough to fight the best. And so I think it's a very poor show. It's a very poor show on Deontay Wilder's part that he didn't have it. He didn't have that desire to prove himself as the best, because he certainly didn't do that. Deontay Wilder failed to prove himself as the best when he had in his 5-year reign. In his 5-year reign, Deontay Wilder failed to prove himself as the best because he failed to fight his best ranked, his opponent with the best resume, his opponent with the highest ranking. He failed to do that in his 5-year reign. Even when he fought Tyson Fury, he didn't do that. Tyson Fury was not a highly ranked fighter in the WBC when he came back. So his number one opponent was Deontay Wilder. No, it don't apply to you. It don't apply to you. But I think it applies to many of our American cousins. They knew it was a 50-50 fight and they didn't want it. Deontay Wilder knew it was a 50-50 fight and he didn't want it. I suspect Al Heyman, Shelley Finkel, knew it was a 50-50 fight and they didn't want none. They didn't want none. Doesn't apply to all Americans, absolutely not. But I think, I think that's the key point. They didn't want it with Dillian White. They avoided him like the plague. And, so who did they go for? They go for the guy who they call pillow-fisted. Have you ever really had a heavy whack with a pillow? Don't you remember when you was a kid and you used to play pillow fights and somebody caught you with a good one? Somebody caught you with a good one, so I put it to you, even pillow fists can come heavy sometimes. And when you're getting lots of pillow-fisted blows, they accumulate. And so Tyson Fury ended up being a cherry pick gone wrong. A cherry pick gone wrong, and now Deontay Wilder is in a fix. He's in a fix because most likely he's going to lose to Wilder, Fury, third time around. And then where does he go then? Where does he go then? You know what I think he does? I think Deontay Wilder retires. I think Deontay Wilder retires rather than Rather than no, they thought no, they didn't get paid as much. They didn't get paid as much for fighting Wilder, fighting Breezel, as they would have done for fighting Dillian White. Hell no. That was on regular Showtime, was it not? Was it not? Yeah, it was. It was on Showtime. Showtime? Who the hell was it with? It was with Steven Espinosa. He's a Showtime guy, right? Yeah, it was a Showtime guy. Showtime guy. The Showtime cat. What's going on here? Wilder would duck Stipe in a boxing match. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Deontay Wilder's resume is abysmal. And he could have fought Dillian White, but he ducked it. He ducked the Dillian White fight. And I think that's the real reason we got so much 4th of July celebrations going on over there in the UK. Everybody's giving their opinions. And that is mine. Wilder got paid 8. What the hell? On what planet? On what planet do you possibly believe that Wilder got paid 18 million for fighting Breezel? Where the hell was 18 million going to come from? Where the hell was 18 million going to come from? He was going to get paid 20 million by the zone. And Steven Espinosa came out and said, no, we can't match that. We can't match that. But we have loyalty, we have friendship, we have a working relationship, and the reputed figure, which I thought was high for regular Showtime. Are you crazy? Was like 10 mil. That's what I said, 10 mil. But I don't even believe he got 10 mil. That's ridiculous. Where's all that money coming from? And you'll remember that with all the talk of loyalty, Deontay Wilder headed up out of there. He got the hell up out of there. I went over to Fox. Yeah? Well, Al Heyman kind of switched him up. Is Wilder trying to get out of the fight? I heard he's injured again. Really? I haven't heard that he's injured again. I haven't heard that. But he's been awful quiet. You don't hear much out of Wilder these days. You don't hear much at all. You don't hear much at all. Regular Showtime Breezel Glazer confirmed that he did not get as much as Showtime said. No. I'd be surprised if he got 10 million. How the hell where's 10 million come from? You're saying Fox paid Showtime? Fox paid Showtime? Breezel was on Showtime for his fight with Deontay Wilder. That's nothing to do with Fox. Talking about Fury and Ortiz, those were bigger checks. Fury came later. Ortiz a bigger check? Really? Ortiz a bigger check than Dillian White? Interesting. Resume does not determine the winner. No, it don't determine the winner. Of course it doesn't determine the winner. But so what? So what? Wilder asked Eddie for 8 mil. Why didn't they give it to him? 8 mil. That was his biggest purse at the time. They did give it to him in the end. Wilder asked Eddie for 8 mil. They give it to him. They offered it in the end. This is showing why good old Dixie is referred to the land of freaks and the home to slaves. I would much rather see a former heavyweight champion. Oh my gosh. OMG. This is some hard talk by Vincent Grant. Breezel versus where was Breezel versus where did that fight take place? Let me go look that up. Let me check that. Breezel versus Wilder. Let's have a look at this here. What did that say? At the very beginning. Don't give me misinformation. Don't give me misinformation. let me share my screen. Let me share my damn screen. Start sharing. Boom. Okay, you see that? Showtime. Showtime. Breezel versus Fox Wilder versus Breezel. Showtime, not Fox. Showtime. The Barclays Center. Showtime. Who said the fight was on Fox? No. Showtime. Showtime. Yep, they offered it to Breezel was mandatory. Breezel was entitled to a percentage. I think Glazer said Wilder got 1 million, but can't remember properly. Yeah, some real small money. Real small money. No, I think it was Breezel got 1 million, and Breezel got 1 million theoretically, and I think Wilder got what, 4? 3 or 4? Indeed. Let me take care. Let me take care of this this fella. Okay, so he's taken care of. Yeah. I don't know what other points I've missed. I don't know what. I don't know what points I've missed. But let me send the link to Don ZB. I think I covered everything I wanted to say. Wilder was a duck. Oh, should I talk about Dillian White now? Yeah, I'm not even gonna talk about Dillian White now because I've got Xavier Miller. I've got Xavier Miller coming into the show. Let me send on ZB the link. I've got Xavier Miller, the head coach for Dillian White, coming into the show tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK time. 3 p.m. UK time, 10 a.m. East Coast time, and what is that? 10, that's 7 a.m. West Coast time. Why should anybody be laughing though? Why should Deontay Wilder be laughing? He dodged the bullet. I think that's why he's laughing, because I think he thinks, I think, you think, we think he dodged the bullet. He dodged the bullet. Okay, and so I think I've done my summary. But Don ZB always likes to come in at these times. I don't see him on good days. I only see him when the LDBC have something to smile about. And in comes the man like Don ZB.
Yes, sir. What's up, Rafi?
You're happy man today, Don ZB. Happy man today.
No, man. No. How you doing, though?
I'm good. Hey, yeah, my bad. My bad on my part. I'm doing very well. It's good to have you in the chat. How are you?
Cool,
How family's well, etc., etc. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, we all good, man. Okay, down to business.
Yeah.
First of all, you kept me backstage for 1,000 hours,
You know
1,000 days.
You know why?
You kept me backstage.
You know why? It's because everybody, we'd already been doing rounds. You know, we've gone around and around and around, and to bring you in and make things out of sync. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to do my summary because people want to hear my point of view, and then I'm going to bring you in after my summary because I know that you've got things to say. So I just cut it up like that.
Okay, so you asked a question. You asked why we did not want Wilder to fight Dillian White. Okay.
Yeah.
We wanted Wilder to fight Dillian White because we know for a fact Dillian White got a glass jaw, and once Wilder touch him, it's over. Knocked out cold.
Dillian Dillian White has taken shots from Anthony Joshua. He stood up
and he got knocked out.
hold on. He stood up.
And he got knocked out.
Hold on. He stood up to shots from Derek Chisora. Who else has he stood up to shots to? He stood up to shots from, where are we? Joseph Parker. Okay, Joseph Parker's not a one-punch knockout guy.
Chisora did not land a clean shot. Throughout the whole 2 fights, he did not land any clean shot.
No way. Chisora was out punched. Chisora was out boxing White in that second fight. And in the first fight, he landed plenty of clean shots. And Oscar Rivas, a very decorated.
He dropped him.
Fighter. Hold on, let me finish. Decorated fighter, amateur, long story amateur career, and was unbeaten until he got beat by White. So, and Oscar Rivas is a heavy set guy. He can punch, he can knock people out, and he lost to White. So you can't say that White hasn't been there with top rated.
Okay, shout out to the fight doctor and shout out to Phil, because while you kept me backstage for 1,000 days, they held it down.
Yeah,
they didn't let you manipulate the subject or none of that. So shout out to them.
Hey, you know something? I let people talk and say what they feel, and then it's out there, and then people can see, and people can make for this, and people can make of it what they will for themselves. They hear the argument and they listen to the argument. So I ain't got to manipulate nothing. I let people say how they feel, and then the audience will be the judge. They will decide. So I ain't got to do nothing. All I got to do is ask a question and sit back. That's all I got to do. And I think what I've established is that Deontay Wilder was relieved, and many Americans, in my assessment, in my summary, are relieved. Not to say that's anything that came from Phil Walker or came from the Fight Doctor or came from Wild Soul. Where is that thing? Let me give some credit to Wild Soul. Not to say it's anything that they've said, but from what I can deduce from some Americans is that they are relieved. And I think one of those Americans is Deontay Wilder. Another one is Shelly Finkel. And what the hell happened? Don Zeeby just dropped off. Come back in, Don Zeeby. You dropped off. I think one of those people is Deontay Wilder. Another one of those people is Shelly Finkel. Your device disconnected again. Disconnect. Okay, you're back again. Okay. You're jumping in and out.
Okay.
Out. So Deontay Wilder,
no.
Finkel, Al Heyman, all of them, the WBC, Mauricio Suleiman, all of them.
Okay,
guys.
let me ask you a question, Ralph.
Relieved.
Would you say
Deontay Wilder didn't get
okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. But I must make it clear.
Would you say you are
no? I must
okay?
Make,
would you say you?
No.
I got you.
I must make it clear. I must make it very, very clear what I'm saying. And I'm saying that Deontay Wilder, Shelly Finkel, Al Heyman, all of them cats are relieved. And Mauricio Suleiman, relieved that Dillian White never stood in the ring against Deontay Wilder. They're relieved. Over to you, Don Zeeby.
Okay, would you say you and BFTB are rivals? Yeah.
Rivals. I don't know if that's the correct term. We're on opposite. We're on different parts of the spectrum. Let's put it that way.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is, I see you and BFTB as rivals, but would you say there's a mutual respect there?
When I used to go over there, he used to let me talk, and so I have to respect that.
Okay, up till now, he still calls you like, oh, he's one of them fans there, but he still talks about you with a little respect.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And you do the same thing.
Yeah.
You talk to him, you criticize him, but there's still that little respect there. Now, that's something that's what Dillian White did not know how to do. Okay, let me quote Andy Ruiz. He said, "I am happy Dillian White got knocked the F out because he lacks respect." Let me quote AJ. "I hope he learns some respect." Okay? So these are fighters talking. They're telling you this dude, he has no respect at all. So why should Wilder give him a payday and a potential chance to be champ if he does not give anybody any respect? He talked about Wilder's wife. There was a time, like, it's different when you calling someone out, and it's different when you just straight up disrespectful. I didn't see you crying about Ricky Hatton ducking Junior Witter. I didn't see you crying about AJ not fighting his mandatory, who was Luis Ortiz.
Hold on a second. What was the first one? Give me the first one. I'll come back to the second one.
Okay, I never heard you mention how Ricky Hatton was wrong for ducking the S out of Junior Witter.
You know what? You're gonna think I'm being funny, but seriously, it keeps on breaking up. Say that one more time. You might keep on breaking up. Say it one more time.
I have never heard you talk about the way Ricky Hatton ducked Junior Witter and never gave him a chance. Never fought him. None of that. Ricky Hatton's excuse was he was disrespectful. Well, what's yours?
Oh, you asking me why I never mentioned that? I never had a channel back then. I wasn't talking about that. I never spoke about it. I didn't have a channel. I'm talking, so that
Okay, I knew you would say this. So I had a plan B.
Okay.
What about AJ versus Luis Ortiz? What about AJ and Luis Ortiz?
AJ, Luis Ortiz, okay. Luis Ortiz left the WBA rankings when he opted to go and fight a mandatory in the WBC. So he dropped out of their rank, the WBA position then. Because he left to go and take a mandatory over at the WBC. So he dropped out of the WBC.
Yes, that was after a year. That was after a little bit over a year. And that's the reason why he got that shot at Deontay Wilder.
Well, he chose to go the WBC route after a year.
No, he chose to go the WBC route because Anthony Joshua would not fight him.
Well, how many days in a year? 365? 365? Yep. Okay, well, that's right. That's one third. That's 1/3 of the time that Dillian White was the number one ranked. So if you're crying,
okay. Unlike Dillian White, Luis Ortiz was not. Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz was the mandatory. He was the mandatory. He was not the number one, whatever. He was not the diamond champ. He was the mandatory. Dillian White just became the mandatory a couple months ago.
No. He was mandatory last year, wasn't he? He was mandatory last year. Then you had the issue with the drug thing, and they said they're going to suspend him. They said they're going to suspend the WBC. Said they're going to suspend his mandatory, and then if everything comes out right for him, then they will reinstate his mandatory. But they didn't do what they said they were going to do. What they did was they pushed his mandatory back. They didn't reinstate it. They pushed it back. So that's not doing what they were supposed to do. So either way you look at it, you know what I'm saying? There's some funny business over there. They didn't do what they said they were going to do. They said they were going to reinstate his mandatory. They did, but they pushed it back. Well, that's not the reinstating like for like. That's not like for like. They changed it up. They switched it up. They did the switcheroo. It's very clear to me. That many Americans, I'm not saying you, but many Americans knew that Deontay Wilder versus White was a 50-50 fight, and they didn't want none of it. Let's be honest.
I'm not going to lie to you, Rafi. I'm not being biased.
Let's be honest.
I'm not.
Let's be honest.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not being biased. I'm not being biased. I'm not a fanboy. I'm going to tell you the truth of how I feel that fight would have went.
Okay.
Dylan White only had a puncher's chance.
Sometimes that's all you need, bro. Sometimes
That's not a 50-50 fight. That's more of like a 70-30 fight.
That's all Deontay Wilder's got. Puncher's chance. That's all he's got because he got no box.
No, that's all Deontay Wilder has with Fury, who actually fights at long range and is a taller fighter. I always said that was a bad matchup style for Wilder because he actually uses range to knock out his opponents. And Fury is the only guy that's taller than him, and he fights at long range. So that was a bad stylistically matchup fight for Wilder. I don't know why he kept going for it, but Fury is a bad fight for him.
Cherry pick gone wrong. You know exactly what it is. It was a cherry pick gone wrong. He thought Fury was soft. He thought Fury was on the couch. Fury just come off the couch. He just come out of the crack house, the curry house, the beer house, and all kind, whatever other kind of whole house, whatever kind of house. And he thought he was soft. He thought he was pillow fisted. He thought he was gonna get him. And in the first fight, Deontay Wilder had a Fury that was weakened from his inactivity. And so he still felt good going in the second fight because he dropped him twice. He said, okay, this time I'll go get him. This time I'm going to get him. And unfortunately for Deontay Wilder, Fury only got better, only got fitter. And he saw the chink in Deontay Wilder's armor in the 12th round. He said, damn, if I press him, he don't know how to fight going backwards. Matter of fact, he barely knows how to box. In comparison to Fury, that is. And yeah, Fury just went in there second time around and took your boy apart. Took him apart. Looked like roadkill. Looked like roadkill in there. It was hard to watch. You know what I'm saying? It was like watching a horror movie. You had to watch it with your hands over your eyes. You know what I'm saying? You saw that. And
at least he did. At least he did not get knocked out cold.
Oh, come on. You know what's going to happen the third time around. You know what's going to happen in the trilogy fight. You know
oh, hell no. Fury is not knocking anybody out cold, bro.
Come on, bro.
Okay. Okay. And then how come AJ gets knocked out?
You know Deontay Wilder's gonna get knocked out in the third fight with Fury, don't you, bro? Come on, let's be honest.
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you.
I expect better than that from you. Who do you?
I don't know. I don't know that he might get beat, but I don't know about getting knocked out cold. If anybody would knock Wilder out cold, I would rather you talk about AJ. Fury is not that much of a puncher as AJ is.
Listen, AJ is going to start him as well. AJ is going to put him out cold as well. But that's why I'll never fight AJ. Deontay Wilder will never, in your lifetime, you are not going to, in my lifetime, in your lifetime, in our children's lifetime, in our grandkids' lifetime. That fight was never going to happen.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Between Fury and Wilder, who is more of a dangerous fight for AJ?
Between Fury and Wilder,
yes.
Who is the tougher fight for Anthony Joshua? Is that the question?
No, who is a more dangerous fight?
The dangerous fight. Dangerous. You mean danger? You mean who present a great?
Meaning who's more likely to knock you out? Like in a fight between AJ and Wilder and AJ and Fury, who is more likely to knock you out?
Well, Deontay Wilder has a greater potential to knock someone out than Tyson Fury does, generally speaking. Yes.
Okay, so you must understand that from AJ's point of view, he's looking at this stylistically and he's thinking, okay, with Fury, he's most likely to win on a decision. I could knock him out and I could potentially even win a decision. But with Wilder, I'm more likely to win a decision, but there's a high chance of me getting knocked out.
High chance? No. I never said there was a high chance. I said there's a small chance of
Hey, AJ is not
small
like
chance.
Fury, bro. Fury is slippery. AJ is not slippery, man. You need to think about this. And talking about the U.S. scared of Dillian White, we wanted Wilder to fight Anthony Joshua. How can you say we were scared of Wilder fighting Dillian White? AJ is way more dangerous than Dillian White.
Yeah, AJ is more dangerous than Dillian White, and if he's scared of Dillian White, then how the hell is he going to go and fight AJ? That's why I just told you, Deontay Wilder will never step foot in a ring against Anthony Joshua. It's never going to happen. You will never see that.
But he was the one pursuing the fight, though, Ralph. Like, man, Ralph, I swear, man, Ralph, if you were white, I would say you racist. if you were white, the hatred you've had for Wilder is unmatched.
Like, I don't hate Wilder.
I'm telling you,
I hate Wilder. I hate the how he's been. I hate the pussification. How he pussified the WBC belt, only taking not taking the big risk. Al Heyman, Shelly Finkel, they have something to do with that. He could have fought a Klitschko. He ducked that. He could have fought Dillian White. He ducked that.
Hey, Ralphie, man, he did not duck Vladimir. If anybody ducked, it was Vladimir. I know you're going to say, oh, Shelly Finkel said he's a baby. But come on. Vladimir was putting my money in Shelly Finkel's pocket. As at that time, Shelly Finkel would have rather Vladimir be the champion than Wilder, because Vladimir was the so-called cash cow then.
Shelly Finkel said, when asked, why don't Deontay Wilder fight? When's Deontay Wilder gonna step it up and fight Klitschko? He said, Deontay Wilder right now is just a baby. He's just a baby. So he ducked Klitschko. You could say he ducked two Klitschkos, but he ducked Klitschko for sure, one Klitschko at least. He didn't want it with Deontay Wilder. Said, I'll keep you waiting for 2 years. He didn't want it with Dillian White. Said, I'll keep you waiting for 2 years. Turned down a ridiculously large offer. 100 million offer or 120 million offer to face Anthony Joshua. Come on, bro. It's really been, I hate to use the term because another uploader used the term, but it really has been the Duck Chronicles when it comes to Deontay Wilder. I think as an American, I would be embarrassed. As an American, I would be
embarrassed. Ralphie, we watched AJ get knocked out. You blamed Wilder.
Let me finish my sentence, man. I don't stop you from saying what you want to say. So just let me finish my sentence, bro. I hate to use the term because another uploader has coined the term, and so it's his. I'm not trying to steal his shizzle, but it really and truly has been Deontay Wilder's championship reign, minus Tyson Fury. It really has been the Duck Chronicles. He just hasn't fought the best guys. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. I would rather Dillian White step up and fight a world champion, ex-world champion, ex-gold medalist, the most seasoned boxer in the heavyweight division at the highest level. I'd rather see a guy step in, face a great challenge, and lose than to see another guy just skirting around, skimping around, picking and choosing, cherry picking, cherry picked gone wrong. You know, I'd rather a man step up to the highest of heights and lose than to see the cherry picking that's gone on in Deontay Wilder's career. And why does Deontay Wilder feature in this? Because I know some people say, Rafi, this isn't about Deontay Wilder, but it is though, isn't it? Because that's the reason for the celebrations, I think.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Rafi. AJ got knocked out. You blamed Wilder. Dylan White got knocked out. You blaming Wilder. Like, what's going on, man?
No. When Joshua got knocked out, that was more to do with Miller. That was more to do with Miller getting popped. Joshua was built up a head of steam for Miller. He really wanted to give him that work. He really wanted to teach him a lesson. Remember Lewis versus Tyson. You remember the lesson Lewis taught Tyson? He really wanted to teach. He really wanted to teach Miller a lesson, just like just punish him. He wanted to punish him. He wanted to put that punishment on him. And then when it turned out that Miller was a drug cheat to the level that he was, which he shocked him. I think he lost a little bit of steam. And things happened in training camp. Hey, but that wasn't Deontay Wilder's fault. That was Miller's. That was on Miller and also Joshua's team for not keeping his head right. And he was sparring at the time when he shouldn't have been sparring. And it didn't turn out too well. But guess what? What is better than a redemption story? All the greats lose. It's a question. It's not about losing.
Whatever.
It's
You
about
didn't say that when Wilder lost.
it's about how you come, because he ain't coming back. You never listen to you never
No, you didn't say that when Wilder lost.
you never let
I hear most of you Eddie Hearn fans. Hello?
Eddie Hearn fans.
I hear most of you Eddie Hearn fans right now. You say, oh, it's heavyweight boxing. You could get hit. You forgot that Wilder Fury 2, the first 2 rounds were pretty much even. Either you scored it for Fury, or you scored it for Wilder, or you scored 1-1 each before that punch landed in round 3.
Wilder Fury 2 was even after 2 rounds. Are you crazy?
In case you haven't checked, most people scored it 1-1 or 2-0 for Wilder. In case you haven't checked, before round 3, it was either even or Wilder was winning because he landed the cleaner shots.
Are you talking about Wilder Fury 1 or Wilder Fury 2? Are you talking about Wilder Fury 1 or Wilder Fury 2? Oh, Dan ZB has connection issues. White is a B level heavyweight. I never fell for the sky high. Well, if White is a B level, what level is Ortiz and Breezel? When White has greater accomplishments than them. Are you having a laugh? Are you having a laugh? Fury had something in his gloves. Yeah, his hands. He had his hands in his gloves. What the hell was he supposed to have in there? What do you mean, dislike for White personality? Most of the haters. What else we got here? Wilder would have decapitated White. Is that why he turned down a career high payday against White? That don't make no sense, bro. That don't make no sense. Didn't the WBC at a point Fury is a mandatory? While yeah, they were quick to appoint Fury a mandatory, even though that made no sense because a contract was already in place for the rematch. But instead of the WBC waiting to see the result, they said, "Oh, Fury's the mandatory." But they didn't need to make him mandatory because he was already contracted to fight. Dillian White. Fury. So that was a massive duck right there. Massive duck right there. Massive manipulation by the WBC right there, just to buy more time. Don ZB, you dropped up, you fell up. Don ZB still having Don ZB is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was saying you don't honestly believe Dillian White could be Deontay Wilder. If they fight 10 times, Dillian White might have 2 shots.
Okay, so it's 80% chance. You said he was 25% now, so the percentage is going down. You said 20 earlier, it's 25%. Now you're saying 20%. Come on.
I'm just saying, if they fight 10 times, I pick Wilder to win at least 7 times, if not the entire 10.
Okay, so you're giving a 30% chance now. You're only giving Dillian White a 30% chance now. But come on, man. Come on, Dillian White.
Yeah, for real.
White can start you. Dillian White can start you. It's not hard. It's not hard to figure out Deontay Wilder. Come on. He's got the same game plan every single time. He's got the same game plan every single time. Those long shots, Dillian White could deal with that. What failed him against Povetkin was the inside game. He lacked concentration on the inside game, and Povetkin came up with a beautiful uppercut. Something that just is not in Deontay Wilder's repertoire. Deontay Wilder relies on that space to launch that missile. Dillian White could be easily all over him like white on rice. So no way. That's a much closer fight than you are suggesting, Don ZB. Much closer fight. Deontay Wilder is the most dangerous. No, he's got a hell of a shot. But if you push him back, then that takes it away from him. Take it away from him. His legs go. Fight. Keep on his chest. That's what Tyson Fury did. Stay on his chest. Listen. I favor Dillian White to beat Deontay Wilder. Even now, just styles make fights, and Dillian White could crowd Deontay Wilder easily, and knock him out. Did you see how he dropped Povetkin? Did you see how he dropped Povetkin twice? It was those tight, short shots. And Dillian White actually specialized in that. He specializes in those tight, short shots. Look how he took out Chisora. That was a little flick. That was no long looping shot.
Chisora is a bomb, bro.
Come on, don't disrespect your countryman like that. Right? Well, it's not your countryman, but anyway.
Chisora is a gatekeeper, man. At the very least, he's a gatekeeper.
The same, but boxing skill-wise, Deontay Wilder ain't. In fact, I don't even know if Deontay Wilder's skill level as a boxer is at the level of Chisora. I'm talking about as a boxer.
You know what? They might be on the same level. But if they ask me who would you rather fight, I would rather fight Chisora. This is just me as a civilian. The average Joe, you need to fight one of them. You got no choice but to fight one. I'm fighting Chisora, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I hear what you're saying. What time? Holy moly, how long has this thing been going on? This thing's been going on long. It's like after midnight over here in the UK. Make sure you smash that like button, people. Hit that subscribe button if you are not subscribed. Hit that share button. Super chat button is down there. Is always available. Don't forget about the super chat button. I'm just gonna go through a few of these final comments before we wrap this thing up. You know, I had an accident playing tennis today. My whole side got tore up. I fell, got my one foot trapped in the net down the bottom. Didn't realize went to turn away, and the foot was trapped in the net. So I knew I was gonna fall because I was already going over. So I had to spring around like a cat because I didn't want to fall backwards. Spring around like a cat and landed on my forearms. That wasn't the problem. The forearms are fine. Just a little scratch on the elbow. But the problem was the twist was so rapid, faster than the speed of light, faster than the speeding bullet, that the whole side, the right side, feels like I've been battered about the rib cage with a pickaxe handle. But I took a couple of ibuprofen, and it's kind of eased off now. And I think the show has actually helped to ease my pain. So I actually feel good now. I can wiggle around. I'm feeling good. The Rafi's feeling good. I'm going to take another couple before I go to bed, which is going to be very, very shortly. And, the Rafi is fine. We've chopped it up with our American cousins. We've heard what they have to say. And I think it all boils down to WBC didn't want it. Deontay Wilder didn't want it. Al Heyman didn't want it. Shelley Finkel didn't want it. And I think it's rejoicing for some, for many who are acting like it's the 10th, the 4th of July. I think they're just relieved. Don ZB, I think you're just relieved that Deontay Wilder never had to stand in front of Dillian White, because Deontay Wilder's the long game, looping game. Dillian White can play that game also, but I think with Deontay Wilder, it's a short game. Dillian White does have a short game, not with Povetkin. Don't play the short game with Povetkin. Do not do that. But with Deontay Wilder, that's the perfect game to play. That's the perfect game to play. Get in on his chest.
All right,
walk backwards.
Let me say this before I dip out.
Let me finish. Get on his chest. Keep it short. Push him backwards, which he will go backwards. Those little, what do you call them? Teeth pick. Those little teeth pick legs. They just can't hold up to it. They can't hold up to the pressure. Deontay Wilder folds when he's being pushed back, and then he gets knocked out. Done. ZB. That's my assessment. Your final response.
Yeah. Let me say this before I dip out.
Yeah.
Dillian White got knocked out. Like, I honestly thought he was dead. The only other knockout I've seen in the last 20 years that is worse than this was Manny Pacquiao versus Marquez 4. That's the only, if you take that knockout away, this like the deadliest knockout, because I thought Manny was dead. Like, I wanted Marquez to win, but I was concerned. With Dillian White, I wasn't even concerned. I wasn't concerned. Like, I was more of like happy, but I don't think it was that deadly like the Pacquiao one. So yeah, but man, this ain't about Deontay Wilder. Rafi is here trying to make it up.
It is
about Wilder.
I think it is
Wilder,
about
the face of boxing.
I think it
The
is about
face of boxing.
the face or the ass.
When AJ lost, you blame Wilder. When Dillian White lost, you blame Wilder. When Wilder lost, you blame Wilder.
Is it the face or the ass?
So,
Is it the face or the ass?
man, I don't know, man. That's between y'all.
Okay, guys.
All right, man, Rafi. I'm gonna catch you next time.
Yeah, man. Peace out, bro. Peace out.
All right, peace.
Okay. So, okay, people are mentioning, well, how is this about Wilder? How does this circle back to Wilder? Well, it is about Wilder. I think it is about Wilder. I think that's exactly what it is. People saying, well, what's Wilder got to do? I think that's the reason for the celebrations. That's the reason for the celebrations. That's why people are celebrating and speculating. It's about Wilder. That's why the Americans are so happy. I think that's why many Americans are so happy. Because Wilder ain't gonna go down to Dillian White. Imagine the pain. Imagine the pain if Deontay Wilder lost to Tyson, lost to Deontay Wilder. Imagine the pain. Imagine the pain. And I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a big part of the celebrations, the July the 4th celebrations. I think that's a big part of it. Where are we? Where are we? Let's keep this thing moving on. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about this. Anybody remember that there was some dancing celebrations going on prior to Wilder's introduction? What the hell is this? You got some acrobats? Wilder had some acrobats. Damn. Well, how much did that suit weigh? How much did this suit weigh? I'd like to know. Can somebody please tell me how much did that suit weigh? It don't look light. It's just removing the crown. It's just removing the crown. This guy was more worthy than Dillian White. You Americans paid money to watch this fight, did you? Did you have to? Oh, look who's there. Look who's there. Where's Suleiman? I just saw him. All right, he escaped. Don't you feel cheated when you saw this? Instead of Wilder versus White? Don't you feel cheated? Do you not feel cheated? Do you not feel cheated? Where are we? Where are we? OMG. OMG. What's going on here? What's going on here? Okay, some funny comments in this chat. Funny comments in this chat. The uppercut was setup was perfection. It was. OMG. Okay, some funny comments up in this chat. But I think we've done it. I've had the Americans come on in here. They've had their say. They got to speak. Some funny shiznicks. Some funny shiznicks up in here. But the Americans came in, they were polite, they had their say, and then I gave my response. Freddie Mars up in the building. Yes. White beats Wilder. I think that's part of the celebrations. I really do believe that Wilder never had to stand in there because Wilder depends. Look at this. Can you see what I can see? Can you see what I can see? Do you see what I see? Let me just help this thing along. Where are we? And by the way, folks, I did do a video entitled Dominic Breezel Rocks Deontay Wilder. So go ahead and check that out. But people pay good money for this nonsense. I just noticed his foot positioning. It's hilarious. I just noticed his foot, Breezel's foot positioning. It's absolutely hilarious. I have to be real careful with this. I have to be real careful with this. Un momento, a mi sto your tempo. Look. Oh my gosh. Look at Dominic Breezel's. Look at Dominic Breezel's foot positioning in this. This is unbelievable. He's just not set. He's not set to receive a punch. He's not set to give a punch. What the hell is he doing? Absolutely clueless. Absolutely clueless, but I'll give Deontay Wilder his due. He just gets up on his toes. You know, it looks like Michael Jackson pose there. He just springs up on his toes because he knows what's this fool doing? I'm not saying he's a fool, but I'm talking from Deontay Wilder's perspective. Deontay Wilder's perspective is, what is this fool doing? He's not even in stance. Deontay Wilder's saying this fool ain't even in stance. What kind of stance is that? It's just like somebody walking to the chip shop, walking to get a bag of chips and a kebab. You know what I mean? A bag of chips and a kebab. Look at that. It looks like somebody walking in the supermarket. That is not a fighting stance. Oh my gosh. He's not in position to receive a punch, and he's not in position to throw a punch. What the hell is this? What the dickens is this? Whereas, credit to Deontay Wilder, you know, there's no guard there, but he's gonna throw that as a distraction thing, perhaps, or maybe he's just gonna totally disrespect him and throw the right. Is he gonna throw that as a distraction thing, the left as a distraction thing? Or is he just going to totally disrespect him and just throw the right? Well, look at the stance. That is utterly bizarre and preposterous. Bizarre and preposterous. The big problem for White, in my opinion, chin and gas tank. White's chin has never been suspect. The gas tank, yeah, the gas tank could be better, but he got it through 12 rounds with Josie Parker. Just got it through 12 rounds with Andy Ruiz. So yeah, while the gas tank could definitely be better, the chin has never really been questioned. Who would have not got sparked out by that uppercut from Povetkin? So I don't buy into the chin thing. Maybe now there could be an issue, but not beforehand. No, I don't see no chin issue beforehand. Maybe now, yeah, I got an issue. Deontay Wilder, yeah, I'll stick with the 50-50. To me, if I'm betting, it's a 50-50. What are we going here? PG London, stop trolling. Stop trolling. OMG. What was it? BG, stop trolling. Stop trolling, BG. Over here in the South, we ain't worried about no Dillian White. We ain't worried about that boy. That boy just got knocked out by Povetkin, so he can stop worrying. Yes. That's the one. Do you see what I see? Yes. Breezel's taking a walk in the park. Michael Jackson, look. Hey, wouldn't put it past Deontay Wilder just to take the Mickey and make that sound just as he hit that stance. Look at him up on his toes. I thought people said Deontay Wilder don't have no footwork. I thought you said Deontay Wilder ain't got no footwork. Look at this boy up on his toes right there. Look at this boy up on his toes right there. OMG. I don't know how the hell. Yeah. Freddie Mars comes out with a good point. I respect White for fighting Povetkin, though. He didn't have to. He lost, but he got tired. But he tried. Oh, he didn't get tired. He tried. Yeah. Better than the PBC Ducks. I haven't really been critical of White in this one. I haven't given my full appraisal of White in this one. Do I do it now, or do I save it till I interview Xavier Miller tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK time? 3 p.m. UK time. That's 10 a.m. Eastern on the East Coast, and 7 a.m. on the West. If you live on the West Coast, I'm sure you're going to set your alarm clocks to make sure you get up bright and early to hear Raphael Dawkins and Xavier Miller chop up what needs to get chopped up. I don't know if I should say it. Well, okay. Since I haven't really said much about White, let me just say a little bit. I mean, I could say that for the discussion with Xavier tomorrow, but let me say a little bit about White. Over the last year or so, I don't know, I came to an epiphany. It was probably about a year ago. I came to an epiphany. You all know what an epiphany is. I came to an epiphany that as much flack that Al Heyman gets. I came to an epiphany about a year ago that sometimes you gotta give your guy a soft touch. Sometimes you gotta give your guy a gimme. It shouldn't be too much of a soft touch, but sometimes, just give him a lighter one. Give him a lighter one. My issue is that Deontay Wilder has had a championship career of lighter ones. Okay, I'll give him Ortiz. I'll give him that. Can I really give him Tyson Fury when he should have been fighting Dillian White? I don't know. I can partially give him that, but he sidestepped Dillian White for that because he thought it was a cherry pick. So how much credit can I give for Wilder fighting Fury when effectively I think that Wilder thought the Fury would be easier to get out of there than Dillian White? So how much credit can I give him for picking what he believed was a soft touch? How much credit can you give for that? How much credit can you give for that? Hey, the link's right there. The link's right there. What do you mean the next show? You can do it now. Tanaris Robinson says he's going to call in on the next show. The link's there. You can do it now. Why don't you do it now? You can do it now. So how much credit can I give him for the Tyson Fury when he thought Tyson Fury was soft and finished and done? How much credit can I give? I have to give him some credit, but how much credit can you give? How much credit can you give for a guy who's really cherry picking a guy who's been on the couch for 3 years, 2.5 years? How much credit can I give? I know I got to give him some, but how much do I give? That is the question. But getting back to Dillian White, do I have Al Heyman and matchmaking and Shelley Finkel? Yeah. About a year ago, I came to an epiphany. Yeah, I don't like to do these long things. I don't like to go so long. I like to keep them nice and short and spicy. I prefer to keep them nice and short and spicy, but I had a bunch of guys up in here who were kind enough to come on. Who was it? It was the Fight Doctor came on. We had Dan the Man. As a matter of fact, Dan was first. Dan the Man came on. We had Phil. We had Phil. Phil came on. Phil ain't been here for months. Probably since the pandemic. How long has that been? Like 5 months? Ain't seen Phil around here for 5 months. He came back on. Came back up in here. Dan the Man. I don't know if he's ever been up in here. Maybe once, but I'm not sure. I think this was his debut. And of course, the Fight Doctor is a regular contributor to the boxing to the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio live show. He pops in from time to time, so he's quite a regular contributor. So that's good. And then, of course, the Don ZB, when there's any bad music for the UK, the Don ZB is never far away from the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. And, of course, the Wild Soul. I ain't seen the Wild Soul for a while, so it was good to have him back up in here. So I had a bunch of Americans come in. So props to them. But, you know, I gave them the floor, let them talk their piece. But then, you know, Raffi's going to have his time to talk his piece. As far as Dillian White's concerned, I have an issue. With Dillian White for taking such a hard fight when he already was in position and he already had to fight for the championship. He was in position. He was mandatory. He was the interim WBC interim champion. And I mean, the writing was on the wall all the way. It was so hard. It was such a hard road. It was such a rocky road. They tried to palm him off with Kubrat Pulev for him to get 25%. He said, no, I'll go and fight a Derek Chisora. Or I'll go and fight a Joseph Parker on a PPV card and make some big money. Don't come to me with that 25% bull-ish. Come to me correctly. I don't blame him for that. Who was the second one? They said, we'll fight next guy. Fight Breezel for the secondary mandatory. This was second time around, I think. Or was it Ortiz for a secondary mandatory? That's not even a strike mandatory. They said, secondary mandatory, are you having a laugh? Are you having a laugh? Watch me fight. What's that cat's name? What's the Colombian cat's name? Where is it? There it is. Have me fight. Listen, I'm going to fight Rivas. I'm going to fight Oscar Rivas. Sanction that. I said, okay. We'll sanction that. So that got sanctioned. Yeah. So, and then you go and fight Povetkin? Really? Are you sure? You sure you want to fight Povetkin? Why the hell would you want to fight Povetkin at this stage when you just waiting for the championship? Why not just fight a soft touch? Why not do what Al Heyman would have done? Why not do what Shelley Finkel would have done? Why not have a soft touch? There are plenty of them out there. Why not fight? I said it before. Didn't I say this? As a matter of fact, I can remember a specific live. I think I can even remember the thumbnail of a video. It was a live show. And I cut that little piece into a video of me saying, just, hey, fight soft touch every now and then. What is it I said? You got to pick a cherry or two. Have a cherry once in a blue moon. Have a cherry. You're in line. You're mandatory now. You're good. You're sorted. Why the hell are you going to go and fight Povetkin? That was my train. To thought. Povetkin, are you sure? Are you sure about this? Povetkin? Now? Really? Why? Why Povetkin? Why not? Why the hell not fight one of Deontay Wilder's exes? Why not fight one of Deontay Wilder's exes? Well, he offered Breezel. In fairness to him, he offered Breezel money. I really need to speak to Deontay. I need to speak to Dillian White personally, directly. That's going to have to be on the list. I'm going to be talking with Xavier Miller tomorrow, and that's going to be a valuable conversation. That's going to be a very valuable conversation because you want to see things from all different perspectives. We're going to have the coach's perspective tomorrow. But I think I need to speak to Dilly. I would like to speak to Dilly because some people have got questions about his decision-making process. I wonder if he sees things slightly different now because I only changed my point of view about a year ago. Before that, I thought, yeah, fight the artist. Yeah, champion, you're a top guy. You fight the artist all the time. Yeah, you gotta have a cherry once in a blue moon. Not as many cherries as Deontay Wilder, but you gotta have a cherry once in a blue moon. Give him credit for Ortiz, yeah, I'll give him credit for that. Give him credit for Breezel, L to the no. No way. I'll give him credit for Ortiz 1. I'll give him credit for Ortiz 1. But Breezel, L to the no. Ortiz 2, totally unnecessary. Should have fought White. Fury, that was a duck as well. Him fighting Fury was a duck. Thought Fury was done. He thought Dillian White was a tougher proposition than Fury. That's my opinion. Povetkin, I mean, hey, I had a bad feeling about the Povetkin fight. I didn't like it. I had a bad feeling about the Povetkin fight. Tanaris Robinson has taken the bait and he's coming. Tanaris, you know how we do it over here. We keep the language clean. But credit to you for having the testicular fortitude for coming on. Okay, and now you are in. Tanaris Robinson, Mississippi finest. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. How are you?
I am fine. I want to give a shout out to the LDBC.
Hey, as a matter of fact, let me pause you there because I got another one of your brethren. Who is direct, who is the top of the food chain when it comes to the LDBC, and I think it's only right that you, as an LDBC guy, I bring your general in just for a few seconds.
Who you got with me?
Hey, come on. Hey, here we go. Let me just line this thing up. Let me get your general, because your general is in here. Where's your general? Hold on. The general's here. Hold on. Where is he? There is your general.
Yeah.
Let's hear from your general. Let's cut the music so we can hear from your general. Okay.
Hey, that's about
in the business of celebrating the loss of a black man. I put those days behind me.
Let me cue this up properly again. Okay.
I'm not in the business of celebrating the loss of a black man. I put those days behind me with the times we living in. I'm not with the shit, you know what I mean, celebrating the fall of a brother, you know what I'm saying? But luckily for us, Dillian White is a white man. He's a coon ass nigga. So fuck him. We finna cook his ass tonight. I'm not in the business.
OMG. OMG. Tanaris Robinson, that is your general.
Is he on here right now?
No.
Oh, well, you got to deal with me.
Okay, let's go. Come on in.
See, I'm a little different. I'm a little different than the general. You hear me? So I'm gonna give it to you like this.
Yeah.
We see me. I'm from Meridian, Mississippi, and Meridian right next to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. When I tell you I'm right next to it, I'm probably 45 minutes away from where Deontay Wilder was from. So this what I want you to know. We, the LDBC, we are upset that it was Povetkin and not Wilder. Okay. Now, this what I want you to know, Ralph. The dude ain't a good. He all right. He a decent fighter. He a B-level fighter. Okay. He got his name from getting knocked out. He got his name from getting knocked out.
Okay, by Joshua. Okay.
Hold on. That's when he was at British level, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, His best win, we can agree, is Joseph Parker, right?
Joseph Parker, Oscar Rivas, yeah, either one of them.
No, not either one of them. We can agree that Joseph Parker was his best win, right?
You could say that. You could say that him or Oscar Rivas. I'd have it between him or Oscar Rivas, but him or Oscar Rivas. It'd be hard for me to pick.
All right, now let's go back a little bit.
All right.
Before White fought Joseph Parker, before Joseph Parker fought Anthony Joshua, Joseph Parker was ringside at Deontay Wilder fight.
That's correct.
Supposed to fight Deontay Wilder next.
Yeah, they went over there for negotiations, and Deontay Wilder only came up with $1 million. And Joseph Parker said, "I could make that money. I could make that money domestically."
Okay, you can. Okay, well, I'll let you say that. I'll let you get that off.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, can we agree that Eddie Hearn overpaid Joseph Parker to come over there and fight Joshua?
Well, no, because if he's making a profit, if Joshua's making a profit, I don't know if it's overpaying. They had greater command. I think that we can agree. The Joshua side had and continues to have greater commercial value, greater commercial pull. So Deontay Wilder could only offer Parker what he could offer him, which was $1 million. And because his pockets were shallow, the pockets were shallow.
Whereas on
the other side, they got deep pockets. So, it's shallow pockets versus deep pockets. So it wasn't overpaying. It's just that they could afford more. It's like a man goes into a bar and he buys a half a pint of beer. And the next man and to him that's a lot of money. And the next man goes in and he buys a big magnum of champagne. He got deeper pockets. So if your pockets are shallow, you can only act and move in a certain way in comparison to someone with deep pockets. So Parker left the shallow pocket guys and went to the deep pocket guys and got some deep pockets of his own. Carry on.
All right, I'm pretty sure you saw the interview with Derek Chisora where he was sitting and there was some boxing glove behind him, and he said that Dillian White should have took the AJ fight, the second fight, when he had the chance to. Did you see that?
That's his point of view. I hear that. There's a reason why Dillian White didn't do that though, and the reason why is because he wanted to whoop Deontay Wilder's ass and come back with the WBC green strap, and then he's got the bargaining position.
Okay, now what we wanted was Joshua, right? That's what we wanted. We want Joshua.
Yeah.
Wilder said, "I'll fight Dillian White, and once I knock him out, AJ next." AJ say no. Right? Am I right or wrong?
AJ refused to be on that same contract. That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Now, Ralphie, like I know, Dillian White has the worst footwork as a heavyweight in the business. Am I right or wrong?
He's not slick. He's not fleet of foot. I agree with that. He's not fleet of foot.
Ralphie, I just want you to know deep down that Dillian White was never a threat to us at all. Over here, listen. Hold on, Ralph.
Hold on. All right, carry on.
Over here, Ralphie, nobody knows who Dillian White is. Over here,
they barely know who Deontay Wilder is before he started putting Anthony Joshua his name in his mouth. But carry on.
Over here, the most known boxer in the UK is Kell Brook.
Kell Brook, okay.
And we respect Kell Brook because Kell Brook don't. Okay, we got plenty of respect for Kell Brook because he gonna get in there and he gonna fight whoever, wherever. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now we can also say that Terrence Crawford is ducking Kell Brook, but that's another statement.
Yeah.
That's another date.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about who Wilder has fought in his career, okay, I'll give you that Wilder, his best win is
Talking to the
Ortiz.
mic, bro. Talking to the mic, bro.
I'll give you that. That Wilder best win is Ortiz. His best win is Ortiz.
Yeah.
Now, who gonna fight Ortiz? That's what we've been trying to get for 3 years. Who gonna fight
Okay, so
Ortiz?
Ortiz has refused to fight and has refused offers from Anthony Joshua and refused multiple offers from Dillian White. Let's get that straight.
Okay, now hold on. That offer that before after what's his name, Big Baby Miller. After Big Baby Miller popped hot,
Yeah.
that offer was bogus. That offer to Ortiz was bogus.
What's bogus about it? He was an offer and he turned it down.
They didn't want to fight Ortiz.
They gave him the $6 million and Ortiz declined it. His own people went on a channel over there, a big channel over there in the USA, and they came out and said they tried to lowball us. Eddie Hearn. Then Eddie Hearn then comes out publicly and says, okay, I've got the emails. I've got the emails on my phone. They tried to say we lowballed them. We gave them a great offer. And once we've got it solidified, once we've got a replacement solidified, I'm going to come out next Tuesday and expose them.
Check this out.
A couple days later, their promotion people, trainer, manager ran to a major or a big outlet, media outlet on the independent scene and said, we apologize. It was a misunderstanding. It was a miscommunication. It was a great offer. So let's not get that twisted. Ortiz received a great offer from Joshua and he declined. Ortiz, according to Dillian White, I haven't seen the paperwork. I don't work in the office. According to Dillian White,
all right, so we going off hearsay.
No, we're not going off hearsay. I'm just telling you the source. You can accept it or reject it. According to Dillian White, Ortiz has rejected multiple offers, and we certainly cannot listen to what Ortiz says because his team are liars. They've come out as damn liars. But back over to you.
Okay. This where I want to go with you.
Yeah.
Now, so in your heart of hearts, do you feel like Tyson Fury had no foul play in their second fight?
No. Hold on. One of our referees come out and said that Tyson Fury, I think the referee who refereed the Cunningham fight, said that Tyson Fury is the dirtiest fighter he has ever been in the ring with.
Okay. That's a referee, right?
That's a referee.
Okay. So that's basically coming out of the horse's mouth.
Almost the horse's mouth. It's coming from a reputable source. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we gonna discard that. We're gonna take our loss and we're gonna come back in the next fight. What I'm saying to you is the Dillian White guy, he was never a factor, man. He always like one of the UK.
How the hell can he have the best resume of anyone that Deontay Wilder has fought, minus with the possible exception of Tyson Fury? But he'd been out of the ring for how many years? So I don't know if you can include him. How the hell can you say the man who's got the best resume of anyone Deontay Wilder could have fought but didn't fight? How the hell can you say he's not a factor? If he's not a factor, then Ortiz isn't a factor. And what the hell is Brazil? Forget about your Duapasses. Forget about all of them guys. Forget about the what's his name? The Smitzer, Spilker. Yeah, forget about him. So if you've got a guy,
matter of fact, hold on. Let me hold you. Since you said Spilker name, Deontay Wilder, Jesus Christ Spilker and put him on the stretcher.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He ain't got no right to be in there with Deontay Wilder. So you're talking about guys like that, of that ilk, and you're saying that Dillian White is not a factor, but yet his record, his resume trounces all of those guys. How can he not be a factor when he would have been Deontay Wilder's best opponent in terms of resume, minus potentially Tyson?
Joseph Parker ran from us, and then
Well, Josie Parker didn't run. Josie Parker came over to the UK because over there the pockets were shallow, and the pockets over here were deep. Deontay
Hold
Wilder.
on, and that's another thing, bro. That's another thing. Like our, why would you say our pockets are shallow when Anthony Joshua came over here and got the biggest payday of his life?
Well, sorry. Let me clarify that statement. Let me correct that statement. Deontay Wilder's pockets, the purses, the bag for Deontay Wilder, the allocated bag for Deontay Wilder was shallow. They could only offer people measly money because measly money. So that obviously that Parker looked at the measly money, he looked at the little money that we're offering. Then they looked at the Anthony Joshua money, and it was a no-brainer.
All right, okay, let's go back to where you say Deontay Wilder cherry pick Tyson Fury.
Cherry pick gone wrong.
How did Wilder cherry pick Fury?
Cherry pick gone wrong.
Okay, hold on, check this out.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Now I'm pretty sure you do your studying on YouTube.
Yeah.
So check it out. Do you remember when Tyson Fury and Wilder 1 was about to happen?
Yeah.
Do you remember what Eddie Hearn said? I don't believe it's gonna happen. I believe it when I see it. See, Eddie Hearn goal, what he was keeping in his pocket was he didn't think that Wilder and Fury would ever fight. He didn't think they would.
At that stage, no. Eddie Hearn was surprised because he had offered Fury a contract, I think a 3 or 4 fight contract.
Fury wanted the lion's share of the fight, right?
No. The issue there was that Fury looked at it and said, no, this is too fast to progress. Eddie was gonna give him a soft touch in the first fight. I think he was gonna get a
3-fight deal.
A soft touch in the first fight,
a soft touch in the second fight,
Dillian White in the second fight, and then Anthony Joshua in the third fight. Tyson Fury didn't like that plan. He thought he was rushing him too fast. So when he heard that in his third fight back, when he heard in his third fight back that he wanted, or he called, he was the one who contacted Deontay Wilder to say, let's do this. Eddie Hearn said he didn't believe it because basically he'd offered him a contract with a similar kind of schedule, and Fury had no interest in that. Said, no, you're pushing me too fast. I want to take it nice and slow and progressively. But Fury himself said, well, yeah, I thought I'd have more warm-up fights, but I thought, no, I feel good. Let's have it. Because Deontay Wilder thought Fury was a cherry pick, and maybe Fury thought Deontay Wilder was a cherry pick. They both thought each other were cherry picks.
All right, let's go here. You remember when you said Deontay Wilder can't fight going backwards?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he not in that first fight with Ortiz did he not rock Ortiz going backwards before he knocked him out with an uppercut?
Yeah, okay, that could be the case. But wasn't that after Ortiz pretty much down near finished him, and then the referee had to save Wilder in the corner?
He didn't get saved, but that's your opinion. Mean the bell saved him.
Well, the bell saved him, and then the referee double saved, made sure that he was saved.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Stop the fight to make sure Deontay Wilder was okay. Then when the referee was satisfied that Deontay Wilder was okay, this is after the break. You know what I'm saying? This is when they should have been fighting. The referee's over there, checking, make sure that Deontay Wilder's okay. And you're telling me that's not a fix?
Okay,
that's a fix, bro. That's a fix. A clear fix.
So okay, hold on. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna feed off what you're saying. So in the fight with Joshua and Takam, was Joshua not getting rest breaks from the referee?
You know something. I never really studied that fight. Something else was going on at the time. I didn't cover it on here. So I watched the fight, but I can't say I really studied it.
Let me
Are
go
you
here with you. Let me
saying-
go here with you. Hold on, since you didn't see that fight, Mr.
No, I saw the
Bradley.
fight, but I haven't really studied it. I haven't really studied
Okay.
it like that. You know, you see, I was doing different things at the same time, and I
Okay.
never have to rewatch it.
All right,
But,
let's go here then.
yeah.
In the fight with Joseph Parker and Dillian White, did Dillian White not survive the 12th round and he was about to get knocked out? Did the bell not save him?
Listen,
You didn't watch that fight.
He was out. He was, you know, I watched the fight. He was out to gas. He was out to whack. He was out to gas.
Okay, hold on. Okay, talking about his gas tank. That's another thing that somebody in the comment section said.
He was out to gas.
Dillian White has no gas tank and his balance.
Because he went 12 rounds. So I don't understand. He went 12 rounds with Rivas. He went 12 rounds with Parker. He went 12 rounds with Chisora the first time. So I don't understand that. I mean, can his gas tank be better? Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. How did my thing is, how can you possibly feel like that man that got knocked out by your great white hope, and I call him the great white hope, Anthony Joshua.
Anthony Joshua's white?
He's the great white hope over there.
Anthony Joshua's white?
No, he's the great white hope over there.
Parents come from Nigeria. He don't get no one blacker than that, bro.
What I'm saying, no, I'm not. No, what I'm saying is, he is all that they have over there. Because Tyson Fury.
Hold on. No, let's not get crazy now.
We're not.
Anthony, the world, the top ranked fighters in heavyweight come from the UK. If you check Ring Magazine,
Ring Magazine. Hold on, Ring Magazine. Hold on, let me pause.
Respected, right there, the most respected. You check their ranking.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause you. Right quick,
White is ranked above Deontay Wilder.
Okay, they had Dillian White ranked above Deontay Wilder. So what was Povetkin ranked?
I think he was maybe 7 or was he 8?
So now do you put Povetkin over Wilder?
Yeah, Povetkin's gonna get moved up over Wilder probably. Yeah, he's gonna take Dillian White's spot, and Dillian White was above Wilder, so it's highly probable, highly possible that they're gonna put Povetkin is gonna take Dillian White's spot, and so he will be above Wilder. But you know something that's interesting to me?
Tell me.
Both Dillian White and Povetkin were guys that Deontay Wilder didn't really seem eager to get in the ring with, but yet
Povetkin last fight was a draw against Michael Hunter.
Povetkin last fight was a draw against a Michael Hunter, who is a very good heavyweight.
He's just coming up to heavyweight. He was just moving up to heavyweight. That was his first fight at heavyweight.
Well, boom. Well, I think he's fought heavyweight before, but anyway, I'm not sure. Okay, so anyway, yeah. Did he fight? Oh, when he fought Usyk, that was a cruiser. Okay. Yeah. So he's heavy. So he's a heavyweight. He's got a good pedigree down there in the cruiserweight rankings.
I had never heard of Michael Hunter until they was looking for somebody for Anthony Joshua to fight. I had never heard of Michael Hunter.
Well, that's because you don't follow the cruiserweight division. If you follow the cruiserweight division, then you know that he fought.
No. He was never a champion.
But if you follow the cruiserweight division, you'd know that he fought Usyk.
Okay, now they got Usyk built up like he just this world beater. But anyway, I digress.
He might. Well, yeah. So carry on. Carry on as you were saying.
Listen, Ralphie.
Yeah.
I want you to stop with this Dillian White stuff. Like right now, even like Frank Warren said, it's over. Frank Warren said it. It's over.
Listen, watch up. I mean, not watch up. I mean, listen, Tanaris Robinson.
Yes, sir.
You have to understand, my friend. You have to understand that, the UK, England,
You know what?
Have the best heavyweights. We have the best heavyweights and the highest ranked heavyweights.
It's
You-
like this. It's like this right here. It's
guy.
like this. Hold on. It's like this right here.
This guy is ranked beneath all three of Britain's heavyweights. All three of them.
It's like this right here, Ralphie.
Yeah.
Eddie Hearn and whoever else in charge put Dillian White in a way as a roadblock,
Stumbling block.
a stumbling block. Like
Okay,
why we
who
gotta
was
deal
gonna
with this?
stumble over it? Guess who was gonna stumble over it? Deontay Wilder. But that
Why
was
do we-
smart enough. No. I want to give you guys credit. No, I want to give some of you Americans credit. Well, not some of you. I give a lot of you Americans credit. No, I want to give specific. Everybody who's come on the panel today, I give them credit. Thank you, including yourself. But I also have to give a big shout out to the masterminds of this thing, to the architects of this thing. Always salute the architects. And the architects of the Deontay Wilder protection racket were Al Heyman and Shelley Finkel. And I have to give them a massive 21 gun salute. They have protected him spectacularly. And you know what? People probably think I'm going to be funny here, but no. I had a change of heart around a year ago. Around 12 months ago, I started looking at this thing. I sat back in my chair in the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio HQ, and I looked at things and I said,
The HQ, huh?
and I said, you know what? This cherry picking thing. You know what? You got to pick a cherry every now and then. They're smart. If Al Heyman was managing whatever he does, is he a manager, is he a promoter, is he an advisor, or they call him an advisor? Okay. If Al
Heyman is the most powerful black man in the United States.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. That belongs to the Johnson guy, the man who used to, do the hair cream and all that, the Johnson family.
Okay.
One of them, the Johnson family. They're the powerhouse. I hope they still kept the money in-house. They do the Ebony magazine or whatever. It's them people. I hope they haven't sold it out. But anyway, so yeah, I got to give credit to a man like Al Heyman, because he would never have put Deontay Wilder in this position. Right? He's smarter than that. And I have to question. I have Rick Glazer over here every Wednesday. I don't always agree with Rick Glazer. But that's why we have people on, because I don't always agree with them. I don't want anybody on who I always agree with. That's ridiculous. That's not good entertainment. But one thing he said to me, it's kind of stuck, although I kind of started to feel that way myself. I don't know. I can't even remember the quote. Or maybe I shouldn't even quote him. I'm not going to quote him. He's back here on Wednesday, by the way. But I had an epiphany about a year ago when I started looking at the Al Heyman model. And even though he does it too much cherry pick, the career of cherry pick, no, that's terrible. But I came to the conclusion, you've got to pick a cherry or two. You gotta have a cherry every now and then. Sorry.
Do you remember
cherry every now and then?
Do you remember the interview with Anthony Joshua and Coogan? When Anthony Joshua asked Coogan, he said, "Do you rate what's his name? Andy Ruiz. Do you rate Andy Ruiz?"
Yeah.
Coogan said, "Yeah, I rate him." And for a fighter to have to ask a man that ain't even a fighter, do you rate this fighter?
You don't know why he asked him the question, but I do. I can tell you. He asked him the question because he was looking at Coogan as a representation of the boxing public. So he was effectively saying to Coogan, how do you feel
about me fighting this guy?
No. How do you feel the boxing public will respond to me fighting a guy called Andy Ruiz, who a lot of people don't know? Okay. I knew Andy Ruiz.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead. I know Andy Ruiz. Go back to the timeline of when in that period of time, 5 weeks before the fight.
He had a fight.
Go back in the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio timeline in the videos. As a matter of fact, just type in Andy Ruiz and go to one of the earliest Andy Ruiz videos I ever did. And you will find that what it says is that I am advocating. I am not only advocating, I am pushing for Andy Ruiz to be the guy. I want Andy Ruiz to be the guy because I knew, unlike many boxing fans, I knew who Andy Ruiz was. I knew Andy Ruiz's style, and I knew that Andy Ruiz would be a pushover for nobody. But Joshua was saying that to Coogan, just to gauge. He was effectively saying, how will the boxing public receive this? You're just a man on the road. I'm talking to you as a man on the road. How do you feel? And I'm using that to gauge how the boxing public in general would feel, because the boxing public in general didn't know who Andy Ruiz was. So Joshua was concerned. Eddie Hearn was concerned. Eddie Hearn had a similar response when he was announcing that it might be Ruiz. He was feeling out. How do people feel? I know he's good. We know he's good, but do the general public know he's good? Okay. Otherwise, they could have just gone for a Trevor Bryan, but Don King's guy. Trevor Bryan.
Now, when
it's an easier fight.
Okay, now when Joshua was about to fight Andy Ruiz, he was the landlord, right? Wasn't he the landlord coming over here to get his money and take over the United States? He was
the landlord. But you know the problem with that is, don't you? You know what the problem with that is? Go and check out Sarah Fina. Go into my channel and type in Sarah Fina, or just go into YouTube, type in Sarah Fina, Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio, and what you will come to is an interview with Sarah Fina, where she clearly and unambiguously states that they knew, their promotional company knew they were promoting Jarrell Miller, and they knew from a fighter who was in the Joshua camp that Joshua was going into that fight with a concussion.
Oh, a concussion, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
A concussion.
Out of her own words, out of her own mouth. I've got a video. It's on video here, Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. As a matter of fact, I did not tweet that video again today. I can tell you. Hold on. Let me bring that Shizniks up. Let me bring that Shizniks up. I can do this right now in real time. Likes. I did like. Oh, boom. Let me share the screen. It's come straight up. I don't want to get rid of the general though. I got to get rid of the general just for a little bit, and let me go over. Let me share my screen so you can see exactly which video I'm talking about. It's in the thumbnail. This ain't no fantasy island. This is real things.
You see me over there in the corner, another strong black man. You see that, right?
Hold on. I don't know what you're saying. I want to be focused on what you're saying. I need to be focused on what you're saying. So I don't want no ambiguity. I don't want no ambiguity over here. I don't want no miscommunication. I have to be focused when I'm answering people. Okay, right. So this is the thumbnail. I think you can see that. This is the thumbnail. So it should have the title there, shouldn't it? Hold on. Where's the title of the video? Oh, the title of the video ain't there. But I can pull up the video. I'm not going to pull up the video, but there you see it. As a matter of fact, let me just pull up the video while I'm here. It's right there. I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to bring up, you'll show me the title. Okay, so let me stop sharing. I'm going to leave too many windows open. So let me stop sharing that one, kill that, and then start sharing. Hold on. Let's just actually play a clip, a few seconds of Sarah Fina in her own words. I told you, but it's better you can hear it for yourself. And let me tell you the title of the video. Is it there? You can see it for yourself. Sarah Fina. We knew Joshua was concussed prior to Miller Ruiz fight. You want me to play you a clip?
No, don't play it. Tell me why they put him in there.
Tell me why they put Miller in there?
No, tell me why they put Joshua in there with Ruiz and Ruiz.
Well, because Miller dropped out, so they needed a replacement. That was Andy Ruiz.
Okay. Why do you put a concussed fighter in the ring?
Oh, well, Anthony Joshua. I'm sure you saw after after the bell rang or after he was called off.
Hold
Anthony,
on, Ralphie. Hold on, Ralphie.
Anthony Joshua, no, I'm telling you the answer. Anthony Joshua's father was going after Eddie Hearn
Hold on, Ralph.
because of a secret that they had in the camp, and that was a secret because Joshua was concussed. But carry on.
Let me say this, Ralphie. If Joshua would have knocked out Ruiz before Ruiz dropped him at all, when Joshua dropped Ruiz, it would have been a flawless victory when nobody had said nothing about him being concussed or nothing. Then nothing looked wrong with that dude at all before he got dropped.
Okay, but he was concussed though.
But before that, there was no sign of him being concussed.
Okay, but it doesn't matter if it's a sign or it don't matter or no sign. Sign or no sign, still concussed.
You can't say a man got concussed after he got knocked out.
Yeah, you can. If they knew he was concussed before the fight, then he was concussed. If they knew he was concussed, which you sure you don't want me to play the clip? The first day that we know he was concussed. You sure you don't want me to play that?
Even if the dude was concussed, he showed no signs of being concussed.
Okay, the fact that he showed no sign is irrelevant. If he was concussed, he was.
Okay, it should be irrelevant once he get in the ring. Listen, a man can get in the ring with the flu.
Yeah.
And then he win in the fight. And then after he get knocked out, I got the flu.
Well, okay. Well, he had the flu against Povetkin. That's what that's an open secret. He had the flu against Povetkin. McCracken, his trainer, wanted to pull him out. Who said this recently? Wasn't it even Eddie Hearn acknowledged it? Didn't even no, it wasn't. No, it was Spencer Oliver. I think it was Spencer Oliver in an interview with Sky said, well, Spencer Oliver, it was either Spencer Oliver, I think it's Spencer Oliver, said that, well, McCracken wanted to pull Joshua out of the Povetkin fight because he had the flu. But he went through with it, got the win. A lot of people don't know he had the flu. They question him. He could have been better. But yeah, carry on. But I'm just letting you know, carry on.
Ralphie, there are clips of Anthony Joshua saying that maybe I should have been more. I don't want to quote him wrong, but basically what he was saying was that he should have went on and took the little pay cut or whatever he was trying to do and fight Wilder. That's what he said out here on mouth.
Who should have took a pay cut to fight Wilder?
Well, the money that Joshua wanted, he should have went on and
No, Joshua got the money he wanted. The issue with the money was not on Joshua's end, it was on Wilder's end. He was the one who was quibbling about the money. Joshua was good. The only one quibbling about money was Wilder. It's your boy Wilder.
Let me tell you this, Ralphie. I really, in my heart of hearts, I really feel like Barry Hearn, that Barry Hearn man, even though he behind the scenes and he not in front of it.
No. Let me stop you for a second. I just want to address somebody in the chat. Somebody just said leave the excuses to Wilder fans. Hold on. Do people want? Yo, I'm gonna have to play. Yo, I feel like I should play some of these clips where it's gonna interrupt the dialogue. Okay, so I'm not gonna. You know what? When we finish our dialogue, when we finish everything, I'm gonna play a clip of. I'm gonna play the whole damn video. This Serafina whole damn video. It ain't an excuse.
It's 8:11 over here.
Sorry,
it's 8:11 over here. So
it's what?
I'm gonna get off in a minute.
It's what?
It's 8 o'clock. It's 8:11. 8 o'clock.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, but say your thing, and when we finish, I'm just telling people in the chat, I'm going to play the video of Serafina saying that they knew Joshua had a concussion. How is that an excuse? It's not an excuse for me. I'm not saying it.
It's an excuse. Hold on, Ralphie. I can answer that.
Okay.
It's an excuse when you mention a concussion after the man lose a fight. You don't mention the concussion before the fight. You mention the concussion after the fight.
Well, he did mention that. Well, he's never mentioned it. It's other people. Is its opposition's promoter. How is it an excuse when the promoter, the guy you're fighting, say?
Because that's what you telling me.
They say that they knew he had a concussion. How is that an excuse?
Because that's what you telling me. You bringing up the concussion. My thing is, don't get in the ring if you concuss. Do we agree on that?
Well, don't get in the. Well, okay, that's the point what I made about the flu. Don't get in the ring if you got a flu. If you want your optimal performance, but because of commercial pressures, and some fighters will just say, "All right, F it."
Thank you for saying that he was pressured into coming over here. Because remember, hold on, do you remember
what?
Hold on, do you remember when Joshua was saying
pressure to go into America? He's maybe pressured to take the fight.
He was pressured to coming over here. Do you remember hearing?
Do you remember to go to America?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Anthony Joshua was saying, "Why do I need to go to America?"
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that because the UK is the new Mecca. Yeah, I remember.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Over here is the Mecca. You are nobody until you come and fight in America.
That's not true. Anthony Joshua's proved that.
He was British level until he fought. He was British level until he fought a old Klitschko. And we're not gonna talk about the age thing because
he fought the old Klitschko in the UK. That's the point. He fought the old Klitschko in the UK.
In the UK at home.
Yeah.
At home.
At home in the UK. Well, when
after a 2-year layoff,
Wilder champion never fought away from home. He's never fought away from home as a champion.
Let me tell you the difference in the Klitschko he fought and the Tyson Fury that Deontay Wilder fought. Klitschko was off for 2 whole years. He had fought nobody.
No, he wasn't out for 2 years. He wasn't out for 2 years. He was out of the ring. He was out of the ring for 18 months, and he'd been training throughout that period.
Okay, he hadn't fought nobody except for Tyson Fury. Then he fought Anthony Joshua. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that's a 2 year.
He had 3 training, but the thing is that a lot of people don't realize he had 3 training camps or 3 partial training camps in that time. Because remember, Fury had an injury. He had an injury, came back. He had 3 partial training camps in that time. So when people say he was out for 2 years, for one, it was only 18 months, A, and B, he was training throughout that period. So the Klitschko you saw against Anthony Joshua,
18 months, 24 months. Okay, go ahead.
Was one of the best. Yeah, it's different between 1.5 years and 2, bro. So the Klitschko you saw against Anthony Joshua was one of the best Klitschkos, one of the most motivated Klitschkos, one of the most conditioned.
No, the best Klitschko I saw was against Lennox Lewis.
You have, it's what I said, one of the best, not the best. One of the best, and that was
a 40-year-old Klitschko. A 40-year-old Klitschko was one of the best Klitschkos you ever saw.
He was one of the best, most highly motivated.
On a 2-year layoff.
One of the best. No, it wasn't 2 years. It was
a year and a half. A year and a half layoff
because he was having training camps in those times. He had at least 2 training camps, maybe up to 3 partial training camps in that 18-month period. That was a superbly motivated, superbly conditioned Klitschko.
Ralphie, it was nice talking to you, man. I'll get with you another time.
Tanaris, it's been a pleasure. You've been coming in here regularly.
No doubt.
It was only right that you jump on sometime, and I'm glad
no doubt.
Glad you made it today.
Hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody in the UK. I want to shout out to the LDBC. I want to give a shout out to Deontay Wilder. I want to my champ. That's my champ.
I'll ask you a question before you go.
Come on.
What round is Deontay Wilder going to be stopped when he fights Fury next time?
He won't be stopped because they gonna make sure ain't nothing in them gloves this time. They gonna make sure. I know you saw the clip where his everybody in his camp turned off the camera. I know you saw that.
Yeah, but JD's was there though.
Okay, but guess what though? You know it's always a way. It's always a way. Where I'm from, they say if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's always a way.
Dang. So you really think there was a horseshoe in the glove?
Hell yeah, it was something in there, man. That man ain't. Hold on, Ralphie. All jokes aside. All jokes aside, don't laugh, because he almost took that man's life in there.
Yo, are you being serious right now?
I'm
I don't.
serious. He almost took my champ life. You feel me?
Yo, please tell me if you're being serious or if you're joking. I need to know.
I'm dead serious. And listen to me, Ralphie. That man went into you telling me that what Fury did in the second fight. Hold on, he hit Wilder more in the first fight than he did in the second fight. Now, in the second fight, he did hit him behind the head. We ain't gonna count that though. We ain't gonna say nothing about it. But the man he had to have something in his glove to dent my man face.
You
Hold
can
on.
never say somebody hit Deontay Wilder behind the head when Deontay Wilder is champion of hitting people behind the head. Come on now, let's have some fairness.
Okay, fairness. I'll give you some fairness, and I'm not gonna say that Wilder doesn't throw his windmill punch and hit somebody behind the head, cause he wild. I'll give you that. He wild, but the thing about him being wild, that's effective for the way that he fight though. You feel what I'm saying? People are used to fighting orthodox fighters. They get in there and spar these fighters. They come in there and fight like everybody else. Deontay Wilder don't fight like everybody else. You can't train for that man. That's what I'm saying. That's all. What I'm saying is it had to be something in the man glow. You can see it, Ralphie. You can see the how the word dentation.
Indentation.
You can see the indentation in the man glove. Come on, man. Deontay Wilder the man had a dent in the side of his face, bro, and was still fighting. You hear me? Was still fighting.
You never seen guys with their eyes damn well nearly bulging out, popping out, and they're still fighting. The man gets a bruise on his cheek. The man gets a bruise in his cheek, and he's supposed to.
Did you see when Otto Weiland had Tyson Fury? I busted all open, and they would have stopped that fight if it were anybody else. They would have stopped that fight if it were anybody else, Ralph.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not arguing that. But you're saying the guy got a little bruised cheek. He ain't got no dent in his cheek.
A bruised cheek. He had a dent in the side of his face by his ear, Ralph.
The dent ain't there no more. He's bruised. He was swelling. He wasn't a dent. He was a swelling, which was a swelling.
A swelling.
It was swelling. So it made the
good one. That's a good one.
He made the cheekbone. He made the cheekbone, the part of the cheekbone look sunken, but he wasn't sunken. He was swelling.
That man was bleeding out the inside of his ear.
Yeah, that was weird. So what you're saying? He had an instrument which kind of, when he punched him, it just kind of penetrated inside the ear and made it bleed inside.
I'm gonna tell you like this. What's the dude name? Margarito against Cotto. Margarito against Cotto. Come on now. It's precedent that it can happen. You feel me? It's precedent that it can happen. Tyson Fury ain't the first person, and he won't be the last person. That man couldn't beat Wilder on his own. He needed help. That's all I'm saying. And another thing, about the uniform that Wilder wore, that's hogwash, as my auntie would call it. My auntie would say that's hogwash.
It's not just your auntie says that. A lot of people say hogwash. It's a term over here.
Okay, cool. Y'all say that too.
Yeah, we say it too. So it's not.
But check it out.
Yeah.
What we understand hogwash to mean is that's a lie. And what I'm saying is, I'm not putting no onus on Wilder uniform being 40 pounds and he coming in there and he ain't got no legs. I'm not trying to hear that, because what fight was that? Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearn. Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearn. Before that fight, before the Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler fight, Tommy Hearn's entourage was massaging his legs before the fight.
That's right.
Okay, we're not trying to hear no excuses about nothing like that. We're not making excuses, but what we saying is that it had to be something, man. It was something, Ralphie, in this man. And but you'll see.
I know what it was. I can tell you what it was. He got his ass whooped from the top of his neck to the back of his knees.
That sound good and it's funny. It sound good and it's funny. But truth be told, all jokes aside, we gonna see the difference in this next fight. You hear me?
Bro, I hope you don't really believe that.
We'll see the difference in this next fight.
Bro, I hope you don't really believe that. If you believe that, that tells me that you've got expectations that Deontay Wilder's gonna do better. And if you believe that, I know that you're gonna end up. I know if you believe that, I know you're gonna end up heartbroken. And I hate that. I hate to see a person heartbroken. So I hope you're not being sincere.
The only people that's heartbroken is the Dillian White clan. Those the only people that's heartbroken. The Dillian White clan. How do you get a rematch clause in a fight that ain't even for a title?
It was for a title. It's the
what title? What title?
It's the interim title.
The interim title. That's another thing. That's another thing, Ralphie. They need to do away with all these titles, Ralphie.
Well, they're not going to do it because it makes money. Every belt brings sanctioning fees, and sanctioning fees is the money. It's the money. It's a corrupt sport. They're lining their pockets.
Corrupt. So okay. Thank you for using the word corrupt, Ralphie. We talking about a man that possibly has something in his gloves besides his fist. We talking about one of the most dirty bosses, as you said, in history.
I never said it. The referee said it.
The referee. But his credentials are better than yours when it comes to knowing Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
We talking about drug cheats, Ralphie.
Yeah, we are.
Come on now, let's keep it all the way funky. We talking about a drug cheat, Ralphie.
Hold
on. We talking about a drug cheat. That
you gotta look at your boy Wilder eyes blowing up in weight. How can the man go 30 pounds up in weight? How can he 20 pounds? How can the man just put on 20 pounds like that? Talking about Deontay Wilder, talking about Dillian White,
eating
down in weight. How the hell can
eating?
How does he get a pass? Why does Deontay Wilder get a pass? He blows up 20 pounds in weight, and people just go, "Oh, he's 20 pounds in weight. He ain't got an ounce of fat. He ain't got an ounce of fat on him, and he's 20 pounds heavier." And then he comes down.
He went up. Hold on, Ralph. I'm gonna tell you why he went up in weight.
Does that look natural to you? Does that look natural? Is that natural? A man could just go up and down and not put on any body fat? What's going on?
Ralphie, hold on, check it out. My favorite fighter, Errol Spence Jr. My favorite fighter, Errol Spence Jr.
Yeah.
Walk around at 183.
Yeah.
For a man to drop down from 183 and fight at 147, is really unheard of. I don't understand how they can do it.
Well, that's dropping weight. And I don't know if it's perfectly healthy in the long term. In the long run, you can only do that for so long.
Okay.
I don't know how healthy that is for coming down all that weight.
Ralphie, we digress again. Let's go back to Dillian White ass.
Okay, go back to him then. Go on.
Dillian White, Ralphie.
Yeah.
He has reached his peak potential.
No, how do you know that?
He has.
Carry on.
Do you know what his excuse is?
What?
I only had 7 amateur fights.
Okay, well that's fair.
That's his excuse.
That's fair.
We don't want to hear your excuses. When you get in that ring, all excuses go out the window for Dillian White, Deontay Wilder, everybody. I don't want to hear that. Now, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you letting me get on with you. And
absolutely,
it was nice. And like I say, to the chat, shout out to the chat, everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
One of y'all London bridges has fallen. One of y'all London bridges has fallen. See the difference?
Do you believe in the resurrection?
No.
Do you believe that which is broken can be mended?
If you got some glue.
That's all you need then, some glue.
No. he need a new chin. Cause he need a new chin. Cause he get I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell hey, Ralphie, all jokes aside though, if Wilder was to land that punch he landed on Brazil,
Yeah.
Dillian White done.
Yo, let's not even bring Brazil into this because I don't know what the hell he's doing in boxing. Let's not bring Brazil into it. He's clueless. I mean, he's like one of them guys. He's like what? It's like if you put somebody in a car who's never driven before. You know, they might drive a mile. They might drive for a mile and it's all good.
And then have a wreck.
But then they're gonna lose their shizzle and they're gonna crash through a shop window. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now Brazil is that guy. He drove for a couple miles perfectly good down the road. He never knew how to drive, but he got down a good couple of miles, good few miles in a straight line. But then
hold on, Ralphie. Before I go, I gotta ask you this.
Yeah.
How can you respect Anthony Joshua winning the way he did in the second fight when he lost the way he did in the first fight?
How can you? Well, you're basically asking me. How can I respect intelligence? Because what Anthony Joshua did second time around was intelligent. So if you're asking me that, then you're basically asking me, do I respect intelligence? And the answer is a resounding.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you.
Yes,
that's not what I'm asking you, Ralph.
Intelligence, but carry on. Ask me how you want to ask me, but that is the root of the question, I believe.
No.
But carry on.
What I'm asking you, Ralphie, is if a man got knocked out I'm talking about mistreated the way Anthony Joshua did, and for him to go and run, I'm not gonna say run, fight. What you say, intelligently?
Say run, because if you was on the LBC, you would say run. So say it here. Be consistent.
I'm gonna say fight. I'm gonna say fight intelligently.
No. You're gonna say run. You see, use the word run. Okay, but I can't put words in your mouth. You say what you want to say.
For him to fight intelligently the way he did in the second fight, ain't that cowardly a little bit? Like you ain't trying to get back at me like I got you. You ain't trying to stop me.
Was it cowardly when Muhammad Ali did it?
Okay, tell me who. Tell me who.
Was it cowardly when Muhammad Ali fought on his toes? When he float like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
He was a knockout artist.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
He's a knockout artist, though.
Who is?
Muhammad Ali.
Okay, and
so
what is
Anthony Joshua supposed to be, right?
No, you put yourself in a corner. And what is Anthony Joshua?
He's supposed to be a knockout artist.
He is a knockout artist. His record tells me he's a knockout artist. Are you going to tell me different?
Why didn't he show us that in the second and the Ruiz fight?
Because he was intelligent. He fought intelligently.
Without trying to hurt the man.
No, he tried to hurt the man. He rocked the man. He split the man open. He split the man open in the first round.
Hold on. Let me tell you about that. Hold on. Let me tell you about that split a man open.
In the first round.
I'm glad you said that split the man open. Them gloves, those rival gloves that he wear, they are known to split a boxer open. Those rival gloves are gloves used to cut a boxer.
Okay, so why didn't Ruiz cut him open then?
We couldn't get to the man he running from. Did the man not run, Ralphie?
You are complaining that Anthony Joshua fought intelligently. What the hell would you have done?
I would have wanted some get back.
What the hell don't tell me what you want. I said, what would you have done?
I would have fought the man to knock him out like he knocked me out.
So that would have been stupid then, yeah? You acknowledge that would have been stupid.
Why?
Do you acknowledge that would have been stupid? If you acknowledge that Anthony Joshua fought intelligently, then by definition, you're saying that how you would have fought would have been stupid.
If you acknowledge that it would have been stupid for him to bang with him, that's you telling me that Anthony Joshua was overmatched when it comes to fighting toe to toe.
That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that after Anthony Joshua made his mistake, because Anthony Joshua was well on his way to winning in the first fight, After he made the mistake, got too greedy, he learned a valuable lesson. He learned a valuable lesson in life. My good friend, Tanaris Robinson.
He never even hurt Ruiz, and he never hurt Ruiz in the second fight.
No, I'm talking about the first fight.
I'm talking about the second fight. He never even hurt the man.
I'm talking about the second fight in relation to the first fight. I urge you to study the 7 deadly sins, my good friend. And one of the 7 deadly sins is gluttony. Another word for gluttony is greed. Greed, my friend.
I watched the movie 7 with I've watched the movie 7 before.
Well, that's not where the 7 deadly sins comes from, but yes, it was covered in that film. Okay, fine. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins.
No doubt.
Anthony Joshua made a mistake of being greedy the first time around.
His greed stopped him from fighting Wilder, period.
No, that was Wilder's greed. Wilder's the one bitching about money every 2 seconds.
Man, Wilder said, I'll come over there and fight you. Wilder said, I'll come over there and fight you. You just take what I'm taking in the first fight.
Wilder is in no position to call. Wilder ain't no shot caller. Wilder was on a few million here, a few million there. He was coming over. He was in negotiation with the big dog, making the long money, and Wilder was making.
Man, listen, Ralphie, after I say this, I'm gonna let you go. Listen, okay. a champ is a champ, Ralphie. Listen. Hold on, Ralphie. Hold on, let me say this. I'm gonna let you go.
Different degrees of champ. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Lomachenko is a champ.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez is a champ.
Yeah.
Different degrees.
I
agree.
Different degrees.
But you know what happened though? Teofimo Lopez said, I'm not fighting for that little piece of chain. They found Teofimo Lopez some more money. Now he fighting.
Yeah.
That's all they had to do.
Find him some more money.
And that's all they had to do, and I'm gone. Y'all have a great night.
All right, Tanaris Robinson. That was Tanaris Robinson from Mississippi. I believe it's Mississippi, pretty close to Alabama, where Deontay Wilder comes from. And first time he's been up here in the actual chat itself. He's often been in the comment section, but it's good to see him make the step, the leap of faith. He took a leap of faith and actually got up in here on the panel itself. So I gotta give a big shout out to Tanaris Robinson. Where we at? Yeah, Rue 504. Up in the building. I think Rue is from where is it? Where they have the Mardi Gras? What's the town where they have the Mardi Gras? I think he's from that town. Is that St. Louis? Is that St. Louis? Is it? I don't know. Somewhere down there in South where they make the Mardi Gras town. The same place where the Candyman comes from. You've seen the film, The Candyman. Of course you have. Yes. If you are in here and you are enjoying the content, then for sure, smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you are not subscribed. Hit that share button. And remember, there's a super chat button just exactly where you are typing. Yeah, just to the left of that, you'll see a super chat button. Never, ever be afraid to tap that super chat button. All the good buttons, all the like, the subscribe, the share, the super chat, they're all good buttons. They're all healthy. Okay. Wilder could never eat, but all of a sudden he puts on 20 pounds in 3 months. You guys actually consider the hey, it's the WBC. What I feel don't matter. The WBC say it's an actual belt. It's on the WBC. And I think, Dan, you made you questioned my statement when I said that Vladimir Klitschko was active throughout the 18 months, not 2 years, the 18 months that he was out of the ring. after Tyson Fury failed to give him his rematch. Yeah, so he's out to the ring for 18 months, closer to 18 months than 24. And he had at least 2 training camps, maybe 3 partial training camps during that 18-month period. And he came back to the ring rejuvenated, hungry, and full of desire to claim back his belts that Tyson Fury took from him when he should have been on a drug ban, serving a drug suspension. Tyson Fury, that is. Should that fight be ruled a no contest? Hey, that's a talk, that's a discussion for another day. OMG. Okay. Some funny comments in the comment section. Povetkin's only loss is to AJ and Vladimir Klitschko. And the only time he has ever been knocked out was by Anthony Joshua. Freddie Mars steps up to the plate and makes a deposit. I have to explain why this money doesn't sound like money. It's because I wanted a way to announce. I wanted a way to highlight that I had acknowledged that someone had been kind enough to make a donation. And so I've been talking about it for a long time, hadn't done nothing about it. And, I thought, no, let me do something now. So I had an empty can. Well, I just drank from a can, some fizzy drink. And I thought it was empty. I put a few coins in there. And I think there was some moisture still left in the can. Of course, the sugar has made some of the coins stick together. So it makes this sound. That's coins stuck together. But still, it's better than nothing. And it's much appreciated. It's just my way of showing the appreciation by rattling the tin with the coins stuck together. I'm gonna have to find a better solution, but it will do for now. And where we at? I want to get through some more comments before we close this thing down. But before that, I will drop the link in the chat. Let me drop the link in the chat just in case somebody wants to say their piece. Just in case somebody wants to say their piece and you're probably wondering, well, Raph, how come you're going so long? You don't normally go for so long. Well, I had so many people on the chat saying their piece. You know what I'm saying? I invited them in. New Orleans is the place. New Orleans is the place. Yes. I couldn't remember. That's the same place where the Candyman comes from. Absolutely. I always listen. Some people mince their words. And they soften their words, and I do that too. But there comes a time when sometimes I just let it rip. I'm just totally honest. And the total honesty is every time I go live, I want to see somebody drop a penny in the jar. This is a show of appreciation. This is a show of appreciation, me bringing this shiznix to you. So even if it's just 1 penny, it makes me feel good and appreciated. So every time I go live, I want to see at least one person drop at least 1 penny in the jar. Yeah, just telling you like it is. So anything over a penny, and I'm more than appreciative. And of course, just coming here is a blessing. Hitting the like button is a blessing. Hitting the share button is a blessing. Hitting the subscribe button is a blessing. It's all a blessing to me. But when you top it off with a donation, and that makes it even sweeter. It makes what is already sweet even sweeter. It's the cherry on top. And who don't like a cherry on top? Everybody likes a cherry on top. Dan the man, boom, comes back up in the building. Dan the man, how do you do?
I am good, brother. I am good. Hey, question. I'm just making sure my hearing's correct. I could be wrong, but I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
So, did you say that AJ is better than Lennox Lewis, or did you guys say that Lennox Lewis did beat the better Klitschko as
Absolutely.
AJ?
Absolutely. I have Lennox Lewis is perhaps one of my all-time favorites, certainly in this era.
Absolutely.
Era, Lennox Lewis to me is numero uno.
All right. Hey, you know what? You can argue that he's top 10 greatest heavyweight of all time. You can't argue against that.
I do argue that. I rate Lennox Lewis. He comes from the same island as me, or his parents, his origins. We come from the same place, and he's one of the best that ever put on a pair of gloves in the heavyweight division.
Oh, absolutely. No arguing against that. Even though I hated his ass when he beat my guy, Vander Holyfield, I was heartbroken after that loss. I'll tell you that. Mike Tyson, not so much, because I wasn't really a big Mike Tyson fan. There was times I couldn't stand Tyson, but it is what it is. I mean, Lennox, you got to say one thing about the dude. I mean, he went out on top if you think about it. He beat a prime Vitaly Klitschko, who many argues is the greater Klitschko between him and his brother Vladimir. So, yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, though, I just I wish that, I know, people give Lennox Lewis more respect than he did when he was as a fighter. He was not liked by many people, even people in the across the pond, as you want to call it on our end, across the pond. The UK didn't really like him. So it's true. Like, I don't know. So man, I just think that great show, by the way, man. You going on 5 hours. That's the first time you've ever done that. So
I did that before. I went 6 hours with the Joshua. I think the Joshua Ruiz fight. I went 6 hours.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool. The rematch or the first fight?
I think I know it was the first fight. I know for a fact it was the first fight. But around that time, I was doing a couple of there was some crazy live shows. If that was 5 hours, I know there was a 6 hour one. But I left those long streams behind me a long time ago. So why did I go long this time? Well, I don't normally go long, as we've just discussed, but I think there's a combination of factors. One, I had Phil back. Phil hasn't been here for 5 months. The fight doctor back, and 1, 2, 3, Wild Soul. I've had Don Beebe on, and then I'm pretty sure Tanaris Robinson, who's never been on before, has been on for a good half an hour. If you guys all did 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, if you guys did 20 minutes apiece, then that would be 2 hours in itself. So you guys contributed 2 hours. My show is normally 2 hours anyway, so that takes us up to 4 hours. With the contentious situation as it is, then that puts a bit more on it. So so really and truly, I've only gone a bit longer than I would have done if I was on my own. So it's double the time. And I often do shows now. I often do shows now where one person comes on or nobody's available, and I do the show by myself. I'm very used to it. So it's not as crazy as it seems, considering the amount of guests. That's one factor. That's one factor. The other factor is because of the pain. And the pain, I was in pain up until I went live. I was in pain.
Oh man.
Live with the tennis accident, the twisting of the body.
Oh man. I hope you're all right, man. I'm glad you're here, though.
I'll be fine. I'm very healthy, very sturdy, very healthy. This is a rare thing. So I think because the pain's eased off and I'm pleased and I'm happy about it, so that's given me a little bit of a euphoria. And also I wanted to chop this up thoroughly. And I think I've chopped it up pretty damn finely. Bear in mind, folks,
you pretty much covered everything.
I've almost covered everything, but there's certain things I've left out because I'm speaking to Dillian White's head coach, Xavier Miller, tomorrow.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So, so what's his 3 p.m.? Okay,
10 a.m. Eastern and 7 a.m. over in the West Coast.
Okay. Hey, so what's this rumor about them running it back in November?
Yeah, December. I've heard they want to run it back in but do I think that's a good idea? I want to talk to Xavier about that tomorrow. Me, I was away from boxing for a good 10 years, and I was focused on MMA, mixed martial arts, training in that. And that was my entire focus, that and grappling. That was my entire focus on kickboxing. The closest I was to boxing was kickboxing, which is part of MMA, of course.
Yeah, it is.
I wasn't watching boxing, but I was deeply immersed in the MMA. I'm a long time member of a mixed martial arts site. I shan't mention which one, and a long time contributor. So basically, being a long time contributor, I guess you're journalistic. It brings out some journalistic elements out of you. I was also the head journalist on my college, in my college days for the newsletter, and I think all of those things contribute to me doing this. It's a form of journalism, is it not?
It is. I mean, let's think about it. Vlogging on YouTube, even though it's social media as they deem it, it is a form of journalism. It's a form of commentating in a particular subject. So, I mean, you know, if you want to gain experience, this is the best way to do it. And, yeah, all the way, you know, for you to get farther, you have to, you know, attract a certain amount of following. So, I mean, you're doing the right thing. You're in the right direction. We all are. So, even though we all have our strong opinions on certain things, that's the whole point about commentating. You can have objectivity, but at the same time, you can assert your opinion. That's nothing wrong with that. You can correlate the two.
Yeah, absolutely. So, absolutely. Right. I wasn't trying to imply that. What I'm really, the message I'm actually trying to get at with that is that I've been doing journalism of a sort for many years, because I was doing it without realizing it when I was on the MMA site. You see what I'm saying? When you're posting regular every day, it's a form of journalism, but you don't realize.
Right.
And so when I came to this, but the main point, the key point was that over in the MMA community, we have a belief that when you get knocked out, it seems that there's a belief that you're better off taking some time off.
Absolutely. And, you know, look, Dillian is, you know, I know we're talking about Dillian White here. I mean, Dillian has taken a lot of punishment and in previous fights leading up to the Beckett fight. One, uppercuts is his vulnerability. AJ put him out with the uppercut. It took 7 rounds to do it. Two, he was in 2 wars with Derek Chisora. He was in a very difficult fight against Robert Lanes. He took some hard shots in that fight too. And you know, Lenius could have won that fight if he stepped up the gas, but he stopped. He claimed he had an injury. You know, he sustained an injury, so it prevented him to go for it, whatnot. But it is what it is. But other than that, he had a very, very, very. He took some shots against Joseph Parker. We all know that he took some bombs in that fight and almost got put out at the end. And then Oscar Rivas, I know that's a controversial fight, but he got put down. He got knocked down with an uppercut in that fight. And now, you know, the Povetkin fight. I mean, I think that's probably the hardest he's ever been in. and that right there is going to. I agree with some of the observers. I think Hatman said it best, that when you get knocked out like that, it will scar you, not physically, but also psychologically too. So he's not gonna be the same as far as punch resistance, as far as how he's going to approach his fights. I mean, he's gonna be very gun shy. He's gonna be very gun shy.
Yeah. Well, he will be gun shy. He may be gun shy. I don't know. I mean, protecting your chin. He might want to protect his chin, but I don't know if that's gonna stop him from wanting to throw bombs.
Right. And the thing is that Dillian knows himself, that he knows his limits. He's not a mover. He can't move. I'm not saying, what I mean by that, he doesn't have fast feet.
He's not
very
fluid.
flat-footed. He's not fluid enough. His reflexes are pretty slow. I'm just being honest. They're pretty slow. He does have good technique. He's gotten better with his technique. I've seen that in the Povetkin fight. He was winning all the rounds before the stoppage, before he got caught. So the thing is that he's going to have to find a way to fight a backfoot game. He's going to have to fight the fight at long range. He cannot exchange it inside with Povetkin. That you can't do it. You just cannot do it. I mean, that's what Joshua learned too in his fight. When he tried to exchange with Povetkin, he was getting caught. He had to keep the fight from long range.
Yes.
So, yeah, look, let me just say this too. Speaking of that, look, I know people criticizing Joshua, even in the Nigerian journalists criticized Joshua for quote unquote running against Ruiz. Okay, now I'm just say this though. Joshua fought a smart fight. He knew what happened. He knew what happened if he fought in the inside against Ruiz, because there was a couple of times in that fight where he was caught in exchanges with Ruiz in the second fight, and he was getting caught. He was getting clipped, so he had to move back. He knew he can't fight Ruiz in the inside because he's got faster hands, and he's not going to win an exchange against him. So that's why he had to keep the fight from long range and keep it from the back foot. So you got, people could criticize his performance. That's fine, but he fought a tactical fight. He had no choice but to fight that fight. He couldn't fight that fight in the inside. There's no way.
So what did people want him to do? What did people want him to do?
Well, you're not gonna exchange. Here's the thing. He knows he's gonna get knocked out again if he fought the fight that he fought in the first fight against Ruiz. He knew that. That's what it's all about, adjustments. And I expect Wilder to kind of, hopefully and pray that he makes the adjustments he needs to make into the rematch with Fury, the third fight. He can't fight toe to toe with Fury. You can't do that. You can't. That's suicide if you fight toe to toe with Fury. It's funny because we said that about Wilder, but Wilder's going to have to fight. He's going to have to fight. Fight from the back. He's going to have to keep the fight at long distance if he can, and somehow, some way. But no, that's going to be tough because Fury has a longer reach and he's taller.
How the hell is Wilder going to fight Fury at range? How the hell is that going to be achievable?
Well, you know what? Let me take that back. He can't do that. You're going to have to try to smother Fury's work somehow, some way. You're going to have to dig him to the body. He's going to have to keep the fight in close quarters. That's probably the only way he could beat him, somehow, some way.
So Wilder is gonna have to start going to the body, something that he generally does not do.
Right. He's gonna have to do it. That's the only way you're gonna slow down a mover like Fury. That's the only way you're gonna slow him down.
Are you a Wilder fan? Are you a Wilder supporter?
Absolutely. I criticize him when I need to criticize him.
Okay, so you're a Wilder fan. Okay, so what chances, percentage-wise, what chances do you give Wilder in beating Fury the second time around, percentage-wise?
Well, to be honest, I give him a 20% chance.
20. 2-0. 2-0.
Yep. 20%.
Damn.
Yeah. Damn. I'm just being honest. Unless he could show me some improvements. Going into the third fight, I could be proven wrong. You know what I mean? Like I said, I didn't give AJ much of a chance, like the same percentage chance to beat Ruiz in the rematch. Right. If he was going to fight the same fight, but he didn't fight the same fight. To our surprise, he didn't. He was more fluid. He lost the muscle mass, which he was told to do for a long time now. And he fought a perfect fight. Well, almost perfect fight. Didn't stand in front of him, fought him in long range, and didn't even get any exchanges with him in the inside. So Wilder's going to have to bend his knees. You're going to have to slip the punches. You come in at 220. Don't come in at 230. That's too heavy for you. Come in at 220, so you be lighter on your feet. And then, dig to the body more. Don't worry about the head. The head will come later. The head shots will come later, man. Dig to the body more. Not saying you leave yourself open, but do that. Because I don't think Barry's going to expect that type of tactics from him.
Yeah. Yes. And 20% chance. I think I'm around that ballpark. Around the 20%. I think that's fair. What does this say?
Here's the thing. That's being generous because in the heavyweight division, because I didn't get Beck not even 20% a chance of being White, and we saw what happened last night. So
50%. I gave him 50%. I gave him 50%. 50-55. Well, that's what we were saying in the pre-fight, in the Friday show. So I don't think, how long did that show last? It was 1.5 hours. I think that's very watchable. But categorically, we rated that over here as a 50-50 fight.
Right.
50-55. That's how I saw it. It's on tape. There's no ambiguity. Nobody can say we didn't say it. The show only lasts for 1.5 hours, so it's easy for people who didn't hear it originally to go back and check that show. That's the Friday show. That was the show before the Saturday show where we categorically stated it was a 50-50 fight. And that's why I have to give Freddie Mars, shout out to Freddie Mars, got to run, but I'll catch the rest on playback. Peace out. God of War says, got to give this guy, he's talking about you, Dan, got to give this credit for keeping it real, at least. Respect for that. That's what I do. And people hate me for keeping it real, even against fighters they don't like.
But
Well,
it is what it is. That's just me, man. I can't be I'm not a fanboy of any fighter. I've been watching the sport since I was 5 years old.
yeah,
That's more than 30 plus years. All right. Close, so I'm not gonna, look, I have my favorites. I mean, I was a diehard Mender Holyfield fan. I mean, but I got called for real for what it is. All right.
yeah,
There was times when he fought after the Ruiz, John Ruiz, that is, when he fought him after the third fight. I thought Vader should have retired after that. I was mad at him fighting after that fight. I thought he was done. I was like, you know what? You had your time, man. You had some great years. You had some great comebacks. You were fighting all the odds, especially a small heavyweight like Evander Holyfield was.
yeah,
And you don't need to prove it. You have nothing else left to prove. But he kept on fighting. And I don't know why, but it is what it is. But he was still getting some decent wins while still fighting at plus 40 plus years old. So
unnecessary.
But anyhow,
Yeah.
unnecessarily, I agree, man. But anyhow, so I was going to say though, but damn, I lost my train of thought on this. Yeah. Have you noticed that AJ was a lot heavier in last night? He looked like he was around 270, man, or 280.
It's optical illusions. It's optical illusions because that fight, that picture when he bumped into Fury.
Mm-hmm.
When he bumped into Fury was in his Range Rover when they were over in Spain somewhere.
Right.
He looked like he was 270 there, but then a week later he was in the studio. I think because of his body shape, because of his body, the bubble muscle, because of the bubble muscle. In pictures, it can make him look a lot bigger. For example, I was shopping one day, and I don't know if you ever know the guy called Linford Christie. I don't know if you ever heard his name.
Nah, I never heard of him.
Okay, he was a British sprinter. Yeah, he used to compete with Jim Johnson and Carl. What's his name? Carl Lewis. And all them boys. And on TV, he looked absolutely huge. Yeah,
right.
He looked like a bodybuilder. So one day I'm shopping. It's a sunny day, and I turn a corner. I'm in the shopping area. I turn a corner, and I come face to face with Linford Christie. He looked skinny.
Okay. So it's like, maybe the TV's adding an extra 15 pounds on him.
Yeah, especially with the body shape. And you got that kind of bubble muscle body shape. It makes you look huge. But I saw Linford Christie in the flesh. We just walked around the corner. We just came eye to eye. I nodded to him. He nodded to me. We kept it moving. But I was surprised at how skinny he looked.
Wow.
So it's just the TV camera angles. When you got that bubble muscle, it makes you look humongous. It's just body shape. It's body shape. Tyson Fury is actually bigger than he looks. And Joshua is, I say, smaller than he looks in pictures.
Okay, fair enough. But he still has gained weight after the Ruiz fight. So that, to me, I mean, look, I think he's nursing an injury too because he's coming off an ankle injury. So he's still got enough time to heal and prepare. But my thing is with Joshua is that somebody needs to keep his weight under control because if he put too much muscle mass, we see what happens. He gasses very quickly, even after the first round of the fights.
I think he's learned his lesson.
Right.
Raphael sounds like a black Stephen Hawking love child. Are you out of your mind, Sousa? Sousa, are you out of your damn mind? Raphael Dawkins, anyway, that's a different story for a different time. But I know how I sound, my friend. I know how I sound. I used to have this. I lived in a different place and I had an answer machine. And let me tell you, Sousa. I used to have. I don't wanna blow my own horn, but I used to have ladies who misdialed, who called back again. If you understand what I mean. But I ain't gonna go too far into that. We'll leave that there. We'll leave that there. They like the sound of the Raphael. So don't tell me about no Stephen Hawking business. If you're saying intelligent, I'll accept that. But other than that, hell to the no, Sousa. But I think we wrapped it up. Dan. I think I think it's been thorough. People have had their 5 hours. Mind you, 11 of those minutes was the intro video. But I think they've had a good solid 5 hours of opinion. And hopefully they found it also entertaining at the same time.
All right. Well, fair enough, man. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Glad to be on with you. All right. You take care.
Thank you for coming over. Good to have you. And that was Dan the Man. He's got his own channel for sure. Go check him out at your leisure. Okay, so what we got here? What's left? What we left with? I remember when Duapas lost on the Value of Holyfield card. Duapas to Pianetta. Valuev, what? Valuev on the undercard lost to Pianetta. OMG. That's some mad shiznicks. And then, Duapas was fighting. Duapas went on to fight Wilder. And Pianetta went on to fight. There's only one. Tyson Fury. Okay, so where are we? Yep. I think we've done it. We've even seen how ridiculously odd Breezer looked just before he got knocked out. He presented himself to get knocked out by Deontay Wilder. Complete and utter. It's like I said, you can put somebody in a car who's never drove before and they can go a couple of miles straight and fine. But then at some point, they're just gonna go, I can't handle it. And they're just gonna turn the wheel and go through a plate glass shop window. You know it. What else? What else is there? What else is going on? What do I need to do? What do I need to do to say before I say adios? I just want to check something. Hold on. I don't like it when the screen. I don't like it when. Oh, okay. There is something up on the screen. That's fine. That's acceptable. That's even more acceptable. But yeah, I just want to do something before we go for the finale, the grand finale. Just want to do something. I just want to look at these analytics. To see what is going on. Okay, the analytics look decent. Well, we've just gone past the hour. So what we got here? Okay, that's acceptable. That's respectable. Remember that song, Melankin? Respectable? There. Okay. Many no, many say no. Okay, that's all nice and respectable. Okay. Why did you go so long, Rafi? Well, you know what? I was in pain before. And I took painkillers. I don't normally take painkillers, just the normal standard ibuprofen. I don't know why I was suffering. I got the pain pills in the cupboard. I just thought, let me pop a couple of these. I don't normally do that kind of shizzle, so it didn't come immediately to mind, but I popped a couple of them, eased a little bit around the rib cage area to the direction where I did the twist. That eased off a little bit. I went down to the shop in the car, quickly came back. Didn't even have time for a proper dinner. Yeah, started to feel better, went live and then felt better and better. And now I think I'm definitely due for the second pain pills. Go for the second dose just before I go to bed. What is it, Tuesday, 3 p.m. We got Xavier Miller coming over here. Raphael Dawkins, 3 p.m. UK time. At 3 p.m. UK time, that's 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it's 7 a.m. over there in the West. Okay, so obviously I'm going to do a little flyer about for that. I'll do that now. Well, I'll do that immediately after the show. So, people will know. If you share that tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend. And I think I've done everything that I wanted to do. I think I've done everything I wanted to do, but I'm going to leave you with the Sarah Fina interview or the video, which I did. It's one of my videos. I did it. A lot of people don't know it. But I think it's fitting and appropriate that I leave you with that. If you've never seen the video before, then actually it might be a good thing to check it out. Let me look at how this thing is set up. Do I want it like that? Or do I want it like this? Like that? Like this? I think I want it like that. And also, I think I probably want it like that. Or do I want it like that? Yeah, I think I probably want it like that. Okay, so I've come to a decision. It's going to be just like that. Okay, so we're coming to the end of the show. I think I'm going to let this interview last about 5 minutes or 6 minutes. Let this play out, and this will take us out. This has been the Raphael Dawkins. It's been the Combat Radio. It's been Annihilation, ? Americans acting like it's the 4th of July? ? No question mark. Just that the way it is. When people came on and explained why it is the way it is. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate people coming on to offer clarity on the situation over there in the USA in terms of perception, how people perceive Dillian White. How they perceive him. They're fearing. I think they're fearing. They're glad he's out of the way, largely. That is my feeling. I think that's my feeling. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. Ultimately, they're glad he's out of the way. Rightly or wrongly, whatever. It is what it is. He fought Povetkin. I don't think he should have done. I think he should have been taking a cherry at that point. He was already locked in. He was already good. But, can you blame a man for a competitive spirit? I think he'll learn some valuable lessons from this. What those lessons are, only time or Dillian White himself will tell us. Will tell. Okay. So it's been the Raphael Dawkins. It's been the Combat Radio. Thanks to everybody who jumped on. Thanks for everybody in the chat. Everybody who jumped on the panel. Everybody who gave a donation. Freddie Mars for your donation. Wild Soul for your donation. Much appreciated. And we chopped it up. We chopped it up nice at 3 a.m. And for some strange reason, I don't know, with the painkillers, it's just kind of made me feel okay. Even at 3 a.m., which is crazy. I think I'm going to sleep well, though. And much appreciation to all of you. Remember, tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time, 10 a.m. Eastern time, and 7 a.m. over there in the West. It's been a great show. Much appreciation to all. And without much further ado, all I can say is, before we have the outro video, what I can say to everyone is, blessed.
Yes. It's the Raphael Dawkins with the Combat Radio. Jarrell Miller. Cohen interview. Miller, I knew. Too bad.
Yeah, it was our Super Bowl, right? And we just pissed in our Cheerios, didn't we?
OMG. Highly unfortunate. Let's, speaking about Jarrell Miller, see what else you have to say.
Reaction was laughter, as kind of just unbelievable. I no longer work for Red Cohen. He went to prison February 4th for wire fraud and left me in a really bad predicament. And, for me, it was just karma. The way Greg did me was something that you don't do to people that have been loyal to you for 6 years. So, you know, I would love to be a fly on the wall of his cell right now.
Okay, since you're speaking
I
about.
mean, you know, he's banking on this. He was banking on Jarrell. You know, that's the money ticket. You know, that's the golden goose. You know, there's no bigger fight than the heavyweight championship of the world. You know, so he was banking on that. And for me, it's just like it goes around, comes around.
Okay, so you're speaking about Greg Cohen, talking about his money fraud, wire fraud, money wire, I'm gonna call it, for which he's currently serving 6-month sentence. Now she moves on to speak about Jarrell Big Baby Miller and Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, we made before he tested positive for that.
That's right.
He was super prepared and ready and like, you know, confident, super confident. You know, he had me fooled. Like I really believed that he was going to be Anthony. I was there. You know? Yeah, we seem to have all the confidence in the world. And, you know, from what I saw in the past, you know, Jarrell had the highest punch output from any heavyweight.
Yeah.
And I just felt like, you know, with Jarrell's pressure, I felt like he could beat Anthony. And then I had some inside information also, because we had a fighter named Joey DeVacco and canceled Joshua, who gave Joshua a concussion. It was true. Yeah, canceled Joshua, who gave Joshua a concussion. So
Yeah, there's rumors about that before in the weeks.
It was true. It was true. Yeah. So I just knew that he wasn't going to be in his right mind, his right state, like Anthony was going to be.
Dang. Okay, so Serafina, previously with Cohen Promotions, Greg Cohen that is, says that they knew, they felt that Big Bad Miller was going to win because they knew that one of their fighters had given Anthony Joshua a concussion prior to the fight. So